vaya.
It had been a muggy day in North Texas on July 6, 2019, but the oppressive heat began to let up right as the sun set, and by 7 p.m., it had become an ideal summer night of about 73 degrees Fahrenheit. And so it seemed like the perfect Saturday night to go out in town. But 49-year-old Manuela Allen, known to her friends and family as just Manu, along with her husband Peter, had the house all to themselves that evening. So instead of going out to enjoy the pleasant summer weather, they decided instead to have a relaxing night in, just the two of them, on the couch, just watching TV together. Peter and Manu had not had many evenings alone like this in their 23 years of marriage, and that was because they had spent most of those years raising their 4 kids. So this was a house that had constantly buzzed with activity and noise. But now, all but one of their 4 kids had graduated from high school, and their oldest son was away at college. So the house was getting quieter.
That's good, right?
And Manu and Peter were already thinking about how someday soon it might just be the two of them living here. And as much as they loved their children, it was nights like this that made them kind of look forward to the day that they would be empty nesters. Peter grabbed his glass that contained some vodka from the end table and took a sip, and then he and Manu leaned back on the couch to watch a replay of a Texas Rangers baseball game. Manu loved sports, and while baseball was not her favorite, it would have to do until football season rolled back around. Manu and Peter lived in the small Texas town of Olney with a population of just 3,000 people, and the nearest city with a major football team was over 2 hours away. But both Manu and Peter were teachers at Olney High School, and so during football season, they went to watch their beloved Olney Cubs play every Friday night. Manu didn't care that the Cubs were on the 3rd longest losing streak in the state of Texas. She just loved going to support her students who were on the team, and she enjoyed the camaraderie of sitting in the stands along with her friends and her family. As a teacher, Manu felt responsible for her students, even when they were outside the classroom. So she dedicated a lot of her time to tutoring and mentoring students, especially the ones that seemed to have the most issues, even beyond just schoolwork issues. Kids that had problems at home, or kids who had behavioral issues. Manu was all about helping those kids. But the upcoming school year and the roaring crowds in the stands on Friday nights felt really far away for Manu on this relaxing summer evening, and the sound of the baseball game on TV started to become white noise for her, and by 10 p.m., she could barely keep her eyes open. Peter noticed his wife nodding off, and he gently nudged her and asked if she wanted to go to bed. Manu looked over at the clock and said she should get some sleep. Peter gave his wife a kiss, and Manu stood up, and she shuffled down the hallway, entered the master bedroom, and closed the door behind her. Peter would not be joining his wife tonight in the master bedroom. He and Manu had this understanding that on any night when Peter drank, even if it was just one drink, he would have to sleep on the couch. So, with his glass of vodka still half full, this would be one of those nights. Peter continued watching TV and slowly nursing his drink, and he started to feel tired. And then around 11:30, the couple's 20-year-old son, Darian, came home. He let himself in with a key, nodded to his dad, and went upstairs to his own bedroom. But then, around 15 minutes later, there was a knock on the front door. Peter stood up and groaned a bit as he walked bleary-eyed towards the front door. He unlocked it and opened it up. And outside the door stood the couple's 15-year-old daughter, Kiara. She said hi to her dad, walked right past him, and went straight to her room. Peter sat back down on the couch. The couple's 18-year-old daughter, Melanie, was away on a weekend trip with her friends, so she wasn't expected home. And at this point, it was close to midnight, so Peter dimmed the lights, reclined on the couch, and slowly drifted off to sleep while the TV stayed on at a low volume. A little after 8 a.m. the next morning, Peter woke up feeling like he could have used maybe another hour or two of sleep. Now, it was Saturday, and if Peter wanted to, he could keep sleeping, but even on these weekends, Peter just could not seem to sleep in. He just automatically got up. So Peter climbed up from the couch, grabbed his computer, and then went back to the couch to read some news online.
Okay, so we're good because we get Greninja.
At the same time Peter was doing this, his daughter Kiara had just woken up as well, and she was getting ready to go to the gym. But first, she wanted to put her dirty clothes in the washing machine. The Allen house had 5 bedrooms, but it was still a fairly compact house, just a little over 2,000 square feet. And the house was laid out in a way where Kiara actually had to go through her parents' master bedroom, which was right next to her own bedroom, in order to get into the laundry room. So Kiara stepped out of her room and then tried turning the knob to the master bedroom, but she found the door was locked from the inside. Kiara walked down the hall and saw her dad on the computer, and she asked him where Mom was. And Peter just said, "Oh, check the master bedroom." Kiara said she already had, and the door was locked. Peter then told his daughter to just go around through the garage, because in their house, the master bedroom had 2 entrances. There was one in the hallway inside of the house, which is the door that was locked, and then the other entrance was through the laundry room on the other side, which connected to the garage. So Kiara stepped outside of the house and went into the garage, and she walked into the laundry room, and then she reached the door that led into the master bedroom, and when she tried the doorknob, it was unlocked. So she swung it open, she stepped inside, and she froze, because what she saw was horrifying. Kiara turned and ran back outside, back around, into the main house, ran to her dad and said, "Mom is not in the bedroom," and there was blood everywhere. Peter instantly sprung up, raced outside, into the garage, and into the master bedroom, and right away he stepped in this big puddle of blood in the carpet, and he looked around the master, and there really was blood everywhere, and his wife was nowhere to be seen. Peter instantly thought his wife must be badly injured somewhere, so he ran from the master bedroom, with Kiara now following behind him, back into the garage, and then out to the driveway, and that's when he realized Manu's car was gone. Peter turned to his daughter and said, Mom must have hurt herself and driven herself to the hospital. And so Peter called his wife's cell phone, but it went straight to voicemail. So a few minutes later, Peter and Kiara got into his car and they sped to a nearby hospital, thinking that's where Manu's going to be. But when they got there, Peter slowly drove through the parking lot of the emergency room looking for Manu's white SUV. They didn't see it anywhere. So they parked the car and they went inside the hospital and asked the staff if Manuela Allen had been admitted, and they said no. So Peter and Kiara left that hospital, went to another nearby hospital, but again, Manu's car was not there, and the staff said she had not admitted herself. And so Peter and Kiara returned home, and at this point, Peter died.
Goddamn, nigga.
He explained to the operator that his wife was missing, and there was blood all over
her.
her.
The dad? That boy has no motherfucking manners, man. I picked the wrong one. I was such in a hurry, bro. What the fuck? I was in a hurry, bro. What the
first
fuck,
officer
man?
who arrived at the Allen house met with Peter outside. He asked Peter what was going on, and Peter told the officer that he really had no idea. His daughter Kiara had come to him that morning saying their mom was gone and there was blood all over the bedroom, and then he went and checked and he saw the same thing, and then he went out to the driveway and he noticed his wife's car was gone. Peter explained that he and Kiara then drove to 2 hospitals thinking his wife must have gotten hurt and then driven herself to a hospital, but when they got to the 2 hospitals, his wife wasn't there and they said they had not seen her. The officer noticed that as Peter was explaining the story, he seemed totally calm and not shaken or panicked or really showing any kind of emotion, and that just seemed unusual to the officer, considering the circumstances Peter had just described. I mean, his wife, at a minimum, seems to have been gravely hurt if she's not already deceased. So you would think that would elicit a bigger reaction. But the officer kept that to himself, and instead he had Peter lead him inside the residence to the master bedroom. And the first thing the officer noticed was that the bed had been stripped bare, and there was a bloody pillow on the floor next to the bed. And he did see blood spatter all over the room, across the mattress, the closet doors, and the wall. In fact, there was so much blood that the officer did not believe a person could survive having lost that much of it. And so he wondered to himself why Peter didn't immediately call 911 instead of getting in the car with his daughter and driving around to various hospitals first. It seemed obvious this was an emergency, so why wasn't it treated that way? Then the officer noticed something else on the bedroom floor. It was a knife. And so at this point, it was obvious this was a crime scene. So he asked Peter and Kiara to clear out of the master bedroom and go wait for him on their couch. And so after the father and daughter had stepped out of the room, the officer walked outside and went to the garage. Immediately, he saw bloody streaks on the ground, and he traced them through the laundry room and back to the door of the master bedroom. He recognized these bloody streaks had to be drag marks. Everything the officer saw painted a picture of a very violent struggle having taken place in the bedroom, most likely sometime during the night. The officer then walked back into the house and observed bloody footprints leading from the master bedroom to the kitchen, right to a spot next to the refrigerator. And so the officer walked into the living room where Peter and Kiara were, and he asked Peter about these footprints and, why would somebody go into the kitchen potentially? And Peter explained that actually his wife kept her keys on a hook right next to the refrigerator, and her keys were gone along with her car. And so at this point, the officer radioed dispatch for help and said the police should now be on the lookout for Manu's vehicle, because clearly either Manu or someone who harmed Manu had taken the keys and taken the vehicle. A few minutes later, Sergeant Dan Burbeck of the Young County Sheriff's Department, along with a couple of local police from Olney, pulled up in front of the Allen house. And the officer who had first arrived on scene walked up to Burbeck and briefed him on what he had seen. After being briefed up, Sergeant Burbeck immediately walked into the Allen house and told Peter and Kiara that they would need to step outside. As Peter and his daughter walked out onto the porch, Peter told Burbeck that actually one of his other kids was still in the house upstairs. So Burbeck told the father and the daughter to stay outside, and then Burbeck walked into the house from upstairs to a second-floor bedroom, opened the door, and found 20-year-old Darian inside with his headphones on playing video games. Burbeck asked Darian to come outside with him, and Darian, who looked very confused, asked what was going on here. But Burbeck just said he needed Darian to leave the house right now. So Darian just did as he was told and stood up and followed the detective downstairs, and then he, along with Burbeck, joined Peter and Kiara outside on the porch. Once they were out there, Burbeck began questioning them, starting with the husband, Peter. Burbeck asked Peter, why did you sleep on the couch that night instead of in your bed with your wife? Peter explained the agreement he had with Manu, that whenever he drank, no matter how much, he would sleep on the couch. Now, Sergeant Burbeck kept this to himself, but right away he wondered, why would you have that agreement in place? Was Peter like a maniac when he drank? Did he get violent? What was going on here? Burbeck then proceeded to ask each member of the family if they had heard anything unusual during the night before, because Burbeck assumed someone in the house must have heard something considering the crime scene in the master bedroom. And the couch where Peter slept was only about 20 steps away from the master bedroom. Kiara was in the bedroom right next door to the master bedroom, and Darian was right above it in the upstairs bedroom. It just seemed impossible that such a violent struggle could have taken place with them not hearing anything. But Peter said he really heard nothing, aside from the sound of an engine, which he thought could have been his wife's SUV, starting up around dawn. And he said the sound actually woke him up, but he went right back to sleep and figured it was not a big deal, whatever it was. Burbeck asked Peter, is it normal for your wife to just get up and leave in the middle of the morning like that? Like, didn't you think to maybe ask her where she was going? Peter replied that it was not his job to keep tabs on his wife. Darian, who had been upstairs, said the whole night he had had his headphones on and was playing video games. The only thing he said he heard over the course of the whole night was a rustling sound coming from the kitchen, sometime between maybe 3 and 5 a.m., but he figured it was just his dad maybe getting a snack. And then Kiara, who was in the room right next door to where her mother appeared to have been in some life-and-death struggle, said she really had heard nothing. Absolutely nothing. Now, Burbeck, by this point, looked totally stunned by their answers, and so Kiara, who kind of picked up on his suspicion, she quickly explained that she had been out that night, and when she got home, she went straight to her room, slipped into her bed, put her earbuds in, which would have nullified the noise, and she FaceTimed with her boyfriend. And then after the call, she fell asleep, still with the earbuds in her ears, which again could have prevented her from hearing anything. Burbeck didn't know what to believe here, but he just still felt like something was off. Maybe these family members know more than they're letting on. But he obviously had no proof, and so Burbeck told the family that, when he was done here at the house, he wanted them to come to the station so he could speak to them further. It was around this time that Lieutenant David Wilk was driving past the Allen family house when he saw the yellow crime scene tape stretched out around their property. Now, Lieutenant Wilk worked for the sheriff's department that was the next county over, so he had no idea what this crime scene tape was about, but he did know the Allens personally. In fact, his son was a football player at Olney High School, and the boy adored Manu. So Lieutenant Wilk just really liked the Allen family, and seeing the crime scene tape, it just made his stomach drop, because he knew, obviously, something bad had happened. Wilk immediately pulled over, got out of his car, and introduced himself to a local police officer he saw standing outside of the residence. And Wilk asked the officer, what's going on here? And the officer told Wilk that Mrs. Allen was missing, and it didn't look good. Wilk asked if there was anything he could do to help, and the officer told him that actually right now other patrol units were out looking for Manu's white SUV, and so if Wilk wanted to, he could join in that search. And Wilk said yes, where should I look? And the officer suggested that maybe he explore the recreational area
if I get
around Lake
hit,
Cooper, which was a very popular swimming hole.
Only thing I'm getting rid of is the energy,
and so
and
the
I
officer
can
gave
like
Lieutenant Wilk a description of Manu's vehicle and her license
put
plate
this one
number,
into play.
and then Wilk left, got back in his car,
Put this
and
energy
began driving
into
north
it,
until
on
he
him.
reached
I
the
mean,
lake area.
on
There,
him.
he pulled into the
Boom, and
recreational
attack.
area
So I'm
and began
chilling
driving
out,
along
like,
the perimeter
I'm
of the
chilling
lake.
there.
And as he approached the
That's
boat
if I get
ramp,
attacked.
something on the other side of the lake near the dam drew his attention. It was a white SUV, just like Manu's missing vehicle. And so Lieutenant Wilk parked, got out of his car, and walked around the lake to where this white SUV was parked. And as Wilk got closer to it, he could see there was nobody in or around the SUV. He could also see that the SUV appeared to be stuck on a large mound of dirt, with all four wheels kind of hovering off the ground, as if somebody had driven it there, gotten it stuck, and then left. Wilk approached the driver's side of the vehicle, and he noticed there were brown smears near the door handle. He leaned in closer, and he saw that these smears were clearly bloody fingerprints. So immediately, Wilk turned on his body camera and proceeded to film and photograph the car, both outside and in, and also the area around it. And then when he was done, he decided to just go ahead and search the whole area, because obviously, this could be connected to Manu, and maybe she was out here somewhere. And so Wilk walked towards a fence that was a short distance away from the car, and then once he got there, he turned around and just began scanning the entire area. And that's when something else caught his eye. It was something off in the distance, beneath a thicket of trees. It looked sort of like a pile of laundry on the ground. Wilk began walking towards it, and as he did, he realized this was not just some pile of laundry. It looked like it was the outline of a white bed sheet, and very clearly this sheet was wrapped around something fairly big. And so Wilk picked up his pace a bit, and as he got closer, he began to see there were bloodstains on the outside of these sheets, and then when he was right on top,
I don't think
it
you
was
can get the win
obvious
here,
that
though,
there was
right?
a dead body wrapped
No?
up inside of the sheets. Wilk had a sick feeling because he was sure the person who was inside of these sheets would be identified as Manu.
Okay, that's the one we're
he
killing.
called into the Young County
That's
Sheriff's
the one we're killing.
Department and said he
Yep,
found
that's
a dead
game.
body,
He should have
and was
never. He
almost
knows how to do
certain the one they
220.
were looking
I
for.
might have a balls in hand. Right? Like, he should have never done that. He could have put like a basic
This show is sponsored by
Pokemon
BetterHelp.
down.
I still get excited when the holiday months roll around.
Not that.
Seeing my kids' faces when they notice that first snowfall never gets old. And there's no better feeling than the warmth you get when you're sitting by the fire. How do you stay cozy during the winter months? For some, wrapping up in a blanket with a mug of hot chocolate or watching a movie with family is the best way to spend the month of December.
That was stupid.
But also, therapy
That was
is a great
stupid,
way to
'cause
bring yourself some comfort.
All I have to do is look for a stadium, bump that stadium, kill him.
Having a designated time,
Right?
place, and a qualified, objective
And that's
person
game?
to focus on what you're going through
Yeah,
every
that's
week
game.
is an absolute game
No,
changer.
I want to speak the
If
wrong
thinking
one.
of starting
God dang it,
therapy,
dude.
give BetterHelp a try.
Yeah,
It's
I
entirely
grabbed the
online,
stadium,
designed to be
bump his
convenient,
stadium.
flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to
He's
get
dead.
matched with a licensed therapist, and
That's
you can switch
game.
therapists at any time for no additional charge. Find comfort this December with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/MrBallenPod today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/MrBallenPod. Whether you're in your running era, Pilates era, or yoga era, dive into Peloton workouts that work with you. From meditating at your kid's game to mastering a strength program, they've got everything you need to keep knocking down your goals. No pressure to be who
That
you're
was a
not.
good game.
Just workouts and classes to strengthen who you are.
That was a good game.
So no matter your era, make it your best with Peloton. Find your push, find your power. Peloton. Visit onepeloton.com.
Jesus, we have a
Back
long
at the
way.
Allen House, Sergeant Burbeck heard about the discovery of the body on his radio.
Jesus.
And so now that this was officially a homicide case, he reached out to the state police, known as the Texas Rangers, for help. He arranged for Peter, Kiara, and Darian to be taken to the nearest Texas Ranger station, and then he got into his cruiser and drove down to the lake as other county and state police headed that way as well. Burbeck arrived at the lake, and Lieutenant Wilk led him to the body that was still wrapped in the sheets. Since Wilk was not working the case in any official capacity, he'd left the body as
Why
it
yeah?
So Sergeant Burbeck leaned down and began pulling away the sheets and also some yucca leaves that had covered up the victim's face. And then once the victim was exposed, Lieutenant Wilk, who was standing nearby and who knew Manu personally, was able to positively identify her. Manu was deceased.
Would he go for it? I don't know. I'm not
Burbeck
sure.
and a few of the other officers who had arrived
Let's see if
put
he
up crime
accepts it.
scene tape while they waited for a forensics team to get there. Burbeck turned to one of the officers and shared his opinion that the killer was almost certainly someone Manu knew. He pointed out that the violence inside of her home was so brutal that it just seemed personal, and also the fact that her face seemed to be covered up with leaves when they found her, well, that was something he'd seen before when the killer was someone close to the victim. Then Burbeck radioed the Texas Rangers down at the station where he'd sent Manu's family, and one of the Rangers broke the news to Peter that unfortunately his wife's body had been found. Now, by this point, Peter and Manu's oldest daughter, Melanie, had returned from her overnight trip, and their oldest son had also come back from his college campus, and so they were also with Peter and Kiara and Darian at the station. And so the Rangers watched Peter closely as he turned and told the 4 children the news about their mother. The 2 oldest immediately broke down and cried, and Kiara, who had first discovered the blood in the bedroom, collapsed to the floor. But Darian, who said he'd been up all night playing video games, didn't break down. He just walked away and sat in a corner by himself. The Rangers noticed this and actually went to another room to talk about how odd it was that Darian had not started crying and had just sort of sat down. So they decided Darian should be the first person they speak to. And so a few minutes later, one of the Rangers sat down with Darian in an interview room and asked him how he had been getting along with his mother in recent weeks. And and Darian admitted that he and his mother had actually been arguing a lot about his college plans. Darian was 20 years old, but he spent basically all of his time in his room playing video games. Now, Darian was perfectly fine with that. He figured he'd get his life together at some point, but Manu wanted him to act now, to go enroll in college. But Darian said he didn't want to go back to school and just sort of wished his mom would leave him alone. After this, the ranger just asked Darian point blank if he had anything to do with his mother's death, and Darian was immediately adamant that no, he would never hurt his mom. So the ranger asked him if he would consent to being fingerprinted, and Darian said yes, of course. Peter was the next to be interviewed, and he was unemotional just like he had been with police at the house. The ranger thought this was strange, so he pointed out that Peter seemed to be handling the situation quite calmly. Peter explained that his background was he had been in the army as a part of their special forces unit,
Is he gonna join
and so he had been trained to keep cool under pressure, and that was just what he was defaulting to. But Peter clearly understood what the ranger was hinting at here, that he was suspicious of Peter, so Peter quickly added that of course he wanted justice for his wife here. And then after that, Peter said very calmly that he also owned a whole lot of firearms and a whole bunch of ammunition, and he'd make sure his wife's killer saw justice one way or the other. The ranger just stared at Peter for a second, not convinced if Peter really was being genuine about potentially going out and seeking vigilante justice, or if maybe this was just performative, that this was Peter's way of kind of acting out his emotions. And so the ranger decided to just kind of move on. And he asked Peter, you heard that car start sometime in the morning, and you believed it was your wife's car. How did you hear that noise? How did that wake you up? But the violent attack on your wife in your bedroom just down the hall didn't wake you up. Peter said he couldn't really offer an explanation, but he did offer a theory, which was that maybe Manu's killer put their hand over his wife's mouth. Sometimes violent struggles are silent, he said. The ranger couldn't help but just shake his head. At this point, the ranger was starting to feel like Peter had already thought of an answer for everything, like he had prepped for this interview. The pair spoke for a bit longer, kind of rehashing details, and then at some point the ranger thanked Peter for coming in and told Peter that somebody would follow up with him soon. After that, the rangers would speak to the two oldest Allen children separately, and then finally, after the longest day of their lives, the Allen family were told they could go. However, they were told they were not allowed to return to their home because their house was now a crime scene. So Peter made a few phone calls, and a friend agreed to let them stay at his Airbnb until they could go home. The next day, Sergeant Burbeck got a call from the medical examiner who had Manu's autopsy results. The medical examiner revealed that Manu had been stabbed multiple times, and she had defensive wounds on her hands. She had also been strangled, and her neck was broken. And what's more, after Manu had been taken to the lake, the killer had shot her in the face after she was dead. The violence had been even more extreme than Burbeck realized, and this only convinced him further that Manu's killer had to be somebody close to her, that had some sort of personal issue with her. Then Burbeck and members of the state police met with forensics investigators who had processed the scene out by the lake, and they had found shoe prints in the mud near Manu's stranded SUV and bicycle tracks that led away from the SUV out of the recreational area and onto the main road. And so while investigators followed up on these shoe prints and bike tracks, word of Manu's murder quickly spread through the small Texas town. Students at Olney High School, where Manu worked, were devastated when they learned of the death of their beloved teacher. And also rumors began to fly, in particular on a Facebook group called Rants and Raves, where citizens of Olney voiced their theories about what they thought happened in the Allen house on the night of the murder. And most of those amateur theories pointed the finger at Peter. And Peter suddenly began noticing that people around town were treating him differently. They were treating him with suspicion.
It doesn't have no pockets, but it's cool.
Death, Peter and his kids were finally allowed to return to their family home. When they got there, Darian helped his father secure the house by bolting the windows shut, and Peter said he would sleep with a gun under his pillow because he said the killer was still out there. The next morning, Peter was contacted by Burbeck and asked to come in for another interview. And so Peter drove to the station where Burbeck and a Texas Ranger met him and led him into an interview room. The Ranger began the interview by asking Peter why someone might want to kill his wife. In response to this question, Peter referred to his large collection of guns. He said he had a ton of them, at least maybe 100, and a lot of people knew about them, so he said, maybe somebody broke into the house to try to steal the guns. And actually, Peter said he had a pistol, a communist block pistol, that he kept in a drawer, and when he had finally gotten back to his home the day before, he noticed that that pistol was missing. Burbeck noted everything Peter was saying in his memo pad, and he began to feel even more confident that Peter did have something to do with his wife's murder. Burbeck felt like Peter was trying to influence the investigation by suggesting an angle that would divert attention away from him. So, Burbeck and the ranger stepped out of the room and talked for a second and decided to shift to a more confrontational tone with Peter. So, they went back into the interview room and they revealed to Peter that in the master bedroom where his wife was horribly attacked and killed, they had found a bloody sock which matched footprints left by the killer. And it happened to be the exact same type of compression sock that Peter wore because they found socks just like those in his drawer. And so they asked Peter to please explain that. And Peter said he really couldn't. He just kept repeating that he did not hurt his wife. And so at some point, the ranger asked how someone other than the family would know exactly where Manu kept her car keys, because that's where the footprints went, right next to the fridge, and the keys were gone, and the car was gone. And Peter just lowered his head and stared down at the floor and said again, he just had no explanation. And so Burbeck and the ranger continued drilling Peter, trying to get more information from him, but Peter really didn't have any more information. He really stuck to this idea that he did not do anything wrong. And so eventually, at the end of the interview, it was clear there was not enough evidence to arrest Peter, and so Peter was told to go home, and that if they needed him again, they'd be in touch. Sergeant Burbeck was sitting in his office that afternoon when he got a report from one of the rangers who had been out in the field canvassing for witnesses. Burbeck learned that the officer had made contact with an oilfield worker who was on duty in the area near Lake Cooper on the same morning Manu's body had been found. The worker had been out near the recreation area when he noticed someone on a bicycle pedaling away from the lake and in the direction of Olney. The worker stated that this actually struck him as pretty odd because it was so early in the morning, just after dawn, and even though people did bike in that area, he never saw people biking that early in that area. However, the worker said he didn't really get a good look at the person riding the bike. He could only remember that the bicyclist wore shorts and had a backpack on. And so Sergeant Burbeck assigned 2 investigators to contact area businesses along the route from Lake Cooper to Olney to see if any of them had surveillance cameras that were running that morning that maybe picked up some footage of this person on the bike. And sure enough, the investigators found a local bank whose surveillance footage outside had captured an individual on a bicycle wearing shorts and a backpack, just like the oilfield worker had described. Burbeck took a look at this footage and he was unable to make out the facial features of the individual on the bike. However, he was able to glean enough information from the footage about the person's general age, sex, and build to potentially narrow the suspect pool down. Burbeck was also still convinced Peter had something to do with his wife's murder, but he knew he didn't have enough evidence to move forward with an arrest. But what he could do was try to rule out other possibilities, like for example Peter's theory about a burglar trying to steal his guns, because if he could rule that out, it would only help strengthen the case against Peter. So Burbeck began looking into recent gun burglaries in the area, and there was only one. And the homeowner who was targeted happened to be the father of a friend of Darian Allen's. Burbeck wondered if that was more than just a coincidence. After all, everyone in the town of Olney was connected by no more than 2 degrees of separation, so maybe it didn't mean anything. But Burbeck knew he would have to dig into it further. So he began reading the reports that were made from this burglary investigation, and in examining the leads that had been developed, one name stood out. And that name was Corey Taylor. Corey was a young guy who was a loner, who was known around town as a troublemaker, and he'd had numerous run-ins with law enforcement. And he also had what looked like a love affair with guns. Burbeck found a video on Corey's Snapchat of him showing off a semi-automatic rifle with a sight attached to it. So Burbeck decided to pay Corey a visit. He drove to Corey's apartment complex and began walking towards Corey's place. And as Burbeck made his way towards the stairwell, he saw something that made him slow down and then back up. Because in the storage space underneath the stairs right in front of him was a bicycle. Burbeck knelt down to inspect the tread pattern on the bicycle's tires, and he wasn't 100% sure, but the treads looked a whole lot like the bicycle tracks that were found down by the lake. Burbeck took a picture of the treads and then proceeded up the stairs to Corey's apartment. When he got to the door, Burbeck knocked, and Corey opened it up. Burbeck introduced himself, and Corey allowed Burbeck inside. And right away Burbeck noticed that Corey appeared to be very nervous, like he couldn't even stand still. Burbeck asked Corey if he knew about what happened to Manu Allen, and Corey said he was aware of what happened to Mrs. Allen. He said he knew her as Mrs. Allen because he knew her from his high school, only high school where she worked. And he said everybody knew what happened to her. It was horrible. Corey said he didn't know her well, and he'd never been inside of her house. Burbeck then asked Corey if he owned the bike that was outside under the stairwell. And Corey said no, the bike was not his, it belonged to his friend, Julius Mullins. Burbeck recorded this name in his notepad, and he and Corey talked for a few minutes longer, and then he left. And within a day, investigators had tracked down this new person Corey had mentioned, Julius Mullins, and they brought him in for an interview. Investigators asked Julius where he was on the night of July 6th, and Julius said that he had gone to a party. Afterward, he had gone to Corey's apartment, let himself in, and crashed there. He said he didn't actually see Corey that night, so he wasn't sure if Corey was actually in the apartment or not. And so this sounded pretty odd that he just crashed at Corey's place and didn't even know if his friend was there, but it sounded like the two were close friends and maybe this was normal. And so eventually the investigators just asked Julius if he would submit fingerprints and DNA, and Julius voluntarily submitted both and was then allowed to leave. A day later, one of the rangers who had been working the case returned to Corey's apartment to confiscate the bicycle that Burbick had seen underneath the stairwell, and as the ranger was approaching the stairs, he suddenly had a chance encounter with someone he was very familiar with. On a whim, the ranger asked this person if he could look at the bottom of their shoes, and the person said, yeah, sure. So the ranger looked at the bottom of their shoes, and when he did, the ranger could barely contain his excitement, because he knew he had just broken the case wide open. Investigators would meet with this person the ranger had just happened to run into, and after that interview, they knew who had killed Manu Allen. Here is a reconstruction of what police think happened to Manu Allen in the early morning of July 7th, 2019. Around 2 a.m., Manu's killer quietly climbed through a window in the garage of the Allens household and then made their way into the hallway of the house. From there, they quietly crept down the hallway and went into the master bedroom where Manu was sleeping in the bed. Now, the killer tried to be quiet, but Manu was a light sleeper, and very quickly, they woke Manu up. And when the killer noticed that Manu was sitting awake in the bed, looking over at them, the killer froze for a second, but then suddenly the killer reached out and grabbed a butterfly knife off the dresser and just jumped on top of Manu before she could do anything, and the killer began furiously stabbing her. Manu tried to shield herself from the knife, but the killer plunged it into her again and again in this frenzied attack, eventually rolling Manu over, jamming her head into the mattress, and then jabbing the knife into her head multiple times. And after the 47th and final stab wound, the killer dropped the knife onto the bed. But the killer convinced themselves that Manu was not dead. She was still breathing. So the killer wrapped their hands around Manu's neck and squeezed as hard as they could until they were sure she was dead. The killer then wiped the knife off on the sheets and then placed the knife into their backpack. Then they took the bed sheets and kind of wrapped them all around Manu, who was on the bed, and then they dragged Manu inside of these sheets off the bed onto the ground. Then the killer casually walked out of the bedroom into the kitchen to retrieve the car keys from the spot where Manu always kept them. And so with Manu's keys in hand, the killer returned to the master bedroom, locking the door behind them, and then they dragged Manu in the bed sheets out the other door of the master bedroom, through the laundry room and the garage, and then outside to Manu's SUV. There, the killer put Manu's body, still wrapped in the sheets, in the trunk, and then they also placed the bike that they had driven over to the Allens' house into Manu's SUV. Once Manu's SUV was all packed up, the killer hopped in the driver's seat and drove 8 miles north to the recreational area by the lake, but as they were driving along, the SUV got stuck. So at that point, the killer hopped out of the SUV and removed Manu from the vehicle and dragged her over to the spot where she would later be found. However, before the killer actually left Manu there, they pulled out a gun and shot Manu in the face, even though at this point Manu was obviously already dead. Then, after covering up Manu's face with some leaves, the killer walked back over to the SUV, took the bike out, and then pedaled away from the scene back towards town. Police would track down Manu's killer and place them under arrest. And then once they were brought into an interrogation room, investigators asked them why. Why had they killed Manu? And that's when the killer claimed that Manu's husband, Peter, had made them do it. The killer said Peter had cornered them at a convenience store and made them get into his car and put a gun to the killer's head and said, "You're going to kill my wife." But as much as investigators had suspected Peter at different times during this investigation, this story didn't make sense with the timeline of the murder. And the forensics, both the fingerprints and DNA, implicated only one person, Julius Mullins. Julius was the owner of the bike who had stored it under the stairs at his friend's apartment, but more importantly, Julius was the ex-boyfriend of Peter and Manu's oldest daughter, Melanie. The pair had dated for a year when Melanie was a junior in high school. Julius's home life was undeniably rough. and there were times when his parents would kick him out of the house and he would have no place to sleep. Sometimes the only high school coaches would let Julius, who played tight end for the football team, sleep in the gym. And on at least one occasion, when Julius had been kicked out, Manu had allowed Julius to sleep over at their house. And also, Julius was a frequent visitor to the Allens household, but just for the day, he'd come over for a couple hours at a time to see Melanie. And so it was during these frequent visits that Julius learned where Manu kept her car keys, which is how he knew where to go in the kitchen to find them. Manu always treated Julius incredibly kindly because she was just a person who really looked out for the kids in this town. I mean, she was always spending her spare time looking after kids and mentoring kids and tutoring kids, especially kids who had rough home lives like Julius did. And so Julius was no exception to her kindness. Manu would sometimes help him with his homework and, talk to him and make sure he was doing okay. But during Manu's daughter's relationship with Julius, it seemed like Julius's behavior began to change. He was very temperamental and moody and just seemed like he was snowballing. And so eventually Melanie broke off the relationship and Manu kind of stopped talking to him as well, and Julius did not take it well. And this was about 7 months prior to the murder. Police noticed that when they brought Julius in for his first interview, that he had cuts and scrapes all over his arms and legs. And when that ranger went to retrieve the bike from Corey's apartment, Julius was the person he ran into who he was very familiar with because of this case. And he asked Julius to see the soles of his shoes, and when Julius showed him, it was immediately apparent that they matched the shoe prints that had been found by the lake where Manu's body was discovered. The shoes were later found to be an exact match, and the treads on Julius's bicycle were also an exact match to the tracks that were found leaving the scene. Investigators also performed a sound test at the Allen residence, with one ranger in the master bedroom and the other on the couch where Peter had been asleep, and they turned the TV on in the living room to a low volume, as it had been the night Peter fell asleep on the couch and Manu was later murdered. And the ranger in the master bedroom shouted and yelled and made all this noise, and the ranger in the living room could not hear a thing. That's how poorly sound traveled in the Allen household, which is a big reason why nobody heard what was going on in the master bedroom. And also, Kiara, when she had fallen asleep, she had her earbuds in, which did already degrade her ability to hear what was going on in the house, and Darian really had been upstairs with headphones on, which also affected his ability to hear what was going on in the house. So really, nobody heard anything. As for the knife that was found in the bedroom, it was determined to have not been the murder weapon. The knife that was used to kill Manu was found in Julius's backpack. And Peter's stolen communist block pistol was found in the home of Corey Taylor, Julius's friend, but Corey was found to not have been involved with the murder at all. Julius would eventually come clean and would admit that Peter actually had nothing to do with the murder and that Julius had acted totally alone. And it would turn out Peter's theory about the murder, the idea that somebody had maybe tried to break in to steal his guns, but then inadvertently killed his wife, seemed to be at least partially right. Julius claimed when he snuck into the house, he was looking to steal Peter's guns. Julius said he was in the process of stealing an unsecured gun from a cabinet in the master bedroom when Manu woke up. And he said his fight-or-flight response kicked in, and it led him to stab her 47 times and then strangle her, and then eventually later on also shoot her in the face post-mortem. Julius Mullins, who was 18 years old, pled guilty and was ultimately sentenced to 55 years in prison. Thank you for listening to the MrBallen podcast. If you enjoyed today's stories and you're looking for more strange, dark, and mysterious content, be sure to check out all of our studio's podcasts. They are this one, of course, MrBallen Podcast, and we also have MrBallen's Medical Mysteries, we have Bedtime Stories, and also Run Fool. To find those other podcasts, all you have to do is search for Ballen Studios wherever you listen to your podcasts. To watch hundreds more stories just like the ones you heard today, head over to our YouTube channel, which is just called MrBallen. So that's going to do it. I really appreciate your support. Until next time, see ya. Hey Prime members, you can binge 8 new episodes of the MrBallen podcast 1 month early and all episodes ad-free on Amazon Music. Download the Amazon Music app today. And before you go, please tell us about yourself by completing a short survey at Wondery.com/survey.
Is your cash earning 4.25% APY right this very moment? It could be if it was in a Wealthfront cash account, where you can earn 4.25% APY through partner banks with free same-day withdrawals to eligible accounts every day, even on weekends and holidays. Just start a withdrawal as late as 9 p.m. Eastern. Go to wealthfront.com to start saving and investing today. Cash account offered by Wealthfront Brokerage, member FINRA SIPC. Wealthfront Brokerage isn't a bank. Funds are conveyed to partner banks who accept and maintain deposits and provide the interest rate and FDIC insurance. Rate is subject to change.
Hey, Prime members, you can binge 8 new episodes of the MrBallen podcast 1 month early and all episodes ad-free on Amazon Music. Download the Amazon Music app today. Sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction, and today's podcast features 3 stories that demonstrate that. The audio from all 3 of these stories has been pulled from our main YouTube channel and has been remastered for today's episode. The links to the original YouTube videos are in the description. The first story you'll hear is called Bad Blood, and it's about an infamous medical program in Alabama. The second story you'll hear is called Suspended, and it's about a very unexpected choking hazard. And the third and final story you'll hear is called Earworm, and it's about a song you should never sing. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right podcast, because that's all we do, and we upload twice a week, once on Monday and once on Thursday. So, if that's of interest to you, please eat an orange in front of the Amazon Music follow button, and as you eat it, make a whole scene about how amazing it tastes. And then offer them the other orange you have, but don't tell them it's not really an orange and that it's actually a fruit from a strychnine tree. Okay, let's get into our first story called Bad Blood. The show is brought to you by Progressive. Fiscally responsible, financial geniuses, monetary magicians. These are things people say about drivers who switch their car insurance to Progressive and save hundreds. Visit progressive.com to see if you could save. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary, not available in all states or situations. Whether you're in your running era, Pilates era, or yoga era, dive into Peloton workouts that work with you. From meditating at your kids' game to mastering a strength program, they've got everything you need to keep knocking down your goals. No pressure to be who you're not, just workouts and classes to strengthen who you are. So no matter your era, make it your best with Peloton. Find your push, find your power. Peloton. Visit onepeloton.com. In 1932, Charlie Pollard was a 26-year-old farmer living in Macon County, Alabama, where 82% of the population at the time was African American, and they were all forced to live under the rules of a strictly segregated society. At the time, the United States was just beginning to crawl out of the Great Depression that had started 3 years earlier, but you wouldn't know it riding through Charlie's town. Like Charlie, many of the other residents in Macon County were completely dirt poor, and they lived in these wooden shacks with no screens on their windows, there was no furniture inside, and they would just throw some dirty rags on the ground to sleep on. On average, the men in the town that were lucky enough to have a job made less than $1 per day. So when Charlie heard a rumor that the government was going to be coming to town and giving free medical exams to all the African American men, Charlie was thrilled. He had never been to a doctor before, and he certainly wasn't going to turn down a free visit to one. And so a couple of days later, the rumor turned out to be true when a government health service worker showed up in their town and set up shop in their one-room schoolhouse. Charlie got in line with the hundreds of other men from Macon County, and then by mid-morning it was his turn, and the health service worker told him that today they were just going to be doing a blood test. And so Charlie eagerly rolled up his sleeve and stuck his arm out. A couple of days later, the results from the blood test had come in, and Charlie was informed that he had bad blood. Bad blood was a commonly used term in that area at the time to describe a wide array of ailments. The worker didn't get into specifics about what Charlie's diagnosis meant. They just told him that in virtue of his diagnosis of bad blood, he was now eligible to join a government-sponsored medical treatment program. If he agreed to be a part of it, he would not only receive medical care for his bad blood, he would also receive free rides to and from the health clinic, he would get a free hot meal on examination days, and in the event he died during the program, his family would be given $50 if they allowed the doctors to perform a thorough autopsy on his body before they buried him. Despite not really understanding what it meant to have bad blood, Charlie decided to join the program, mostly because of those free meals and because he had a deep trust and respect of the government. And Charlie wasn't alone. About 400 other African American men from Macon County agreed to be a part of the program as well. At first, the program was everything they promised it would be. It was just a couple of low-key medical examinations with a nice hot meal, and then occasionally they would take some pills and have another blood draw. But eventually they started being given regular, excruciatingly painful spinal taps that would leave them bedridden for weeks afterwards. But despite this painful and surprising turn of events that none of the men saw coming, they were not aware they would be getting spinal taps as part of this program. Charlie and the other men were convinced this program was still in their best interest and that they could trust the government to eventually cure them of their bad blood. And so Charlie and the other men didn't resist the spinal taps or other follow-on painful and bizarre medical procedures that they were being told was good for them and would help them get rid of this bad blood. Less than a year later, men in this program began getting sick. They started developing rashes and sores all over their body. Their bones and joints would ache. They began losing hair. They had indigestion. They had headaches. They had constant fevers. And for some of the men, these symptoms would eventually subside. But for others, they got dramatically worse. For those men, they would develop tumors and their bones would start to disintegrate. They would go blind or deaf or become paralyzed, or they would simply die. But despite the obvious ineffectiveness of this treatment program, it persisted. When America entered World War II in 1941, Charlie and many of the other men in this program wanted to enlist in the military and go join the fight. But when they went to enlist, they were told that as members of this special medical program, they could only receive treatment from the doctors in that program. And so they could not receive treatment from military doctors and therefore were disqualified from military service. While frustrated by this rule, Charlie and many of the other men still considered themselves to be very fortunate to be allowed to be a part of this program that was curing them of their bad blood. And Charlie specifically felt like he was one of the luckiest men inside of this program because his bad blood had not led to these terrible symptoms that his friends were experiencing. And so over the years, in between his medical appointments, Charlie got married, he had a child, he even managed to buy a little plot of land that he farmed on nearly year-round. Then, in 1973, so over 40 years after they began this medical program, Charlie and the other survivors of this program had their lives completely turned upside down. That year, a very junior assistant within the Public Health Service secretly mailed off all of the records of this Macon County medical program to the Associated Press. And then a couple of days later, the Washington Star newspaper ran this huge story on their front page that said syphilis victims in United States study went untreated for 40 years. It would turn out Charlie and the other 400 men in this medical program, they didn't have bad blood. That was just kind of a made-up term to get them not to ask any questions. What they had was syphilis, a deadly disease that ravages the human body in 3 stages that can unfold over a lifetime. And so these doctors that treated Charlie were not actually treating him. They knew he had syphilis. That was why he was even part of the program to begin with. When they tested his blood, they were trying to see who had syphilis in Macon County, and then they took those people and they entered them into this phony program, not to make them better, because this was not a treatment program. It was a US government-backed medical study of what happens to African American men with syphilis if their condition goes completely untreated for their entire lives. The leaders of the study did not care what happened to these men, and that point was made crystal clear when in the 1940s a cure for syphilis was discovered, penicillin. But instead of giving it to these men and saving their lives, they intentionally hid the cure from them and prevented them from getting it. This is why these men were not allowed to enlist in the military or seek outside medical care, because those doctors would discover these men had syphilis and they would just give them penicillin, curing them, but that screwed up the study, and so they couldn't have that. The Public Health Service chose Macon County, Alabama, because at the time, 35% of the population was already infected with syphilis. And because they knew the men in this town would be largely uneducated and poor and desperate, and therefore easy to trick into joining this highly unethical study. At least 28 men in the study died as a result of their syphilis infections, and countless others suffered from long-term side effects. Charlie was 66 years old when he heard the news. Finally, he had an answer. Bad blood meant he had syphilis, but fortunately his syphilis had either burned out or gone dormant. But he thought about all the other men in the study that had not been as lucky, and Charlie felt so betrayed by the government. He and the rest of the men had no idea they were getting taken advantage of. Charlie got in touch with a lawyer who eventually sued the federal government, and in an out-of-court settlement, Charlie and the other 73 survivors of the so-called Tuskegee experiment were given $38,000 each as compensation. After the settlement, Charlie just went back to his simple life in Macon County, and then 27 years later, on April 29, 2000, Charlie passed away at the age of 94. Our next story is called Suspended. On the evening of March 15, 2018, a 55-year-old man named Jian stumbled out of this fine dining restaurant in downtown Singapore and promptly threw up on the sidewalk. Pedestrians jumped back to get out of the way, and a woman in high heels and a beautiful fancy dress mumbled something insulting about how drunk Jian must be. But Jian was not drunk. He was totally sober, and now he was absolutely mortified. Jian was actually a businessman who was attempting to impress his clients at dinner, but as he had been sitting at the table with his clients, he had started to feel this pressure in his chest that became so intense that at some point he just had to get up and run outside and vomit. And so after Jian had stood up and wiped his mouth, he thought, now that he had been sick and thrown up, that he would feel better. But as he was standing there, he noticed the pressure in his chest had not been relieved at all. And so, as much as Jian wanted to stick around and talk more with his clients, he felt like the only thing he could do now was to go in and politely excuse himself for the rest of the night and just go home and sleep off whatever was going on with him. But when Jian went back into the restaurant and was actually back at his table, before he could even say a sentence to his clients explaining the situation, he was turning around and running back outside and vomiting on the street again. At this point, Jian knew something was definitely wrong, and so he didn't have time to tell his clients what was going on. He just needed to get to a hospital. And so he sprinted across the street, got in his car, and began driving. When he got to the hospital, he was so scared about what was happening to him that he actually parked his car crooked in the spot and left his door open as he sprinted towards the emergency room. And then once he was inside the hospital, he ran up to the receptionist and tried to tell them what was going on, but he literally couldn't speak, and then he just collapsed in a chair right nearby. Now, the hospital was extremely busy, but all the nurses could tell whatever was going on with this man, it could not wait. And so they ran over to him, they lifted him up, they put him on a stretcher, and they wheeled him into a private exam room. And then once he was in there, they began taking his vitals, and also they began assessing him, looking for some sort of trauma on the outside of his body that could explain what was going on with him, but they couldn't find anything. And so after they were sure that Jian was stable, he was breathing okay, his heart rate was okay, he just couldn't speak, but he was going to be okay, the team decided that the next thing they should do would be to give him a CT scan. A CT scan is a specialized type of imaging that can show what's going on inside someone's body. It's like a really detailed X-ray. And after they gave Jian a CT scan, his results were baffling. There was this solid, fairly large, white object that was lodged at the base of Jian's esophagus. Your esophagus sits below your throat and above your stomach. It's basically the tube that food goes through to get to your stomach. But whatever was stuck inside of Jian's esophagus was not something that looked like food. It actually kind of looked like a human hand. Now, the doctors had no idea what this thing was, and you gotta remember that they really don't have much information here. All they know is this middle-aged guy who's dressed really well has come running into the hospital, he can't speak, and he's collapsed. And here we are, he has this obstruction in his esophagus. And so even though the doctors really had no idea what they were dealing with, what they knew is they had to get this foreign object out of Gian. So they wheeled Gian into the operating room for emergency surgery, and then at some point a doctor came in with this long skinny tube that had a camera at the top of it. Their first step for this operation was putting this camera down into Gian to see what this thing was that was stuck inside of his esophagus. And so after Gian was prepped for surgery, the doctor with this camera began snaking it down Gian's throat until finally the camera could actually see this white object in his esophagus. And when the camera revealed what this thing was, the entire medical team in the operating room just gasped. They could not believe what they were looking at. To understand what they were looking at, we have to go back several hours. That night, Gian had decided he really wanted to impress his wealthy clients. And so he had decided to take them to this very special restaurant that none of them had been to, and he wanted them to try a very special and very rare dish that this restaurant sold. It was called sanakji. Sanakji is a Korean delicacy that is very popular in certain circles, but it's also very dangerous. Every year in South Korea, at least 6 people die from eating sanakji. Because sanakji is just a living octopus. You literally eat the octopus as it's moving around, and the risk of it getting stuck in your throat is pretty high. And so as Gian is trying to eat this living octopus, the octopus decided it didn't want to be eaten, and so it flailed its tentacles around, and finally its suckers lodged onto his esophagus, and that's where it stopped. Now, we don't know how long this octopus remained alive inside of Gian's esophagus, but we know it was alive at least for a little bit, because after Gian managed to swallow it down, it kept wriggling around and grabbing and trying to escape, and that's what created that intense pressure in Gian's chest and kept causing him to go vomit. And so when the doctors put that camera down Gian's throat, they saw a whole octopus. The octopus was removed from Gian's esophagus, and 2 days later, Gian was discharged, fully recovered. It's unclear if Gian ever tried sanakji again.
As we get into the winter months, there's a lot to remember. I need to get the gifts for the family, the gifts for the friends. We're traveling here for this holiday. We're bringing this to this party. Don't get me wrong, the holidays are a wonderful time of year, but sometimes you wake up and just start to feel a credit hangover. Take the headache out of building credit fast with Kickoff, the #1 credit building app in the App Store. Their plans start at just $5 a month, and there's no credit check, no hidden fees, and no interest. Before I became MrBallen, my credit was not great. My wife and I were just trying to make ends meet and take care of our kids, and so we didn't make great decisions with our money. If we had known about Kickoff back then, it would have been very helpful, because Kickoff helps build your credit fast. If your credit is under 600, you could jump like 28 points in your first month. Sign up in minutes from your phone. No credit check, cancel anytime. Worry less about your credit and enjoy the holidays more with Kickoff. For a limited time, get your first month free. Go to getkickoff.com/MrBallen today. Again, for a month free of Kickoff without the C, go to KIKOFF.com/MrBallen. Must sign up via getkickoff.com/MrBallen to activate offer. Offer applies to new Kickoff customers first month only, subject to approval. Average impact of 28-point increase in first month based on Equifax Vantage Score 3.0 changes for Kickoff customers with starting credit below 600 who made their first on-time payment between January 2021 and March 2024. Payment and credit activity outside Kickoff can have an impact on your credit. Terms and conditions may apply. Offer subject to change. Individual results may vary.
Audible's best of 2024 picks are here. Discover the year's top audiobooks, podcasts, and originals in all your favorite genres. From memoirs and sci-fi to mysteries and thrillers, Audible's curated list in every category is the best way to hear 2024's best in audio entertainment. Like a stunning new full-cast production of George Orwell's 1984. heartfelt memoirs like Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson's Lovely One, the year's best fiction like The Women by Kristen Hanna, and Percival Everett's brilliantly subversive James. Another worthwhile listen is Amy Tintera's thrilling and twisting whodunit, Listen for the Lie. This laugh-out-loud funny tale follows Lucy, a woman who needs to clear her own name after a true crime podcast decides to probe into the worst night of her life, one she conveniently can't remember. Audible. There's more to imagine when you listen. Go to audible.com/WonderyPod and discover all the year's best waiting for you.
The next and final story of today's episode is called Earworm.
On the night of May 29th, 2007, a 29-year-old man named Romy Baligula sang to himself as he and a big group of his friends wandered into a karaoke bar in the city of San Mateo in the Philippines. Life had not been easy lately for Romy, but tonight he was feeling good. He and his buddies had begun drinking alcohol about an hour earlier, and so he already had a nice buzz as he walked into this bar. He had a brand new shirt on, and for the first time in weeks, Romy actually had money in his pocket. Romy had lost his job a couple of months earlier, and since then he had not been able to find new employment. And so this city he was living in, San Mateo, even though it was one of the wealthiest places in all of the Philippines, it was also known as a place that had lots of poverty and really no safety net for people that fall on hard times. And so if you lose your job, like Romy had, you could find yourself out on the streets really quickly looking for scrap metal to sell and dumpster diving just to find your next meal. And that's exactly what Romy had been doing for the better part of the last 2 months. He had been living out on the streets. But just a day earlier, he had discovered this stash of very valuable scrap metal, and he had sold it that day for a nice profit. And with that money, he had bought a nice big dinner, a brand new shirt, and tonight he had bought a night out. And the best kind of night out for Romy was going to a karaoke bar. Because Romy loved to sing, and his friends did too, but Romy sang basically all the time. Whether he was full-time employed, making lots of money, enjoying life, or if he was in a dumpster looking for food to eat, Romy would be singing. Now, Romy was not the best singer, certainly not compared to some of his friends who were excellent singers, but he felt like the more he sang, the better he got, and he was kind of proud that he felt like he was progressing and becoming a better and better singer. And Romy's favorite songs to sing were these big ballads. He just loved to close his eyes and let the words of the story kind of take him away. It really was his escape. It was like no matter how bad his life got, he could always sing and that would make him feel better. Once Romy and his friends went inside the karaoke bar, they made their way across the very crowded space to the far side of the bar. They found 2 unoccupied tables, they pushed them together, they all sat down, and then they ordered a round of beers. And then after the beers came, the friends all did a toast to their wonderful night out they were having, and then, one by one, each of Romy's friends began getting up and making their way over to the karaoke machine and began going through all the music and deciding which songs they were going to sing that night. One of Romy's friends chose an American country song, another one of his friends chose a pop song from the 1980s about unrequited love. But regardless of the songs that any of Romy's friends chose, when they began getting up there and singing their song, it was like the karaoke bar came alive. People in the Philippines love karaoke. It's really a part of the culture. In fact, many people in the Philippines have a karaoke machine of their own in their house. And so what that means is in karaoke bars like the one Romy was at, the crowd is both really appreciative of good singers who go up there and do karaoke really well, and everyone will get up and cheer and dance along. And then also, if there are bad karaoke singers, the crowd is just as quick to begin jeering and booing at them and getting them to stop. And Romy knew that when he went up on stage that night, he was taking a bit of a risk, because when he went up and identified the song that he was going to sing, he knew it was a questionable choice. But he was confident in his abilities. He had been singing and practicing. He really felt like he was ready to nail this really challenging song, and the crowd was going to love him for it. As Romy sat at the table watching one of his friends perform a fast-paced song about a race car, the bar's bouncer, a 43-year-old man named Robalito Ortega, came over to Romy's table with a big grin on his face. Robolito didn't recognize Romy or his friends. They were new at this bar, and so Robolito wanted to introduce himself and get to know these people. One, because Robolito was a big karaoke enthusiast, just like everybody else was. And two, Robolito felt like it was easier to keep the peace in this bar when everybody knew him and he knew everybody. And so Romy and his friends, they chatted happily with Robolito, and then after Romy's friend, who was singing the song about the race car, wrapped up and came down off the stage, Robolito gave him a nice congratulatory pat on the back and told the friend he did a great job up there. And the friend, in turn, turned around and flagged down the bartender at the other side of the bar and kind of gestured, hey, we want another round of drinks. And the friend also made it clear that he wanted to give a drink to the bouncer as well, as like a thank you to the bouncer for giving him the compliment. And the bouncer said, thank you very much. And then before long, the beers arrived, and Romy and his friends and the bouncer, they all cheersed and toasted the night and enjoyed their drinks together. And then just a couple of minutes later, it was Romy's turn to take the stage. And so he got up and, as confidently as he could, kind of jogged up onto the stage, and he took the microphone and he looked out at the crowd. And everybody's having a great time. It seemed like the mood was really positive, and Romy really felt like, again, even though this song was a questionable song choice, that this crowd was going to love it and that he was going to do a wonderful job. But when the song began to play in the background, Romy noticed that right away, the mood in the bar completely shifted. It went from loud, happy, and talkative to almost silent as everybody in the bar turned and looked up at the person who had chosen this song. But Romy had anticipated this, and he knew as soon as he actually began singing this song that he could win them over. He was going to nail this song. And sure enough, Romy began to sing, and right away it was like the mood began to kind of return to what it was. People in the audience could tell that Romy was doing a good job, and so about a third of the way into his song, Romy noticed that the bar was basically back to normal. He even looked over and saw the bouncer, who was still standing with his friends over at the table, had raised his beer, kind of saying, keep it up, you're doing great. And when Romy saw the bouncer really getting into it, Romy had this surge of adrenaline, and suddenly he felt so confident that he really leaned into the song. And so he began dancing on stage and really belting out each of the lines of the song. But at some point in the song, there's this moment where the singer really needs to hit a high note, and when Romy very confidently attempted to hit this high note, his voice cracked, and it was a really loud, like obvious cracking of his voice, and it kind of threw Romy off rhythm, and he couldn't really get back on rhythm, and so right away the audience reacted by going quiet again and looking angrily up at Romy like, we knew you were going to screw this up, this was a bad choice, and Romy actually looked over and saw the bouncer. And now the bouncer had his beer down and he's glaring angrily at Romy like, what are you doing? But Romy, even though he was kind of faltering here, he did his best to kind of regain his composure because he knew he had practiced this song so many times. He knew he could do it, and he tried so hard to get back on track, but he just couldn't do it. And it was around this point that he looked back at Robolito, the bouncer. And all he would have seen is Robolito angrily belting out the words of this song, almost like he was trying to override how badly Romy was singing it. And then at some point, as Romy is staring at Robolito, Robolito, while singing this song, pulls out a gun, aims it at Romy, and fires. In the Philippines, there is one song that everybody knows you do not sing. In fact, this song is often banned in most karaoke bars, and then even when it's not banned, nobody sings it. And the reason this song is so forbidden is because since 1998, people have begun being murdered for singing it. Reasons unknown, but it just keeps on happening. Since 1998, 12 people have been murdered either while they were singing this song for karaoke or immediately after it. The forbidden song is called My Way by Frank Sinatra, and that was the song that Romy chose. Now, no one really understands why this song somehow elicits all this violence in people in karaoke bars in the Philippines, but it does. Some have said that the message of the song, which is about a man being a man and doing it his way, kind of brings out a lot of masculine energy amongst people that are listening to it, and it can apparently prompt people to just suddenly start acting violent. But that's just a theory. No one really understands why this song just keeps leading to murders. But on May 29th, 2007, when Romy sang this song, Robolito the bouncer, who liked Romy and liked his friends and was having a nice drink with them, he just couldn't handle it when the song was getting butchered, and he hated the song to begin with, and in fact, ironically, Robolito had been hired by that karaoke bar specifically to keep the peace if the song were to come on, but as he listened to this song, something happened inside of him, and he pulled his gun and shot and killed Romy. Thank you for listening to the MrBallen podcast. If you enjoyed today's stories and you're looking for more strange, dark, and mysterious content, be sure to check out all of our studio's podcasts. They are this one, of course, MrBallen Podcast, and we also have MrBallen's Medical Mysteries, we have Bedtime Stories, and also Run Fool. To find those other podcasts, all you have to do is search for Ballen Studios wherever you listen to your podcasts. To watch hundreds more stories just like the ones you heard today, head over to our YouTube channel, which is just called MrBallen. So that's going to do it. I really appreciate your support. Until next time, see ya. Hey Prime members, you can binge 8 new episodes of the MrBallen podcast 1 month early and all episodes ad-free on Amazon Music. Download the Amazon Music app today. And before you go, please tell us about yourself by completing a short survey at wondery.com/survey.
In a quiet suburb, a community is shattered by the death of a beloved wife and mother. But this tragic loss of life quickly turns into something even darker. Her husband had tried to hire a hitman on the dark web to kill her. And she wasn't the only target. Because buried in the depths of the internet is the kill list, a cache of chilling documents containing names, photos, addresses, and specific instructions for people's murders. This podcast is the true story of how I ended up in a race against time to warn those whose lives were in danger. And it turns out, convincing a total stranger someone wants them dead is not easy. Follow Kill List on the Wondery app or wherever you get your podcasts. You can listen to Kill List and more Exhibit C true crime shows like Morbid, early and ad-free right now by joining Wondery Plus. Check out Exhibit C in the Wondery app for all your true crime listening.
Hey Prime members, you can binge 8 new episodes of the MrBallen podcast 1 month early and all episodes ad-free on Amazon Music. Download the Amazon Music app today. On a summer day in 1986, a medical examiner and her assistant stared down at a deceased woman lying on the metal table. Neither of them had ever seen anything like this. The woman appeared to have been completely healthy at the time of her death. She didn't have a stroke, there was no heart attack, and there was no sign of a drug overdose. However, this seemingly healthy woman had suddenly collapsed on the floor and been brain dead just minutes later. Just then, the assistant took a long, deep breath in through her nose, and after she did, she looked over at the medical examiner with wide eyes. The medical examiner did the same thing and took a long, deep breath in through her nose. They both smelled a very strange odor, and it smelled almost like almonds. The medical examiner could hardly believe it. She'd only heard about something like this happening in movies and detective novels. But that smell meant one thing to her and to the assistant. This deceased woman must have been poisoned with cyanide. And this theory would soon lead to a large-scale investigation by local police and the FBI, and what they would find would cause panic across the entire United States. But before we get into this story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right podcast, because that's all we do, and we upload twice a week, once on Monday and once on Thursday. So, if that's of interest to you, please give the follow button a big bag of gummy bears, but don't tell them they're sugar-free. And then as soon as they begin eating them, go ahead and make sure you padlock all the bathroom doors. Okay, let's get into today's story. The show is brought to you by Progressive. Fiscally responsible, financial geniuses, Monetary magicians. These are things people say about drivers who switch their car insurance to Progressive and save hundreds. Visit progressive.com to see if you could save. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary, not available in all states or situations. Audible's Best of 2024 picks are here. Discover the year's top audiobooks, podcasts, and originals in all your favorite genres. From memoirs and sci-fi to mysteries and thrillers, Audible's curated list in every category is the best way to hear 2024's best in audio entertainment. Like a stunning new full-cast production of George Orwell's 1984, heartfelt memoirs like Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson's Lovely One, the year's best fiction like The Women by Kristen Hanna, and Percival Everett's brilliantly subversive James. Also, I personally really love the Australian murder mystery called The Dry by Jane Harper. You should definitely check it out. Audible. There's more to imagine when you listen. Go to audible.com/Ballen and discover all the year's best waiting for you. On the evening of June 10th, 1986, Sue Snow climbed into her backyard hot tub in a small suburb outside of Seattle, Washington. The water felt amazing, so Sue told her two daughters to come join her. The girls came over and jumped in the hot tub with their mom, and immediately they began laughing and splashing each other. And right away, it reminded Sue of when her daughters were actually really young. In reality, her daughters were not little kids anymore. Her oldest was home from college for summer, and her youngest was already 15 and would head up to college herself in a couple of years. So as a result, Sue cherished moments like this, when life just sort of felt simple again. And tonight actually felt even more special than normal because Sue had actually been so busy at work lately that she'd barely gotten to see her girls at all. Sue was a vice president at a bank, and she had just landed a $5 million account that afternoon. This was a huge accomplishment, but it had taken a toll, with lots of late nights and very stressful meetings. Just then, Sue's husband, Paul Webking, came outside with some soda and champagne, and Sue looked up at him with surprise. Paul grinned, handed the soda to the girls, and poured Sue a glass of champagne. Then he raised his own glass to make a toast. He said he knew Sue didn't like to talk about her accomplishments, but he was so proud of her, and she deserved to be celebrated for closing such a huge deal at work. The girls cheered, and Paul leaned in to give Sue a kiss. Sue smiled, and she knew that if right now somebody took a picture of this moment, she and Paul would look like the perfect couple. But the truth was, their relationship had been strained for quite a while. 9 months ago, Paul had made a terrible confession. He'd cheated on Sue with an old girlfriend. He swore it only happened once and that it didn't mean anything, but Sue had been absolutely crushed. At the time this happened, she and Paul had been together for 8 years. They were talking about getting married, and Paul looked after Sue's daughters like they were his own, and so Sue wasn't ready to throw all of that away. So they'd started couples counseling, and just 2 months after Paul's confession, they had an impromptu wedding. Sue hoped this marriage would actually fix their relationship. But truthfully, Sue had never been able to shake the fear that Paul's cheating had not stopped. Paul was a long-haul trucker, which meant he spent days and days at a time on the road. And ever since he confessed to cheating on her, Sue spent the entire time he was gone wondering who he was with. The sound of her daughter's laughter stopped Sue from spiraling further into these intrusive thoughts about her husband, and her attention snapped back to her family. They spent the evening talking and laughing together, and Sue reminded herself to focus on all the positive things she had in her life. And by the time she climbed out of that hot tub that night, she actually was in a good mood again. But the next morning, Sue woke up with a pounding headache. Unfortunately, the stress from work and her constant concerns about Paul had made these morning headaches all too common. Paul had already left for work, and her oldest daughter had spent the night out with her boyfriend. So Sue rolled out of bed and walked down the hall to say good morning to her youngest daughter, Haley, and then after that, she went right to the medicine cabinet in her bathroom. She grabbed a bottle of extra-strength Excedrin and washed down 2 pills with water from the sink, hoping this would get rid of her headache. A little later that morning, Haley stepped out of the shower in the other bathroom. She wrapped her towel around herself and then opened the door to go back to her bedroom. But she heard something strange. The water in her mom's bathroom sink was running, and she thought she heard water splashing onto the floor. Haley called out for her mother, but she didn't get an answer. So Haley walked down the hallway, and as she did, the sound of running water got louder, but she couldn't hear her mom moving around or anything. Haley approached her mother's bathroom door, which was slightly open, and through the crack, she saw that the tap water was on and the sink was overflowing with water.
Haley rushed in to turn off the water, but then she saw something on the ground and she just screamed. Her mother was crumpled on the floor in her bathrobe with her back up against the bathtub. Sue's eyes were wide open and her fingers were curled up like she was trying to grip something that wasn't there. And so after a second of screaming, Haley stopped and bent down and checked her mother's pulse because she couldn't tell if she was even alive. And she found her mother's pulse was there, but it was faint. In a total panic now, Haley turned off the water and then ran to the phone in her mother's room, but she wasn't really thinking clearly, so instead of immediately calling 911, she called her mother's friend. When the friend heard what was going on, she told Haley to call 911 right now, and the friend said she'd be over in a second. A few minutes later, the friend and the paramedics arrived, and Haley, who was totally upset, led them all to the bathroom where her mother was. The paramedics quickly examined Sue and began pulling off her robe to check for hidden injuries, and as they did, one of them asked Haley if her mother had a history of drug use. And Haley shook her head and said no, she sometimes took over-the-counter drugs, but that was it. Meanwhile, Sue, despite having a light pulse, was still completely unresponsive, and so the paramedics put a tube down her throat, they lifted her onto a stretcher, and then ran with her back through the house out the front door, with Haley and her mom's friend following behind. The paramedics loaded Sue into the back of the ambulance and told Haley that her mom would need to be airlifted from the local hospital to a bigger hospital in Seattle, and Haley would need to find her own way there. Then they shut the ambulance doors and sped off with the sirens blaring. Haley stood in her front yard in a total daze. Her mother's friend put her hand on Haley's arm and told her she would drive her to the hospital, and she also asked Haley if there was anyone else she could call. And that was the first time since Haley found her mother on the bathroom floor that she thought of her mom's husband, Paul. Paul was loading his 16-wheeler truck in the back of a big industrial warehouse when one of his coworkers came over to him looking panicked. The coworker said Sue's friend had just called dispatch and told them that Sue had been rushed to Harborview Medical Center in Seattle. Paul immediately put the box he was holding down and asked his coworker, what else do you know? What else did Sue's friend say? But the coworker just shrugged. Sue's friend hadn't given any more details than that. So Paul gave up on loading his truck and just ran out to his own car and began driving towards the city. But as he drove, he was more confused than worried about Sue. He knew that lately she'd been having a lot of anxiety, and since Sue's friend had not mentioned a car accident or any kind of big injury, Paul kind of assumed that Sue might just be having a big panic attack. But 15 minutes later, Paul walked through the doors of the emergency room and he saw Haley's pale face, and he knew that whatever happened to her mother was not just a panic attack. Paul asked Haley what was happening, and she blurted out, "Mom's brain dead," and then she began crying. Paul stared at Haley in shock. This didn't make any sense. When he left that morning, Sue was in bed sleeping peacefully, totally fine. But Haley obviously knew more than he did, and she was hysterical, and so with a sinking feeling, Paul realized something horrible was really happening. This was real. And so as his heart rate sped up, he tried to catch his breath, and then he just pulled Haley in tight for a hug. A few minutes later, Paul tracked down the doctor outside of Sue's room in the intensive care unit, but the doctor didn't have much more information than Haley did. He said that unfortunately, Sue's brain had been starved of oxygen for so long that she would never wake up again. But he said the medical staff could not figure out why. Essentially, Sue was a healthy 40-year-old woman, except for the fact that she was now suddenly brain dead. Then, in a soft, comforting voice, the doctor said now there was only one thing left to do. Paul was going to have to decide when to take Sue off of life support and let her die. Paul just stood there staring at the doctor like he couldn't even process what he was just being told. And then finally, he just asked the doctor if he could please go see his wife. The doctor nodded, and as Paul walked into Sue's room and saw her laying there connected to all these tubes and wires, he wondered how in the world he was going to find the strength to make this terrible choice. One day later, the medical examiner put on a pair of rubber gloves and walked up to the metal table that held Sue's body. Paul had waited until Sue's older daughter could make it to the hospital to say her goodbye to her mother before Paul gave the doctors permission to take Sue off of life support. And so now, the medical examiner had to solve the mystery of why this seemingly healthy woman had suddenly collapsed and died just 5 hours later. An assistant took notes as the medical examiner narrated her findings, but she was as baffled as the hospital staff. Sue had not had a stroke, aneurysm, or a heart attack. She had no broken bones, no skull fractures, and no internal bleeding. and a drug panel showed she had not overdosed on any of the more common street drugs like heroin or cocaine. So the medical examiner began to think that her only hope of solving this mystery would likely come from the full toxicology report, which would take several more days to complete. But then suddenly, the medical examiner's assistant stopped taking notes and interrupted the medical examiner mid-sentence. The assistant asked if the medical examiner smelled something strange. The medical examiner shook her head and looked at her assistant confused. The assistant wrinkled up her nose and took in a big inhale, and then nodded with certainty like, "Yup, I smell something." So the medical examiner did the same thing and breathed in deep through her nose, and immediately her eyes went wide. The odor was faint, but it was very clear. Sue's body definitely smelled like almonds. In all her years of performing autopsies, this medical examiner had never seen this before. And so even though she now had a theory as to what happened to Sue, she was already kind of questioning whether that could possibly be true. I mean, this only ever happened in movies or detective novels. But she still made a special note to check for one more chemical on Sue's toxicology report, because cyanide has a telltale smell: almonds. 5 days after the medical examiner sent Sue's blood off to be tested, Detective Mike Dunbar from the local police department was about to pop some bread in the toaster for breakfast when his phone rang. Dunbar answered, and his sergeant quickly told him to cancel whatever plans he had that day because he was catching a new case. A woman named Sue Snow had been murdered, and before Dunbar could say anything, his sergeant said her toxicology report showed that Sue had been poisoned with cyanide. Dunbar was so shocked he had to ask the sergeant to repeat himself to make sure he heard correctly. Any murder in the quiet Seattle suburb where Sue lived was totally unusual, but cyanide poisoning sounded like something out of a movie. But the sergeant said, yep, there's no doubt about it, it was cyanide. He said the medical examiner and her assistant had smelled almonds during Sue's autopsy, which is a sign that perhaps this was cyanide, and then sure enough, when they sent off her blood, it came back positive for cyanide. Sue had a lethal dose in her system. The sergeant reminded Dunbar that cyanide was a fast-acting poison, and there wouldn't have been more than a few minutes between when Sue ingested it and when she collapsed. That meant that Sue must have come into contact with whatever poisoned her inside of her house, because she collapsed in her bathroom. So the sergeant gave Dunbar the family's phone number, and then the two hung up, and then Dunbar immediately called the family's house. After a few rings, Paul picked up with a very distracted-sounding hello. Dunbar introduced himself, but Paul barely seemed able to hear him. And then eventually, Paul actually just cut Dunbar off and apologized and said, I can't talk right now because I'm about to leave for Sue's burial. But Dunbar told Paul that unfortunately, the news he had could not wait. He told Paul Sue had been poisoned, and Dunbar needed to come to their home as soon as possible to look for whatever had killed her because it could still be in that house, which means the family could still be at risk. Paul was completely silent for a minute, and then he told the detective that, that's shocking, but still he would need to talk to him later on because of this burial. So Dunbar kind of resigned to the fact that Paul was not going to budge on this, told Paul to please gather Sue's family at his house after the burial, and Dunbar said he would come by to talk to them and also search the place to make sure there was no more poison in their house. At this, Paul just kind of mumbled that he'd do his best, and then he hung up. Later that day, Detective Dunbar arrived at Sue and Paul's house, and when he got there, he saw the other detective who was going to help him with the search of the house. Then the two of them walked up to the front door, and Dunbar knocked on the door, and as they waited, Dunbar turned to his colleague and warned them that the family had just come back from Sue's burial, so the mood was going to be very sad and heavy. However, when Paul opened the door, upbeat music was blasting from the stereo, and Dunbar could hear people laughing inside the house. Paul smiled and welcomed the two detectives inside, and he told them that instead of having a gloomy wake, he decided to hold a celebration of Sue's life. He said being sad and crying really didn't help with anything. Dunbar nodded politely, but he shared a quick, suspicious look with the other detective. This was not what either of them had expected at all. Paul pointed them to the bathroom where Sue had died, and he told the detectives that the family had not touched anything inside of there at all. Dunbar then gave Paul a form asking for consent to search the house, and Paul signed it right away. But before the detectives got started, Paul told them he had one question. Dunbar nodded and looked at him intently, curious to hear what this question was. Paul then held up a menu and said he was ordering pizza, and his question was, "Do you want any pizza?" Dunbar knew people grieved in different ways, but he could not get over how relaxed Paul seemed. But he thanked Paul for the offer and said no, they didn't want any pizza, and then they headed down the hall towards the bathroom. Dunbar put on rubber gloves and then stepped into Sue's bathroom and went right for the medicine cabinet. One by one, he took out bottles of prescription medication and over-the-counter pain pills and carefully dropped each one into its own evidence bag. As Dunbar worked, the other detectives searched the rest of the house, looking for anything stored in the closets or garage that in theory could contain cyanide. When Dunbar finally finished in the bathroom, he walked back to the kitchen and he found Paul sitting quietly at the table. By now, most of the guests had left and the music had been shut off and the pizza was getting cold on the counter. Paul seemed to have lost all the energy he'd had when Dunbar and his colleague had first arrived. Dunbar saw an opportunity here, and so he sat down and just began asking Paul questions about where he had been and what he was doing on the morning Sue had died. Paul told Dunbar that he'd left for work before Sue had woken up, and then later that morning, he learned that his stepdaughter, Haley, had found Sue on the bathroom floor. Paul's voice sounded very tired, and his story was very to the point, without any of the extra details that could sometimes indicate a person was making things up. Dunbar wondered if maybe he'd misjudged Paul. Maybe Paul's oddly excited demeanor from earlier was really just his attempt to cope with overwhelming grief and shock. Of course, Paul might also have realized he'd made a very bad first impression on the police, and so maybe now he was just trying to backpedal and act really upset, like the way they would expect him to. So Dunbar wasn't really sure what to make of Paul. After asking Paul a few more questions and feeling satisfied that Paul had told him everything he knew, Dunbar thanked Paul and then excused himself to go talk to Sue's daughters and the other family members who were still in the house. But when he spoke to them, they all seemed totally drained and none of them really had anything new to share. And so at this point, Dunbar understood that really there was only so much progress he could make without knowing what exactly had poisoned Sue. So he and the other detective thanked the family, they gathered up all their bags of evidence and left to go turn in everything they had found to the lab. At 8 p.m. that night, Detective Dunbar was back at home relaxing by himself when his phone rang. It was a scientist from the Food and Drug Administration, or FDA for short, which is the government agency responsible for ensuring that food and medicines are safe. Dunbar had sent all that evidence he collected at Sue's home to the FDA for testing, but he definitely had not expected a callback so quickly. The FDA scientist told him on the phone that this was a very urgent matter. They had found the source of the cyanide. It was in the Excedrin painkillers inside of Sue's medicine cabinet that she was taking for her headaches. Someone had replaced the powder-filled Excedrin gel caps with gel caps that were filled with cyanide powder. Of the 56 pills that were still inside of the bottle, 7 more contained cyanide. And suddenly, Dunbar knew exactly why the FDA had 1, tested everything so quickly, and 2, reached out to him right away. The implications of these pain pills containing the cyanide was that perhaps Sue was not like a targeted killing. Perhaps the murderer or murderers walked into a pharmacy or multiple pharmacies and just slipped poison pills in with the over-the-counter pain medication. And if that's what happened, there was no way to know if just 1 bottle had been poisoned, or if there were more poison pills out there either still waiting on store shelves or in unsuspecting people's medicine cabinets. Like this could be a full-blown national emergency. And this was actually not the first time something like this had happened before. Just 4 years earlier in Chicago, Illinois, 7 people had died after taking cyanide-laced Tylenol they bought in their local pharmacies and grocery stores. When news of the deaths had broken, there was a national panic, and despite the intense investigation that followed the Chicago Tylenol murders, the killer had never been caught. Now, Detective Dunbar realized that the Tylenol killer may have just struck again, or he could be dealing with a copycat killer. Either way, if this killer really was murdering at random through these poison medication bottles, well, figuring out their identity would be very difficult, if not impossible. Dunbar thanked the FDA scientist and hung up. Then he immediately called the chief of police and let him know they might have a large-scale incident on their hands. The city was going to have to put up some kind of an alert. But even though Dunbar realized this case could be on the scale of the infamous Tylenol murders, he wasn't totally convinced that somebody had tampered with Sue's Excedrin in a store. The more simple explanation was that this was not a random murder, that somebody who knew Sue, who had a reason to kill Sue, specifically put cyanide pills in with her Excedrin pills. And if that was the case, Dunbar thought Sue's husband Paul was the most likely suspect. So Dunbar called Paul and told him that it turns out it was specifically the Excedrin that had killed Sue. That's where the cyanide was. And in a calm voice, Paul replied to this by saying that he was not surprised. Dunbar was so shocked by Paul's answer that he just kind of fell silent for a second. He couldn't understand how Paul could have thought the Excedrin was poisoned unless he was the one who poisoned it. Then suddenly, Paul began stammering, and he told the detective that, oh my goodness, I've taken 2 of those exact Excedrin pills myself. I could have died. And then Paul began to hyperventilate over the phone. But the whole thing felt a little too theatrical for Dunbar. For Paul to go from not even being surprised about the Excedrin to suddenly panicking that he could have been a victim himself just felt very performative. So Dunbar asked Paul if anyone had seen him take those Excedrin pills. If this really was Paul's story, Dunbar wanted him to prove it. But Paul, who was still hyperventilating, said no, he was alone when he took the pills. However, this only added to Dunbar's suspicion of Paul.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. I still get excited when the holiday months roll around. Seeing my kids' faces when they notice that first snowfall never gets old. And there's no better feeling than the warmth you get when you're sitting by the fire. How do you stay cozy during the winter months? For some, wrapping up in a blanket with a mug of hot chocolate or watching a movie with family is the best way to spend the month of December. But also, therapy is a great way to bring yourself some comfort that never goes away, even when the season changes. Having a designated time, place, and a qualified, objective person to focus on what you're going through every week is an absolute game changer. And if you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist, and you can switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
I think we're good.
Find comfort this December with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/MrBallenPod today.
All right, let's go.
10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/MrBallenPod. As we get into the winter months, there's a lot to remember. I need to get the gifts for the family, the gifts for the friends. We're traveling here for this holiday. We're taking this to this party. Don't get me wrong, the holidays are a wonderful time of year. But sometimes you wake up and just start to feel a credit hangover. Take the headache out of building credit fast with Kickoff, the #1 credit building app in the App Store. Their plans start at just $5 a month, and there's no credit check, no hidden fees, and no interest. Before I became MrBallen, my credit was not great. My wife and I were just trying to make ends meet and take care of our kids, and so we didn't make great decisions with our money. Worry less about your .com between January 20th.
The next morning, when Dunbar grabbed his newspaper off his porch and read the headlines, he grimaced. There on the front page in big letters was the announcement that Excedrin had been recalled across the entire country. Dunbar knew the recall was the right thing to do, but he also thought this was going to spark public hysteria. And when he arrived at the police station later that day, he knew he was right. The station was absolute chaos, with a line of people at the desk. Some of them were yelling out their theories, and others were crying because they were worried they'd taken poisoned Excedrin, even though if they had, they'd already dead. But they didn't really know that, so they were just totally losing their minds about it. But it wasn't just civilians that were clogging up the police station hallways. An entire busload of FBI agents had descended, and Dunbar watched them setting up a command post in a big conference room. Dunbar pushed his way through the crowd of hysterical people and made his way to his desk, where he found a special agent named Ike Nakamoto waiting for him. Nakamoto was a big, serious-looking guy, but the moment he saw Dunbar, he smiled and shook Dunbar's hand and apologized for the miss. Dunbar had heard stories about how the FBI liked to order local police around, and so he was immediately suspicious of Nakamoto's friendliness. Nakamoto explained that the FBI had been called in as soon as the FDA realized it was the Excedrin that was poisoned. He said that after the Chicago Tylenol murders, the FBI had been given jurisdiction over any investigations that involved the poisoned medication. But Nakamoto assured Dunbar that the FBI was there to focus on the product tampering angle, not to take Dunbar's murder case away. Nakamoto said he wanted the detective to continue to investigate Sue's death, and they could even work together and share information. Dunbar managed to smile and said he'd be happy to work together, but he said he still thought the killer was much more likely to be Sue's husband, Paul, than some anonymous poisoner. Paul just seemed off. It was like he was always either underreacting or overreacting, like a guilty man trying to say and do the right thing, rather than an innocent, grieving man reacting to events as they happened. It all just seemed very performative. Paul just kind of seemed like he was acting. And to Dunbar's surprise, Nakamoto nodded and agreed with him. The FBI was discussing all the possibilities, including the idea that, perhaps the Chicago Tylenol murderer had struck again, but they also thought, a local killer here was much more likely. Nakamoto said the FBI was only here to make sure nothing got missed. All day long, FBI agents flooded local pharmacies and grocery stores, taking more than 15,000 bottles of Excedrin off shelves and out of storage rooms and sending them out for testing. And while that was happening, people kept filing into the police station looking for answers. But by the evening, things had finally quieted down around town and at the station, and Detective Dunbar was exhausted and ready to go home. So he picked up his car keys and headed for the door, but right as he was about to leave, Nakamoto stepped out of the room the FBI had taken over and yelled for him to wait. Then Nakamoto rushed over to Dunbar and told him the FBI had just gotten a call from the lab, and they had found another cyanide-laced bottle of Excedrin at a grocery store. Dunbar just hung his head. This meant somebody was almost certainly poisoning medicine at random, likely in pharmacies or in the grocery store, and this also meant Paul was not nearly as obvious a suspect as Dunbar thought. Now, the killer could be anyone. The next morning, Dunbar arrived back at the police station, thinking his role in the investigation was over. It seemed pretty clear that the killer was poisoning bottles at random, which was way beyond anything Dunbar or his small police department had the resources to handle. But as a team of FBI agents headed out the door to interview people at the grocery store where that second tainted bottle was found, Special Agent Nakamoto approached Dunbar and told him he wanted to keep their two parallel investigations running. Nakamoto said the second bottle could just be a decoy, so the FBI would pursue the theory that the killer was a random poisoner. Dunbar should keep his investigation alive, looking into Sue's life, in case the killer was connected to her. Dunbar felt rejuvenated. The first thing he did was head right to the bank where Sue worked. He still wasn't sure what to make of Paul, and so he figured maybe Sue's co-workers could give him a fresh angle to pursue.
Let's play Drago, right? I mean, we're up here already. We might as well play
He
Drago.
worried that Sue's co-workers might not open up. But he asked a woman working behind one of the desks if she'd be willing to answer some questions about
But
Sue.
it should show everybody that to get up here, you don't need to run meta deck at all. I mean, I got up here playing bro decks, just making decks on my own, and you know.
One time, somebody Sue went to
So
lunch with
that's to
even
show
left
people
Sue's
you don't need
Sue's
meta
desk afterward,
like,
accusing her
to
of
win
being
in
promiscuous.
this game.
Sue always claimed
You just need to be
flirting
smart
was
about how you
cheating,
play the game.
But the coworker had always wondered if maybe Sue's behavior really bothered Paul.
We started
And she said
good.
it
I
was
mean,
wrong.
FIFA.
Close to Sue knew Paul had cheated on Sue.
Oh my
so he
goodness.
theorized that maybe
Never
all
played
of
against
Sue's
that deck
flirting
before.
was
I'm
Sue's
not gonna
way of
lie.
getting back at
Never
Paul.
have.
Detective Dunbar thanked Sue's coworker and then talked to a few more people at the bank, and then headed to the station to inform Nakamoto that Sue and Paul's marriage might have been way more strained than anybody realized. But when Dunbar got to the station, Nakamoto was waiting on the steps with two copies in his
Okay,
hands.
so what are we gonna
Handed one
do?
to Dunbar and told him he had big
Nothing
news.
here, right? Nothing.
Now, most of the people
Nope,
who
nothing.
called into the police station worried that they or their loved ones
We can
had been
even.
poisoned by
At
Excedrin
first
or
turn, we
cyanide,
get
or
KO'd
people who were
here.
just reacting to headlines.
It's horrible.
But it would turn out one of
We
them
couldn't do
was
shit
right.
here.
There had been another
And
death
nothing.
from cyanide poisoning in town, and it happened 3 days before Sue's death.
Hit us for 20.
Nakamoto said the victim was a man named Bruce Nichol, and he had died
We don't
suddenly
do
of what doctors thought
shit
was
here.
emphysema, which is a very serious
This
lung
I
disease.
can't play
But
him.
Bruce's wife, Stella, did not believe
He has to
that
get
because Bruce had never
KO'd.
been diagnosed with emphysema. So a couple of days
I could
after
go
Bruce's
like
death, when
this,
Stella saw
like
the news
this.
about Sue and the Excedrin, she called the FBI saying her husband had died very mysteriously not long before Sue, and so maybe
Right,
he
because I
had
don't need
died
him.
from
I mean, I
cyanide.
could keep him around just
Now,
in
by this point,
case.
her husband Bruce had actually already been buried, but he had donated his eyes. So a vial of Bruce's blood had been taken to determine blood type, and then that blood had been stored at the blood bank.
I'm gonna,
So
you
the
know, I just
FBI
did
sent
that to get rid
blood
of him.
testing, and it
Just,
turned out it was positive for cyanide.
just cause.
Detective Dunbar didn't know what to say.
Might be the stupidest
After his
thing
trip to
ever,
the
but
bank, he convinced
you
himself
know, I
all
should have
over
put him
again
down
that
just in case I
Paul
got
must have
KO'd
been
next
Sue's
turn.
killer, retaliating that she was flirting
But I
and
doubt it,
potentially
right?
cheating on
I mean,
him.
this turn, but I doubt
Bruce
it.
Nichol's death would mean that Paul killed
I
two
doubt I
people,
like
one
lose.
of them 3
Which
days before Sue. And so
I
Dunbar
didn't.
wanted to go talk to Bruce's wife, Stella, to see if maybe there was some connection between Bruce and Sue. But Nakamoto stopped him and reminded Dunbar that the tampering angle was the FBI's case, and so Nakamoto would interview Bruce's wife, Stella, and then he would tell Dunbar what he learned.
I get KO'd here, okay, but you know, he comes up.
The next afternoon,
He
Special
ball.
Agent Nakamoto arrived at the mobile home where Stella and her daughter lived. Stella opened the door and invited him into a small room that was dominated by
I've
a
never
huge
played
TV.
against it. I'm not gonna lie.
Nakamoto
Oh my
sat
God,
down
he
on the
gets
couch
he
and
gets
watched Stella's
prime
bright-colored
catch, a
exotic
super
face
rod.
dart back and forth.
right?
Stella watched him.
Yeah,
and told him
I think
she actually
he's
had
gonna
a
go
dream
Prime
that
Catcher
she
Invalid
was on
or
the fish
switch
store
Prime
alone
Catcher.
Nakamoto smiled and said the fish were beautiful. Then, with a
Yeah,
gentle
fucking
voice,
shit,
he asked
dude.
Stella to please
It's
tell
okay,
him
I
what
can
happened.
get Prime Catcher back with Drago,
Stella said
but
there
then
really
that
wasn't
means
much to tell.
it
Bruce had gone outside on the deck
it
to
holds
get
me
some
back
fresh air
from
and then
grabbing
spoon
something else that I
frogs.
would need.
She said he had just taken a handful
You know
of
what I mean?
Excedrin, and usually he took 4 pills at once. Nakamoto
Yikes,
nodded and then
yikes,
asked Stella
yikes,
if she
yikes.
remembered where and when these pills had been purchased. Stella said she didn't, but Bruce saved all their receipts for tax purposes. So she got up and then quickly returned with a small box full of receipts. She said Nakamoto might have to dig a little bit, but she was almost positive he would find the receipt he needed. And so Nakamoto took the box, thanked Stella for her time, and then headed out the door. But as he walked outside, Stella's daughter, Cindy, pulled up in her car and got out. Unlike
You got a
Stella,
boss?
Cindy was furious.
Oh.
Nakamoto wasn't even down the steps before Cindy launched into a tirade, saying she couldn't believe the police
Yeah,
were
we're gonna
here
do it, we're gonna do
questioning her family, like they would never hurt Bruce.
Yikes.
Nakamoto tried to explain that, her mother and Cindy, for that matter, were not being treated like suspects here. And Cindy just cut him off and went from being angry to kind of sounding really heartbroken. And she said Bruce had died right when his life seemed to be turning around. She said Bruce had been an alcoholic, gone to rehab, he stopped drinking, and things had never been better. And then Cindy dropped her head into her hands and looked like she was crying. And Nakamoto just said, look, I'm only here to ask everybody questions. That's how we're going to figure out who killed Bruce. But Cindy just continued to cry and said it just didn't seem fair. It's like everything had been going so well for him. How could this happen? Nakamoto just said how sorry he was and told Cindy he would find the person who did this.
Yeah, we're gonna do this like this. Fuck it.
Over the next few days, Nakamoto and his
we're
team
gonna go
tried to track down the
here,
source of the cyanide that was used to
here,
poison Excedrin
here,
to see if they could figure out
here,
where the
here,
killer purchased it.
here,
Even though cyanide is obviously deadly, it's actually
here.
widely available. It's used in photography, jewelry making, drug manufacturing, and lots of other industries. And so
I'll
quickly,
go here,
the
but
FBI realized that
he
trying
just
to
got
track this
KO'd,
down
right?
was
So
kind
I
of a dead end.
feel like
There were too many places.
it's the smartest choice. I thin it out a
Meanwhile,
little bit.
Public pressure to
Yeah.
solve the case was
I'm
only
gonna go
intensifying.
here.
A group of drug companies whose stock had tanked following the Tylenol murders and now also these Excedrin murders put up a $300,000 reward for any information that led to an arrest.
Switch,
To
energy switch,
Nakamoto,
energy
it seemed
switch.
like
I got an
whoever
energy
poisoned
switch
the
here.
Excedrin
It's
was likely a
attack.
local who's familiar with the grocery
No
store area.
shot.
So he didn't think the murders of Bruce and Sue were related to the
No
Chicago Tylenol
shot,
murders.
dude.
But he was absolutely certain that whoever killed Bruce also killed Sue, because an FDA lab had confirmed that the cyanide used in both murders had clearly come from the exact same source, even though they couldn't actually identify what that source was. In both of the tainted capsules, there were these strange green flecks all mixed in with the poison, which made it impossible to identify who manufactured the cyanide, but it was unique enough that it meant this was the same batch of cyanide. So by the end of June,
Yikes,
3
that's
weeks
turn,
after
right?
Sue and Bruce
Yeah, I
died,
can do nothing
even
about
though
that.
Nakamoto and
Yikes.
Dunbar had made progress on their cases, it just kind of felt like
This is
every
what I wanted to
avenue
bench
they had
Pokemon
pursued
and
had led to a
understand.
dead end with regards to
I
actually
thought I was gonna get
figuring
the
out who did
Switch.
this. Dunbar still thought Paul was the best suspect, but there was absolutely
Which I should have
no
grabbed.
evidence that
I should have
Paul
grabbed the
Sue
Switch
matched
down
up to
there.
Bruce.
Grab
So both
Pleasant
investigations
Deputies. I have a
dragged
Switch
for
already
several months
drawn,
without new leads.
and I would have still gotten to
Dunbar and
play
Nakamoto
off and been
grew
able
more
to
and more
attack.
frustrated because they had both worked almost non-stop on their parallel cases, and both
I mean, I don't
basically
have
got
shit down
nothing to show
here.
for it.
I forgot about that too. But I was trying to get like something here
In
this
December of
fast.
1986, 6 months after the murders, Special Agent Nakamoto heard another agent calling his name from across the FBI command center. He waved Nakamoto
Oh
over
my
to
God,
take
bro.
the phone.
Having
Nakamoto
the worst
looked
game with
across the
Reggie
room,
Drago,
and
bro.
despite the other agent's obvious excitement, Nakamoto tempered his expectations. Over the past several months, countless people had called into the
We're gonna
hotline,
go
but most
here,
of those tips had gone nowhere.
here.
Nakamoto figured most people were calling in
Oh.
a desperate attempt to try to cash in on the $300,000
There.
reward those drug companies had offered. And so Nakamoto grabbed
There,
the
there.
phone,
I can
introduced
super rod
himself.
back Braden
Right away, the
Charizard.
caller said they knew who had killed
Then we
both Sue
get
Snow and Bruce Nichols.
um
Nakamoto exhaled, expecting another long-winded theory that really had nothing to do with the case. But as this caller explained how they knew who the killer was, a stunned look came across Nakamoto's face. This caller pointed to evidence leading
right?
to the
Yeah,
killer
'cause I
that had been
can do
right in
it.
front
I
of
can do that.
investigators, but they had overlooked it.
Then we
Nakamoto
go
ended the call and quickly
done.
rallied his team.
Grab
Wanted to
energy.
Follow up on the details this caller had provided. At this point, Nakamoto was sure that he had just figured out who Sue and Bruce's killer was. On a summer day
Is it
in
worth the super rod right now?
the killer put on a pair of gloves and then poured a vial of powdered
Alright,
cyanide
because I only
into
have
a bowl.
one.
Then they reached into a bag and pulled out an empty gel
One,
capsule.
two.
They opened it up.
Yeah, I didn't
then
worth
using
it
one
right
end,
now.
they scooped up the cyanide powder and then took the other end and closed the capsule back up, sealing the poison inside. On the table in front of them were a row of untampered with.
Okay, so here I either knock
Killer
this
picked
one or
up
this
of
one.
them,
So
carefully removed
yeah,
the
I'm gonna.
safety seal and lid, and then shook one uncontaminated
Yeah, I either knock.
capsule
I
out
knock
into the
either
bottle.
or.
They then held it up to the cyanide pill they had just made. No one would be able to tell the difference. After
Shoot, but I
replacing the
started
cyanide
bad.
pill
Like this
in the
game, it
bottle
started
they
off
just
bad,
opened
bro.
up, they did the same
It
thing
started
with
off
other
horrible.
bottles, basically taking out a handful of good pills and replacing them with more cyanide pills. When the killer was done, they carefully glued the plastic safety seals back onto all of these now tampered with
This
Excedrin
game started off
bottles and
horrible.
put the lids back
Horrible,
on.
horrible, horrible.
Then the killer put those tainted bottles in a shopping bag and walked out to their car. The killer drove to a grocery store, went inside,
Yeah, I'm
and headed
knocked
for the
out.
pharmacy aisle.
I'm knocked out.
Once they were there, they looked around to make sure nobody was watching.
Right,
Then they
yeah,
reached into their
he's
bag,
gone.
pulled out a
Bro, I've
poisoned
had
bottle of
the
Excedrin,
worst hands.
placed it on the shelf
The
with
worst
all
hands
gloves.
with
It looked like it belonged there. Satisfied with their handiwork,
with
the killer walked back outside.
Drago right now.
Then, just
I have the
hours
worst
later,
hands.
Sue Snow walked into that same grocery store.
I don't know,
and
not
happened
not
to
my
buy
lucky
that
day with
exact
Drago.
poisoned bottle of Excedrin that the killer-
But it's
It would
okay
turn out
because I
the killer thought they had gotten away
confess.
with it, and left behind
Yeah, I
one
confess.
telltale clue. Those green flecks mixed in with the cyanide.
Both of them get
flecks
killed,
that
right?
baffled investigators and made it impossible to trace the source
Let's
of the
go
cyanide.
here.
Well, it would turn out those flecks were dust from an algae pill used to keep the water clean in large fish tanks.
Yeah, I
And with
confess.
that clue, Agent Nakamoto and his
Is
team
that- I get a Drago right here.
realized
No,
that about a
what?
week before
No.
Sue ever stepped into that store,
That
Stella
is
Nichol
horrible,
had
bro.
used tainted Excedrin to kill her husband, Bruce. Stella
That is
had
horrible.
crushed up the cyanide she had put in her husband's Excedrin in the
Let's
same
see,
bowl
let's
she used
see.
to crush up the
What
algae
we got
pills
here?
she used in her fish tank. And remnants of that algae showed up in samples of the tainted Excedrin. The tipster
I don't
who
wanna do
reached
that
out
at
to the
all.
FBI was Stella's own daughter, Cindy. It was Cindy who had at first insisted to Agent Nakamoto that nobody in her family would ever hurt Bruce.
Ah, I
that
should
they
have
were
put
the happiest they'd ever
Drago
been since Bruce
back
stopped drinking.
in.
But now Cindy
See,
had a different story
fucking
to tell.
shit,
She
dude.
said her mother, Stella, hated who Bruce had become after he quit drinking. Instead of getting dressed up and going to bars and hanging out with friends, Stella and Bruce now just stayed home all the time, and so Stella was bored. She missed her old life, and she felt like Bruce's new sobriety was holding her back. Cindy said Stella had even talked to her about how easy it would be to recreate the Chicago Tylenol murders and make it look like somebody had overdosed. Despite that, Cindy had tried to convince herself after Bruce's death that her mother's comments were just a weird coincidence. But then, 6 months after the murders, Stella told Cindy she was going to use Bruce's life insurance money to live out her dream and open up a tropical fish store. And at
Let's
this
see,
point,
do we
Cindy
make this
couldn't
happen?
deny it anymore. She felt nearly
No, we
certain that
don't.
Stella
We do
must
not
have killed
KO
Bruce
him.
for his money. Stella could have gotten away with this whole thing, but Bruce's autopsy didn't pick up the cyanide. Instead, the
I'm gonna
coroner
switch
listed Bruce's
energy
cause of death as
here.
emphysema. That was actually
It's
a
game
bad
after
thing for
this.
Stella, because the life insurance policy she
After
had
this,
on
I just
Bruce
concede.
paid an extra $100,000 if
I
his
didn't have
cause of
shit to
death
do.
was accidental.
I got the
i.e.
worst hands ever.
cyanide, accidentally
You know,
consumed cyanide.
it's-
That's what
it's
she was hoping it
horrible
would be, rather
when
than
that happens.
emphysema,
You know, you
which
go a
is
couple
considered
games,
unnatural
getting
cause
good
death,
hands and stuff
so
like that, and
therefore would
after
not be considered accidental.
a
And so
while,
when
you
Stella
just
found out about
get horrible
this,
hands
she
like
went
that.
back to the store with more cyanide pills because she needed another death, another cyanide death, to be able to have her own husband's cause of death reinvestigated. And Sue just happened to be the unfortunate victim who grabbed that bottle off the shelf that Stella had left. It would turn out Paul had nothing to do with Sue's murder. She was literally a random victim. Stella was arrested by the FBI and charged with 2 counts of causing death by product tampering. She was eventually found guilty and sentenced to 90 years in prison. Stella's daughter,
It's a
Cindy,
little bit better.
received
This one is a little bit better, right?
$250,000 of
Like,
that $300,000
we can
reward
go
drug companies
over
offered.
pawn.
As for Sue's
Don't
daughters,
fess yet.
they received money in an out-of-court settlement with the drug manufacturer. They put it towards their college education, which is what they thought their mother would have wanted them to do.
Because now I get to put Dragapult in the Discord power this early, and I get Drago in the bench.
Thank you for listening to the MrBallen podcast. If you enjoyed today's
Bro,
stories,
who's putting
and you're
these two
looking for more
together?
strange, dark, and
There's no
mysterious
need.
content, be sure
Like,
to
there's
check
literally
out
no
all
need.
of
Yeah,
our
you attack it and
studios
put
podcasts.
everything.
They are this one, of
Excuse me,
course,
in the
MrBallen
Discord
podcast.
pop, you do
We
making
also
it
have
longer.
MrBallen's
You're making the play
mysteries,
longer.
bedtime stories, and also Run For It. To find those other podcasts,
So
all
we're
you
gonna
have to
go-
do is search for Ballin Studios.
First, we're gonna get
wherever you
Drago,
listen to your
right?
podcasts. To watch hundreds more stories, just like the ones you heard today, head over to our YouTube channel, which is just
Drago
called
or Squack?
MrBallen.
Could we go
So
Squack?
that's gonna do it. I really appreciate your support.
Right? Like, if I-
Until next time, see ya.
No. Squack right now would be not good. Okay, so we're gonna go here, attach energy.
Hey, Prime members, you can binge
Okay,
8 new episodes of the MrBallen podcast 1 month
so we're gonna
early, and
go,
all episodes ad-free on Amazon Music.
I can super ride
Download
this
the
energy
Amazon
back
Music
in,
app today.
but I don't want
And
to.
before you go,
But
please tell us
so I
about
can do
yourself by
fast.
completing a
I
short
can bring
survey
back
at
fast because we're gonna go super,
Is your cash
ultra
earning
ball, then
4.25%
super rod,
APY
back
right this
fast,
very moment?
and whatever energy
Could
we
be if
need.
it was in a Wealthfront cash account. With Wealthfront, you can earn 4.25% APY through partner banks until you're ready to invest, and you get free same-day withdrawals to eligible accounts every day. Yes, even on weekends and holidays. 4.25% APY is not a promotional rate. There's no limit to what you can deposit and earn, and you even get the protection of up to $8 million in FDIC insurance through Wealthfront's partner banks. For same-day withdrawals, just start your withdrawal as late as 9 p.m. Eastern through one of over
Let's try
550
doing this.
eligible
Put
banks and credit
down.
unions to get it the same day. And it takes just minutes to transfer your cash to any of Wealthfront's award-winning investing accounts
I
when
doubt
you're ready.
I'll
Sign up
die.
is easy. Go to wealthfront.com to get started earning
I
interest
doubt
and
I
building your
die
wealth today.
here.
Cash account offered by Wealthfront Brokerage, member FINRA SIPC. Wealthfront Brokerage isn't a bank. Funds are conveyed to partner banks who accept and maintain deposits and provide interest rate and FDIC insurance. Rate is subject to change. Investment management accounts, which are not FDIC insured, are provided by Wealthfront Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Oh my god, this is so perfect. Hold on. What's Squack
Hey, Prime
now?
members, you can binge 8 new episodes of the MrBallen
Shit,
podcast
we could.
1 month early, and all
We could
episodes
Squack
ad-free on
if we
Amazon
have
Music.
to.
Download
Like if we
the
get
Amazon
something.
Music app today.
No.
At around 2 p.m. on
Not
March
worth
23rd,
it.
2015, a 911 call came in to the Vallejo,
Not worth
California
this to
Police
Squack right
Department
now.
from this man who sounded totally drunk or high on a drug or something, claiming that
So
his
you're gonna put
girlfriend
Squack
was
up,
missing and
and we
she'd
don't
been
need him.
kidnapped. The story just didn't make any sense. When the officers got to the man's house, he opened up the door and he looked totally deranged, and his house seemed off somehow, and also his house had this very
Yeah,
weird
I
chemical
mean-
smell. And then when the officers asked the guy,
Yikes.
to give us some more information,
It would've been good if we
he
would've
would
gotten
launch
something
into this
good
totally
here,
bizarre
like-
story about men wearing wetsuits who had lasers on their hands, and so the police
I
are
don't
like, "What is this?" But the police would follow up on what he had to say because this guy's girlfriend really was missing, and they would uncover a story that was even more bizarre than the 911 caller story had been. But before we get into that,
I don't know, I
crazy
keep getting
story,
bad
if you're a fan
hands.
of the
I
Strange,
think I
Dark,
need to
Mysterious
update my
delivered in
my
story
deck. I don't
format,
know.
then you come to the right podcast because that's all we do when we upload twice a week, once on Monday and once on Thursday. So, if that's of interest to you, the next time the Amazon Music follow button is out of town, go into their house and completely demolish their master bathroom and replace it with a very well-used summertime music festival porta potty. Okay, let's get into today's story.
The thing is, I thought he was gonna get the KO here, and I needed Mew to keep Mew in my, in my bench. So I moved him up. So now I'm gonna just be wasting of energy, unless I get a
Show is brought to
switch.
you by Progressive. Fiscally responsible, financial geniuses, monetary magicians. These are
I could keep him in there. I mean, he could stall a little bit while I build him up.
Progressive and save hundreds. Visit progressive.com to see if you can save. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary, not available in all states or situations. Audible's best of 2024 picks are here. Discover the year's top audiobooks, podcasts, and originals, and all
So
your
you're gonna
favorite genres.
go.
From memoirs and sci-fi to mysteries and thrillers, Audible's curated list
I'm
of
gonna go
every
here.
category is the best way to hear 2024's
Here, 'cause we don't
best
need
in
this.
audio entertainment. Like a stunning new
Um,
full-cast production of George Orwell's
here,
1984, heartfelt memoirs like Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson's lovely one, the year's best fiction like The Women by Kristen
Then we're
Hanna,
gonna, you know,
and
again.
Percival Everett's brilliantly subversive James.
He did all the energy bullshit.
Murder mystery called The Dry by Jane Harper. You should definitely check it out. Audible. There's more to imagine when you listen. Go
Dre
to
go here,
audible.com/Ballen and discover all the year's best waiting for you.
We go here, here.
Late on the afternoon of March 22nd, 2015, 29-year-old Denise Huskins reached for her buzzing cell phone, and when she saw who was
We're gonna go
texting
here.
her, she immediately felt
Make
this
sure we
knot
keep
in
that
her stomach.
energy in hand,
It was
and we don't
her
lose this
on-again,
energy
off-again
right here.
boyfriend, Aaron Quinn, and right now, at least according to Denise, they were off, and likely it was going to stay that way. But now, Aaron was texting Denise, saying he really wanted to talk to
Yes,
her
that was
and
so
that
good.
she's
That was
on
so
the road.
good. That was
It
so good.
Sunday, and Denise was home alone in her little apartment in Vallejo, California, which is inside the San Francisco Bay Area. And Denise really just did not have it in her to go talk to her ex-boyfriend. Really, she didn't have plans to go out anywhere. She just wanted to stay in. And so she typed back that she was in for the night and this would have to wait. But as soon as she sent that text, immediately she got another.
I did not get a switch, but
For a long minute.
I mean,
Denise just
I
sat
didn't
there
get
on
a
the couch
like an
looking
energy
at her
switch,
phone,
but it's
wondering
okay
what she was going to
because we could go.
Denise and Aaron had met.
We keep from
in the
here,
summer
right?
after Denise
Let him
had
get
moved to
KO'd,
Vallejo from
and then if we
Boston,
need like next turn, if we don't
to a
die,
hospital in Vallejo
we can
called
switch
Kaiser
attack.
Hospital. Denise had her PhD
Yeah.
in physical therapy, and Kaiser Hospital had a great physical therapy
Yeah, we can do that.
program, especially for people with brain and spinal cord.
And we could have Yano next
And
next
Kaiser
turn.
Hospital
Just
was
keep
also
him like
where Aaron worked.
keep
She and
him
Aaron
from
could immediately
discarding all
attract
that energy and stuff like that.
Aaron was tall.
Well, now he
and
got
fit,
poker
with
stop,
dark
okay.
hair and piercing eyes, and he loved to cook.
Okay.
And Denise, she was blonde and blue-eyed and very outdoorsy and driven.
That's okay,
so
I guess.
pretty much right away, Aaron and Denise would get into these intense conversations where they each would kind of dive into the other person's life. I mean, they were really connecting on a deep level.
He finds this
But
one.
even though they both clearly got along great and they were really connecting, their relationship got off to kind of a rocky start.
So I'm gonna
Aaron
go.
had actually been engaged to be married before he met Denise, but Aaron's fiance had cheated on him, and so he had ended the relationship.
So I'm gonna go.
And it was during that time, right after this relationship had ended, that he met Denise. And so Denise was kind of like a
280
rebound,
discard,
felt like a
right?
rebound,
Yeah,
but
280
again, they're getting
discard.
along great, and so both
So
were
I get the
optimistic that
knockout.
it was more than that. And so Aaron and Denise had officially begun dating in the fall of 2014, but
I could
7
go
months
206,
later, so in March of
206,
2015,
206,
when
right?
Denise was getting these text messages from Aaron, at least in Denise's mind, their relationship really was done. Because Denise had caught Aaron texting his ex-fiance, basically begging her to get back together with him. And so Denise felt really hurt. You know, she understood that that was a really intense relationship, and of course Aaron would still have feelings for his ex to some degree, but she felt really betrayed. And so she told Aaron that that was it. But it was really
We
painful
could,
for Denise because she did love Aaron, even though she knew, you know, this relationship likely wasn't going to
Could
work.
we?
And now,
Okay, so we're gonna go
Aaron
like
was
this.
blowing
I'm
up
gonna
her cell
stall
phone
and
with
make
text
him stay
messages to
up.
meet up and talk, and he just wasn't
I mean, he could
taking
just
no
attach
for
an
an
energy and retreat, and then he gets an
Denise
energy
finally
here.
typed out this long
That
message
way.
back to Aaron, basically
Right?
saying,
So I
"Look,
guess we
don't
go
feel comfortable coming to this
260,
house. It's the house that you
right?
shared with your ex. I don't want to go there.
'Cause you don't
we
kill.
can talk another time. I think for right now,
Okay, so we're
what
gonna,
we
you know,
focus on Aaron is
just in case he has something good in his
re-recording
hand.
you, take me out on dates,
And then
show me
he
you
also
really
got a
wanna
2,
be
so
with
it's
me,
4. He
because right
gets
now
4
there's no
cards in his
trust.
hand.
And Aaron, to his credit, wrote back to Denise and basically said, yes, I'm definitely willing to do that. I want to put in the work to win you back. I care about you, Denise.
No energy
but he said,
there.
you know, I really have something
Okay, so
important
let's
to tell
see.
you, and I just don't feel comfortable talking about it anywhere else besides at my house. So please, can you just come over tonight? It's really important that I see you.
2
And at first,
energy.
Denise really did just kind of hold the line. And she told Aaron that no, I'm
Okay.
not going to come to your house. But
So
again,
we do
Aaron
have
keeps
2
not
energies
letting
down
go,
there.
and really seemed actually very eager
So
to
we
see
can go here.
Denise
So we
feel special.
grab
So
the
eventually
energy.
she kind of
We
gave
don't need a
out and said, "You know
Pokemon.
what? Okay,
We do need this energy
and
just in
after that,
case. We need to try to build him up.
Couch, she got dressed. She called their favorite pizza place and ordered some pizza that she would pick up and bring to his house for them to eat that night. And then she headed out to her car. and
Okay,
pulled out
so
of
we're
her
gonna
car.
go here. Attack 260 over here.
At about 5:30 p.m. that night, Denise arrived at Aaron's two-story home on Mare Island, which which is
It
actually
lets me
just
get the
over
KO. It lets me get the KO here.
Denise, she grabbed the pizzas off the passenger seat. She grabbed
I just need to build this one up because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I have 6, right? 5, 6. I have 1 here. I have one of. I think I have one of each.
The next day was a Monday, and Aaron and Denise were both scheduled to work at the hospital that day. But at around 7 a.m. that morning, Aaron called into the hospital sick and said he couldn't come in, and Denise sent a text message to her boss saying that a family emergency had just come up and she would not be at work all week. When Denise's boss got this text message,
hold on.
immediately he was like, "This doesn't."
Okay, so he's getting to work now. But I can super rod. I mean, yeah, I can super rod and bring that energy back in the match. I get the KO either way here. I mean, I could go Executor, kill, even though he could kill me with this one, easy, which wouldn't be that smart. Yeah, he has 10 already. Jesus,
so Denise's boss wrote
that's
back
KO,
to her
right?
and just
I
said,
think.
you know, I understand you have an emergency. You know, we're here if
I think
you
that's a
need us,
KO right
take
there.
whatever time you need. And
For
then
him.
a few hours later, the boss checked his phone again, and he saw that she had not written back. And so Denise's boss was like, wow, I guess, you know, she really must be dealing with some serious family emergency that's keeping her from using her phone.
Energy
About
switches.
7
Where's the
hours
energy
later,
switches
at
too?
around
Because I gotta
2
go
p.m.
dun
on this
dun
Monday,
dun
when Aaron
dun.
and Denise had not shown up for work, there was a 911 call that came in.
Oh no, it does not KO. It does not KO me.
The 911 call
Okay.
was Aaron. And Aaron's
I
voice
thought that was gonna be a
slurred,
KO.
And then he told this very confusing story about some sort of kidnapping, and then he begged police for help. 2 police officers happened to be near Mare Island, where Aaron lived, and so within 2 minutes of this 911 call coming in,
I could have
those 2
used balls
officers
right
were
here.
knocking
I
on
could have gotten
Aaron's
the
front
KO,
door.
but then
And
what would
when
I
Aaron
attack,
went
right?
inside, these officers noticed 3 things in quick succession. First was Aaron was obviously drunk or high. He was under the influence of some substance. He just did not seem right. 2, there were at least a dozen empty beer bottles lining the back wall in the kitchen.
Okay, so
And
we go.
3, the entire house reeked of cleaning chemicals. One of the
go here.
officers immediately turned to Aaron and said, "Are you on drugs?" And Aaron would say, "Yes, I am on drugs, but these drugs were given to me by the kidnappers." The officers immediately
Alright, 60-60. We don't need that much.
looked back at Aaron and then just said, "Okay, well, we're going to take a look around." And so the officers wound
There's
up
always a
going
switch. I need to
upstairs,
switch or
and as they
something.
went
Oh my
upstairs,
God, bro.
that cleaning
It's
chemical
okay. We
smell
good.
got
We good. Because we
stronger
super rod the
and
energy
stronger,
back in,
made their
and we
way
chilling.
to the master bedroom, and they saw the ground had obviously been recently vacuumed, and that cleaning smell was really strong in here. The sheets on the bed were all gone except for the fitted sheet that sat over the mattress. And so the officers were about to leave the master bedroom and keep looking when one of the officers stopped and he noticed
Okay, we're good, we're good.
on the bed. He called the other officer over, and they walked over and they looked down, and sure enough, on the bed was about a quarter-sized drop of blood. The police officers left the master bedroom and they went back downstairs.
He has
to
the
Aaron's
KO
place,
here.
walked up to
I
him and
mean,
said, "Okay,
shit.
tell us again what happened with these kidnappers and what's going on here." And Aaron would launch into a totally bizarre story.
Did I make a misplay there? I don't know.
Through slurred speech, Aaron
Imagine I
would
get a
say
Yono here.
12 hours earlier, so around
A
3 in
Yono
the
would
morning
kind of
that
be
morning,
good
so
right now.
early Monday morning, Aaron said he was in his house with his girlfriend Denise when suddenly these men wearing wetsuits broke into the house and they immediately tied up Aaron and
Okay,
Denise
so we're gonna
and made them wear these
go
goggles that had been all taped up. So once they were on
Super
your face,
rod,
you couldn't see anything.
bring energy back
Aaron
in.
would tell the police that the intruders, in addition to wearing wetsuits, they also were carrying guns, tasers, also laser pointers, and also very high-powered flashlights. And so when they came in, there were all these lights and beams everywhere. I mean, it was totally
Then we
chaotic.
go
Aaron then explained
Edson
to police
Vessel,
that after he and
Khalifa.
Denise had been tied up and had these goggles on, the men in wetsuits came over to them and put headphones on each of them, and then they played this recording, which had this weird
There we go.
soothing
Energy.
music, and then somebody narrating, telling Aaron and Denise that they were not in any danger, that this was just a robbery, and to stay calm and nothing would happen.
Let's see,
And
bro.
so Aaron
Let's
and
see.
Denise had done
Holy.
just that. They tried to follow
I don't.
orders,
I'm not
and
getting
then
no
at some
energy
point, the
switch
headphones
here,
came
my boy.
off, and both Aaron and Denise were told to go to separate rooms. They kind of fumbled their way into the separate rooms, at which point
Oh my God, yes.
demanded they give up their banking information and passwords. Aaron and
Energy
Denise
switch.
did that. They gave up all their banking info, and then Aaron and Denise were brought back into the living room. They were tied back up again, and then even though Aaron
Do I
and
get
Denise
KO'd here though? Right? I do get KO'd here. I think. Yeah, I do. He just has to put an energy there, and I get KO'd. Yikes.
Before administering this drug to them that made them both very sleepy, and then before Aaron and Denise passed out from this drug, Denise was taken by the intruders, and the intruders
What do we
told
do
Aaron
here,
they
bro?
had rigged a camera system inside of his house to watch him so he couldn't leave to go save Denise. And so
I gotta play
Aaron
Radiant
stayed in the
Sword
house
here.
until he fell asleep from this drug, and then when he woke up again and managed to get his restraints off, he saw that Denise really was gone, and so Denise had to kidnap him.
This is insane, bro.
After Aaron was done telling this totally weird story, which again,
Wait,
you gotta
we're gonna
remember,
go-
as he's talking, he sounds totally
We're gonna go
drunk.
here,
so they
and then
kept having to
go
ask
for
him
the
to
luck.
say again
Just
what he was
try to be
saying,
lucky,
and, you know,
right?
Aaron's just kind of loopy, and so the whole thing is
No,
just
we
so
didn't
weird.
get lucky.
And so when Aaron was finally done telling the story, the two officers just stared at him in silence. And then the officers looked at each other, and without even saying anything, they both were thinking
We can
the
try
same thing.
going here.
Probably this guy has killed his girlfriend.
We can try getting
And
like
after
the
he
energy
killed
switch if we
her,
have an
he
energy
must have
switch. Oh
spent
my God,
time cleaning
boss.
the house, which is why they smelled all the cleaning chemicals. And then maybe when he was done, you know, he felt bad.
Okay,
about
so we
what
can
he had
go
done, and so
boss
he began drinking beers
here.
to cope with what he had done. And that's why all those empty bottles were there, and that's why he's
Oh my
acting so
God,
drunk
dude.
right now. And then at some point, he'd worked up the courage to call 911 and pretend that he didn't know where his girlfriend was and make up this whole alibi about these weird kidnappers that came in and did this stuff. But obviously, it was just a ruse. This guy killed his girlfriend. That's what happened. And so finally, one of these officers spoke to Aaron, and they said, "You're going to need to come to the station with us and explain yourself."
They say that time waits for no one, and neither should payday. To keep your money moving
Should we
in the
do it like
direction of your
this?
dreams, get Earn It. Earn
I
It
don't know.
is
I don't
an
know
app
if
that
that'll
gives you
save
access to your
that'll
pay
save
as
me,
you
but
work, up to $100
shit, we
per
have
day,
to.
or up to $750 per pay period. Just download the Earn It app.
We had to.
verify
I
your
mean,
paycheck,
shit. We
then
don't have
access
nothing
up
else.
to $100 a day as you work,
Nothing else.
and leave
Nothing
an
else.
optional tip. Any money you access plus tips are automatically repaid from your next paycheck. Earn It is designed to support you in the short term and the long term.
I've been
It's money at the speed
I've been
of
having
you.
very bad luck
Get up to
playing
$100
Drago.
a day of your pay.
Yeah, that's game.
No mandatory fees and no credit check. Download Earnin today, spelled EARNIN, in the Google Play or Apple App Store. And when you download the Earnin app, type in MrBallen under podcast when you sign up. It really helps.
Bro,
the
what's
show.
DIONO when I
MrBallen under
needed it?
podcast.
Bro.
Earnin is a financial technology company, not a bank.
Where?
Subject to your available earnings.
I don't know,
daily
I'm
max,
having very
pay
bad luck
period
with
max,
Drago.
and location.
Very,
See
very, very bad
earnin.com
luck.
/TOS for details.
I need to
Bank
I
products
don't know
are
if I
issued
need to
by all
update it.
bank
I don't know what it
trusts
is.
and member FDIC. Creating really great retail experiences is tough, especially with multiple stores, teams of staff, fulfillment centers, separate workflows. It's a lot. But with Shopify Point of Sale, you can do it all without complexity. Shopify's point of sale system is a unified command center for your retail business.
I don't know.
It
Let
brings
me
together
check. Let me
in-store
check
and
if I need to
online
update it.
operations, even across 1,000
Because
locations.
I've been having very bad
Imagine
luck.
being able to guarantee that shopping is just always convenient. Features like endless aisle, ship to customer, buy online and pick up in store,
Let's
all
see.
made simpler so customers can
That's all we
shop
need to
how
do
and
is
where
just
they
fix
want,
it.
and your staff has the tools they need to
Drago.
close the sale every time. Also, let's face it, acquiring new customers is expensive. With Shopify POS, you can keep existing shoppers coming back to your stores with consistent, tailored experiences and first-party data that give marketing teams a competitive edge. Want more? Check it out at shopify.com/MrBallen, all lowercase. Learn how to create the best retail experiences without complexity. Shopify.com/MrBallen.
It didn't take long for the police in Vallejo to launch this massive search all over Mare Island to look for Denise. And at this point, they were kind of looking for a body because based on what was going on at Aaron's house and the story he told, it did seem like very likely she had been murdered and disposed of somewhere. And so they had dogs out and dive teams out
Let's
in the
see,
water.
bro.
They had hundreds of volunteers looking everywhere. And at the same time, Aaron was brought to the police station and they began going going over every single detail of the story.
Let's see
trying to
regionals.
get
Let's
more
see how they played in
information about these
regionals. How they played
kidnappers, because as much as
Drago
they
in
didn't
regionals.
believe him, they did need to officially rule out that there was no kidnapping. And so they needed all the information about these kidnappers, who they were, what they looked like, what they sounded like, everything. And at the same time, police were talking to Aaron. Police also brought in Denise's roommate, and they asked the roommate, do you know anything about Denise's relationship with Aaron? And the roommate would say, you know, those two have had a very troubled relationship. And the roommate would say that, you know, as far as they understood, Aaron and Denise were not a couple.
Let's see.
And so police would actually go over to Aaron in the police station, and they would say, hey, you know, we have people saying that you and Denise, who you called your girlfriend, you know, you guys were not dating. You had broken up. You know, explain yourself. And Aaron would say, well, actually, you know, that's why Denise was coming over. Before all this kidnapping happened, she was coming over so we could reconcile. And we did. We had reconciled. We were back together when the kidnappers in wetsuits came inside the house. But the more police looked into Aaron's kidnapping story, the less it made sense. And it really didn't make sense to begin with. And so really, it just got weirder and weirder and weirder. Like, for one, Aaron said that he and Denise had been kind of forced to give up their banking information and their passwords, and they did that. They gave that up to the kidnappers. But when police looked into Aaron and Denise's banking records, there was no money withdrawn. The only activity on either of those accounts was on Aaron's account. 2 hours before Aaron called 911, he called his credit card holder and attempted to get them to give him a large cash advance so he could buy a boat. When police asked Aaron about the strong cleaning chemical smell in his house, Aaron absolutely denied doing anything to clean his house. He didn't know how that happened. Also, Aaron would tell police that these kidnappers had actually wanted a ransom to be paid to them, but he said it was only for $8,500. And so police are like, why would these kidnappers take Denise and run away with her and risk very serious jail time?
Oh my god, bro, what the fuck?
It just seemed way too
I have
low
never played
for
this
what they
deck,
do.
bro.
And then there was another weird detail that
I
came
have
out
never,
of
ever,
interviewing
ever,
Aaron
ever
at the
played this
police
deck.
station.
I don't know what it is.
One of the police
I play some
officers
POW,
noticed
of
that
course.
Aaron's
I know this
eyes
play here.
totally
I don't know what
dilated,
play
his
this
pupils
is.
were
This
huge,
play.
And for a little while, police had thought maybe that was because he was on some drug or something, which would cause your pupils to dilate.
Gonna go
But
earthen
based
vessel.
on the weirdness of the story that Aaron was relating to them,
Drum,
they actually began
grab
to suspect
energy.
that Aaron was having a schizophrenic break. That is a symptom of a schizophrenic break. Schizophrenia
We
is
go
a very
here.
serious mental illness that often begins to appear in young adults, and Aaron was only 30 years old, so he's at the right age for this to happen. And while schizophrenia does not...
He's gonna play one ogre pawn,
it does make people
max
very
2.
paranoid, and it also can cause hallucinations and mental disturbances. And so when police were looking at the details of Aaron's story about men in wetsuits breaking into his house and taking his blood pressure before stealing his girlfriend, but also cleaning his house at some point, that just seemed so weird and kind of crazy that it did seem to kind of line up with schizophrenia. By 9 p.m. on March 23rd, so 7 hours after Aaron called 911 to report Denise missing,
We're gonna go.
the Vallejo police decided they needed to call in the FBI because this was just so weird. You have
Here.
this missing person who could have been kidnapped. Or
Do we
dead,
research
or murdered
now?
Something. I mean, there was just so
Or
much
do we
going on
wait?
in this case. They needed that.
We wait, right? I
And
feel like
when
we
the
wait.
FBI arrived in Vallejo, the first thing they did is they took Aaron and they gave him
Oh my
a lie
God.
detector test, and he failed it completely. And after finding out he had failed it completely, he immediately lawyered up. By the next day, March 24th, there were over 100 different
I love
search
using
teams
this
all across
when you have
Maryland,
radiant
Vallejo,
shards or
California,
you
looking
just,
for
you
Denise.
know,
Police sonar
score the
also
energy,
picked up a body-sized mass
and then you
out
get the
of
top
bay.
2 cards,
So far,
which,
divers had
you know,
not
you already
been
set it up
able to
with
find
this.
Aaron, by this point, had gotten his lawyer and left the police station, and by now,
Oh, I mean, it's good with this,
all over
too.
the news and
There's no
newspapers,
problem with
some on
that at
posters
all.
on telephone poles all over town,
This is a
and TV
Pokemon,
news
so
channels
I could
were parked
definitely go for
outside
that play.
his house,
100,
just waiting for him to
110 on
come
all
out
of them.
or waiting for any activity. But despite all this activity, the detectives and the FBI agents that were working this case had really not made any significant progress. All they thought was, Aaron's definitely hiding something. But then something changed. A little bit after noon on March 24th, a reporter for the San
Let me see, let me
Francisco
go
Chronicle
here.
was camped outside of Aaron's
Here,
home
here.
got a very weird email. The email was from the kidnappers, the wetsuit-wearing, blood-pressure-taking kidnappers who broke into
But I need the
Aaron's
ogre
home
pawn
and Denise.
in
And
this
in
match.
email
So
to
they
the
can go
reporter,
here.
it said that Denise
Ogre
was
pawn. We
fine.
keep
There actually was a
this just in
recording
case they
of
play
Denise's
something.
voice
They can see
reading
it.
that
Okay, let's
day's
go.
news, which confirmed that she was alive at least as recently as that morning. But there were two very suspicious things about this email. The first one was the recording of Denise's voice, the proof of life recording. Well, she did not sound in any way stressed. She sounded utterly calm, like she was reading the news like it was completely no big deal. And the second thing that was very suspicious was the email address the kidnappers had used to message this reporter was an email address that belonged to
What decks would people
Aaron.
want to play though? If there's anybody
When
here.
this reporter told police about
What
this,
kind of deck?
investigators were like, you know what, this actually doesn't make this any more clear. This makes things exponentially more confusing. Denise did appear to be alive, which was a good thing, but it now really appeared that Aaron was involved in whatever was going on here, and based on how calm Denise sounded on this recording, she could be involved in it too. And investigators' suspicions only grew when they went to Aaron and they asked him, you know, have the kidnappers tried calling you at any point? And Aaron would say, yes, they have. He showed them his
Oh my
phone.
god.
Well, the police would trace the phone calls that Aaron claimed had come into his cell phone.
Oh my
from
god,
the
two.
kidnappers. And when
Not
they
one,
traced
two.
the kidnapper's number, they found it was connected to a burner phone. A burner phone is something that like drug dealers will use because it's totally anonymous. It's like a one-time use cell phone that you use temporarily, you have this number temporarily, and then when you're done with the phone, there's no history that you personally had that cell phone.
Okay,
But
let's go,
police
let's
were
go.
clever, and they figured out where this burner phone was actually purchased from, and it was purchased from a
And he gets
nearby
rid of all
target.
that energy
And they
that's
looked
in
at the
there.
security
If
footage
there's an,
of
I mean, yeah,
around
there's
the
gonna be
time
some.
when this
Of course.
phone, this burner phone, was purchased from this target, and they saw the person who had bought it walk out of the store. And the person who had bought this burner phone was this white man who was tall and fit with dark hair, and it basically looked exactly like Aaron. And then, 2 days later, on March 25th, Denise herself walked up to her mother's home in Huntington Beach, California, which is roughly 400 miles south of Vallejo, California, where she was missing.
Why is he making a
And so
Palkia
Denise's
play?
mother was
Why?
not home
Why?
when Denise
Like,
showed
bro,
up
these
on the
decks,
doorstep.
I don't know what the
And
fuck
so
they're
Denise
doing.
wound up going to the next door neighbor.
They adding
Therefore,
Palkia and all this for no
father.
reason.
And
I mean,
Denise's
there's
story
no
that she
need.
would tell
No
her
need for
dad
Palkia
was even
here.
more bizarre
I would
than
get
Aaron's
okay
story.
Redding
She
Charizard.
said she had
I
been
mean,
held
Greninja.
captive by 4
Because
men in this
these
small
card
hut, and
energies,
these men
which
would
is,
tell
makes
her
it
that they were simply
easier,
doing a
you know?
task for a client, and
But
what they were doing
Palkia,
now with
like,
her was
why
just
do you play
following their
Palkia, bro?
protocol.
Like, there's no
Denise
need for
would tell
Palkia
police
here.
that she was well
No
taken
need.
care of while she was in captivity. They let her eat food, they gave her water, they even let her
No
shower and
need
brush
at
her
all.
teeth. Denise initially was very
If he does
open to
attach
speaking
that
to
yet,
Vallejo police
the
detectives
Jet's
about what
energy
happened to her,
is
but they
gone.
said
If he
the
does, by
FBI
any chance,
really
I don't
wanted
think
to
he
talk to
will.
her, and they would literally send a jet to her in Huntington Beach and fly her back to Vallejo. She refused. And then,
Bro,
like Aaron,
13
she
energies
immediately
here is
flared up and
insane, bro.
stopped talking.
Insane.
And so by this point, all the investigators are like, there's no way these two actually got kidnapped. This whole thing is some weird, elaborate hoax, and now they know they've been caught, and so they're going quiet. And so that night that Denise was found, on March 25th, the Vallejo police held a press conference and told the public
Okay, so we
that
need to
they do
go-
not believe
not
these
Palkia,
two were
because he
ever
could evolve,
kidnapped. They
but we
don't
don't know
really
what he has in
happened,
his
but
hand.
at this
So we can
point,
go-
they are not pursuing kidnappers, and the public should not be
Let's go
worried
first.
about
Let's go.
rogue
Let's do this.
kidnappers in the area.
Just in case.
But
We
after
could
this
use it.
press conference,
Yikes.
police couldn't help but think to
Yikes.
themselves, why would these two people who are successful, they come from good families, they have loads of future prospects, I mean, their lives were good. Why would they stage this hoax? What do they stand to gain? It really just didn't make any sense. For weeks, the investigation.
Yeah, we're gonna
into
squawk,
whatever happened
right?
to Aaron
We have
Denise
to,
continued,
don't we?
But there was virtually no progress.
We're gonna
The media was still very interested in this case. It was
make sure
totally
we
salacious.
balls
They had
here,
dubbed
right?
This case,
Don't-
the
don't
Gone
we?
Girl case, in reference to a movie about a woman
Don't we
who
make
faced
sure
her
we
kidnapping.
balls here?
As for Denise and Aaron, they
he's
stayed
being
lawyered
of
up,
squawk.
and the only message they put out to the public
Then
was
we
that they were telling
go.
the truth.
Yeah, we go
And
here.
so really, this case just didn't make sense to anybody until about
Yeah.
2.5 months later,
And we go
on June
here,
5th,
here,
2015.
here.
Early that morning, a
We're
police
chilling.
officer in a town called Dublin, which
Go
is just
here.
south
Let me
of
go
Vallejo,
here.
California,
That's good.
found a piece of evidence that
Because if I get
basically
KO'd here, I draw
broke
3.
the case wide
I'm
open.
able to.
The
No
evidence
Ogre
this
Pawn
police officer
play,
found
but I mean, if I
was
get
a cell phone.
KO'd,
Not a burner phone
Ogre Pawn
that's
comes
totally
in.
anonymous, but a real cell phone that is registered with a phone company and therefore is registered with an individual person. And police were able to trace this cell phone back to its owner.
switch. Does he have a
And
switch?
this discovery would lead investigators 200 miles to the northeast of Vallejo to this small remote cabin in South Lake Tahoe, California. And at this cabin, police would find a stolen car, a white Mustang. And the white Mustang actually
There we
belonged
go.
to someone who lived.
But
in
he
Vallejo.
only puts energy
So
on
with
water
their guns drawn
Pokemon.
and their dogs at the ready to be released, the
So
police
even if he
and
uses
FBI
it, he gotta
opened up
put the
doors to this
energy
cabin.
either on
Inside was a tall, fit, and
Greninja
slender
or
white man
Palkia
with dark hair.
itself. He
The
can't put the
cabin was a
energy
total
on this
mess
one to
with discarded
retreat.
food and trash and piles of clothes everywhere, but none of that really stood out to the police. Instead, what stood out to them as they're yelling at this guy to stay where he is all around the cabin, all over the ground, kind of on top of all the trash and mess, were things like laser pointers and high-powered flashlights and zip ties and goggles, like swim goggles, with tape all across the front of them, blocking out the view. The police had finally found one of the kidnappers. And while this kidnapper looked exactly like Aaron, he was a tall, fit, slender white man with dark hair, it wasn't Aaron. In fact, neither Aaron nor Denise had ever met this person, and this person, this kidnapper,
Do we go
had
Iono
never
and
met
give him like
Denise
the
or Aaron.
edge
There was
here?
absolutely no connection between them. This kidnapper's name was Matthew Muller, and he was a 38-year-old Harvard-trained lawyer
Oh
and
my
former
God.
Marine who had
Did he?
totally just crashed and burned out of his law practice and then took up this life of committing all
Fuck
these
it, we have to. I
crazy
should have put that
crimes.
energy down though, but
It would turn out the totally
fuck it.
weird stories that
I don't know,
Aaron
man. I don't
had
know.
told police about
I don't
what
know,
happened to
man.
them
I don't
was all
know.
true. The only thing they got wrong
I'm gonna go
was
here,
there wasn't
here,
multiple people
here,
breaking into the house
here.
in wetsuits. It was only ever one person. It was Matthew Muller, the guy behind all
Here,
this.
here.
Maybe just kind of in their panic and not knowing what's going
Here,
on.
here.
Aaron and Denise had kind of thought,
go
oh, there's
here.
multiple people. But there wasn't. It was just Matthew. Also, it was
Go
turned out
here,
Aaron
draw
and
a card,
Denise were not
see
the
what we
first
get.
people that
Okay,
Matthew
good.
had
Here,
done this
here.
to. The reason that police officer in Dublin,
We could go
California,
here.
had found that cell phone, which broke the case wide open and led
Okay,
police to this
that was
cabin
good.
in South
That was a
Lake Tahoe,
good one.
was because on the night that officer found the cell phone, so June 5th, Matthew Muller had attacked another couple in the middle of the night in their home. But that couple had been able to fight Matthew Muller off, and Matthew had dropped his cell phone in their home before he fled. And so when this couple had reported this to police, that was how they got that cell phone. In terms of Muller's motivation for doing what he was doing, well, Muller was absolutely brilliant, like borderline genius, super smart guy, but he was extremely mentally unwell. He had severe psychosis, and he was also bipolar, and so basically he wasn't seeing reality for what it was. And at some point, in one of his kind of psychotic fits, he had somehow came across Aaron and Denise and become absolutely obsessed with them. He began
You wanna
surveilling
switch?
them non-stop
Khalifa.
with a drone for 3 weeks before
And
he
then
attacked them, learning
we,
their
of course,
patterns and who they talked to
draw
and what
7.
they did. And in fact,
This is the
Aaron,
longest
when he
game. Like,
found
why is
out
this so
that's what
long,
Matthew
bro?
was doing, watching
Why is it
him
making
and
it so
Denise with
long?
the drone, Aaron would tell police.
He
"Oh my
attacks
goodness,
here.
I
He gets
actually
the attack
remember
off
one
here.
night before the kidnapping, looking up and seeing this glinting light in the sky, and he thought, that looks like a drone. Why is it out here?
I hope he doesn't
But
have a
Aaron
boss
was
in hand,
normal
though.
person and didn't suspect that
Because
somebody
that way we
who was
get,
totally unhinged was spying on
he
him with
kills
the drone,
Tifa.
and so he had forgotten about it. And so after Muller had
Oh, no.
surveilled Aaron and Denise
Oh,
for 3
no.
days using his drone, he was
Fuck.
ready. So in the middle of the night,
Fuck.
he broke into Aaron's house wearing a wetsuit. He tied up Aaron and Denise, and he put those goggles on both of them so they couldn't see anything. And then he put on those headphones on both
Why,
of them.
dude? Why?
He listened to
Why, dude?
music, and
Why?
also had that narration
Big
where he
30.
was telling them, hey, you're gonna be fine. This is a robbery. Just stay calm and do what you're told. But after these headphones went on both of them, Matthew would sexually assault Denise. And in fact, at least one other victim of Matthew Muller has come forward since his arrest to say that she too was sexually assaulted by Matt. And so after Matt
Let's go here
had taken
first.
Denise and left left Aaron's house with her, you know, Aaron, he did fall asleep from the drug he was given from Matthew, and then when he woke up the next morning, he managed to get out of his restraints, and, you know, he's still affected by the drug that was in the system, and he sees that Denise is gone. And so the first thing he does is, oh my god, I need to find a way to pay the ransom to this kidnapper, because again, the kidnapper, Matthew, had said around Aaron that he wanted $8,500, and so Matthew thought he could get that money. And so he called his credit card company and asked for that cash advance for $8,500 to pay this ransom.
Do we
But
go?
when they asked Aaron why he needed this money, he didn't want to give up that it was for a ransom, because he didn't want the kidnapper to know that he had talked to authorities, he was worried about Denise, and so kind of in a panic, Aaron just told the credit card company that he was buying a boat. Really, it was for the ransom. Also, Aaron was the one who called in to Kaiser Hospital for both him and Denise, saying they were missing work. He did this because Matthew at some point had instructed Aaron that he would have to do that or something would happen to Denise. So again, he's just kind of following the instructions, hoping that he can get Denise back. As for the email that the San Francisco Chronicle reporter got, that apparently was from the kidnappers, but was sent from Aaron's email account,
Yikes, dude.
well, that really
Yikes.
was the kidnapper,
Let's go
Matthew
here.
Muller, sending this
Energy
email to the
here.
reporter. He just used a special program.
There's nothing else we
basically
can
hijacked
do about
these
this
email
shit.
addresses.
Not gonna
And
lie.
as for Denise sounding very calm in her proof of life
So we're
reporting
gonna
that
go
was attached to that email, well, the thought is Denise was very likely in shock at the time she was asked
1,
to report
2,
this,
4,
and so
5,
it sounded
6.
like she was relaxed, but really she wasn't.
This is
Also,
Ultra
just
Ball.
a random side note that I'm
Let's
sure
attend
some
this
people
out a
have
little bit.
questions about. We don't know why Aaron's house smelled like chemicals. It's assumed that, you know, maybe when Aaron and Denise were all tied up and couldn't see anything because of their goggles, that Matthew Muller, I guess, walked around their house and cleaned it, but we don't know for sure.
Okay, we're good. Nah,
Matthew
we're
Muller
not
is
good.
currently serving a
Justin
40-year
Sage, what's
sentence
up, my
in
brother?
prison for federal crimes, and just recently he was sentenced to
Yeah.
1 year in prison.
Oh my
for
god, bro.
that were
We are
in
the
connection
most
to the
luckiest person
kidnappings
ever.
of Aaron
Like,
and
how the
Denise.
fuck does he get his heads twice?
Aaron and
Twice.
Denise would go on to sue the
I am not
state
having
of
fun playing Drago
California
today.
for basically
At all.
mistreating them,
At
you know,
all.
telling
I
the
am
truth
not
the
having
whole
fun
time,
playing
but
Drago
they
today.
weren't taken seriously, and they would win 2.5
What decks would you guys want me to play though?
Aaron and Denise
What decks?
would go on to get married. They would
What
go
decks would you guys want me to
and they would
try,
write a book together about their
use,
experience,
you know.
which is called Victim F: From Crime Victims to Suspects to Survivors. Thank you for listening to the MrBallen podcast. If you enjoyed today's story,
Oh, you have codes,
or
bro?
looking for more strange
Shit,
dog and
what's up?
mysterious content, be sure to check out all of our studio's podcasts. We have this, which is MrBallen Podcast, also Mr. Ballen's Medical Mysteries, Bedtime Stories, and Runful. To find our shows, just search for Ballen Studios wherever you listen
What
to
decks
your
would you guys want me to
podcasts.
play?
If you want to watch hundreds more stories like the one you heard today, head over to our YouTube channel, which is just called Mr. Ballen. So that's going to do it. I really appreciate your support. Until next time, see you.
Shoot, Justin, I'm you on Discord, brother. Do you have Discord?
Hey Prime members, you can binge 8 new episodes of the MrBallen podcast 1 month early and all episodes ad-free on Amazon Music. Download the Amazon Music app today. And before you go, please tell us about yourself by completing a short survey at wondery.com/survey.
Ever wanted to stay on vacation
That can sort of
longer?
work. I
Us
mean,
too. With Verbo's long stay discounts,
just
you
for the
can
fun
stay
of it.
longer and save more on select properties. Gotta love a win-win. Book the perfect summer getaway today with Verbo Private Vacation Rentals. Your future self will thank you later.
You're ready to enter.
Hey Prime members, you can binge 8
What do you
new
mean answer, my
episodes
brother?
of the MrBallen podcast 1 month early and all episodes ad-free on Amazon Music. Download the Amazon Music app today. Police cruisers, ambulances, and fire trucks roared down the street, shattering the early morning silence in a Queens, New York neighborhood. Minutes later, 2 veteran NYPD homicide detectives stepped out of their car and walked into what was supposed to be an abandoned house.
Oh, like enter the
Their way
code?
down a long
For
hallway,
sure.
opened up a door,
Send the
and
code, bro.
began going down into the basement. And when they
Let's
got
see if
down
that's
there,
true.
it seemed
Let's see if
like
it's
for a
real.
second that they had just stumbled onto the set of a horror movie. These 2 hardened homicide detectives just stood there at a loss for words. All they could think was, I hope this person died before all of this was done to them. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the Strange, Dark, and Mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right podcast, because that's all we do, and we upload twice a week, once on Monday and once on Thursday. So, if that's of interest to you, please take the follow button out for baseball practice with an automatic pitching machine, but make sure you aim it right at their stupid face.
It says,
okay, let's get into today's story.
94. Oh, Great Tusk EX.
What most people really want for the holidays is to see their favorite people more often. That's why this year, best
Thank you, bro.
gift, besides plane
Thank you, my
tickets,
brother.
is an Aura digital picture frame. Named the #1 digital photo frame by Wirecutter, Aura frames are incredibly smart and easy to use, allowing you to upload unlimited photos and videos directly from your phone to the frame. Plus,
Let's
you
restore
can
the
order
app.
frame online and preload it with photos and videos using the Aura app.
To see
it's
it.
ready to go right out of the box. These days, because of our smartphones, our photos hardly ever get printed. So our best memories
Thank you, bro.
from the first day of school to Christmas morning can easily get buried, lost in a group chat, in the cloud, never to be seen again. But now, I just send my best photos straight to our Aura frame and to my parents' Aura frame. My kids will sit at breakfast and call out their favorite pictures when they show up. And now my parents always have the latest updates on their grandkids. It's awesome. Save on the perfect gift by visiting auraframes.com to get $35 off of Aura's best-selling Carver matte frames by using promo code BALLEN at checkout. That's AURA frames.com, promo code BALLEN. This deal is exclusive to listeners, so get yours now in time for the holidays. Terms and conditions apply. The show is brought to you by Progressive. Fiscally responsible.
Was it this
financial
one?
Geniuses,
I think no.
monetary magicians.
Was it this one? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it was this one or this one or this one. Not sure which one it was. Oh, this one. It was this one, I think.
Progressive Casualty Insurance
Thank you, bro.
Company and affiliates. Potential savings
Oh, shoot,
vary,
you got another one?
Available in all states or situations.
Hold on.
On February 28, 1995, 20-year-old Kim Antonakis sat in front of her mirror getting ready to go out for the night in Brooklyn, New York. Kim had long, curly brown hair that matched her brown eyes, which were actually the only part of her appearance that she was never happy with.
Ogre
So she
Pontiac
put on her
Premium
favorite pair of
Collection.
gold
Damn,
earrings
you got
and
heat, bro.
to add the finishing touch, her blue
You
contact
got
lenses.
heat.
Putting in those blue contacts made Kim feel like a different person. By day,
I already
she was
had
a
one of
college
those.
student who studied, did well in
But you
school,
got heat,
and worked
bro.
hard at her part-time job. But by night, she was free and a bit wild. And men could not keep their eyes off of her or her blue
Let's
eyes.
see. Let's open
Kim
it
took
again.
a final look in the mirror and then walked
Shout
through
out Justin. Shout out Justin.
a place most people her age in Brooklyn would have been jealous of. It had 2 bedrooms, hardwood floors, and a private 2-car garage right across the street. Now, Kim alone could never have afforded this place, but luckily, her dad covered most of the rent. Kim looked over and saw her friends, April Deedley and Josh Torres, sitting on the couch watching TV. And April looked up and told Kim how pretty she looked and told Kim to go out and have a great time. April and Josh had been staying at Kim's place with their 2-year-old son for the last couple of weeks while the floors got refinished in their apartment. Kim loved getting to spend time with April and her little boy, but really, she was glad that Josh
I
was
think
there.
it's this one,
Having
right?
a strong man in the apartment made her feel
Is
safe.
this one? This one?
For most of the past
Let's
month,
see. He
Kim
said
had
another
not
collect.
felt safe.
Damn, bro.
In early January
You got
of that
codes.
year, Kim had met a guy named Vladek who actually went by the nickname Psycho. He was Russian, he was very good looking, and he was a bit older than Kim. At first, Kim thought Psycho was one of those ironic nicknames, like when a really big guy gets called Tiny or something, because Psycho seemed like a lot of fun. He was laid back and really nice when they met, but recently, that had all changed. Kim said goodnight to April and Josh.
Kendra
put her on, and
EX.
walked outside.
Oh.
It was about 40 degrees Fahrenheit, which wasn't bad for a New York winter, but still, Kim felt a bit cold. She glanced up and down the street, looking for strange cars parked nearby or headlights coming down the road.
Let's see,
Psycho
let's
had
restart
really
the
begun to
game.
live up to his nickname starting about a month before.
I think I do have to.
when
I
Kim
think I
and
do have to
Psycho
restart the game every single time. I'm not sure.
Now, Kim had thought this getaway was just kind of a casual chance.
I've never had Kendra AX though, the collection of Kendra AX. But I've gotten Ogre Pawn and stuff like that.
He got Kim's name tattooed on his leg. And then
So I would have to see which
Kim had
card it
broken
is.
things off right then. A marriage proposal
Let's
was
see.
way too fast and way too serious for her. But since this breakup, Psycho had been basically stalking her. He called Kim constantly and he came around and literally
Shout out
shouted
Justin,
at
bro.
her from outside the apartment. And lately, Psycho had been showing up more and more often
Ooh,
at her apartment.
that's
because he
fire.
discovered that Kim had gotten back together with one of her ex-boyfriends, and so he was very jealous. And so Kim scanned the street one more time and saw that no one was there, and so she took a deep breath, like she was trying to relax
I'm gonna
herself.
make a deck with Kendra just because
Then
you
she
you
walked
know.
to her garage, opened up the garage
You
door,
gave to me that.
and slid inside of her white
Let's create that.
car and cranked up the stereo. She loved all
Gonna
kinds
go
of music,
here.
but hip-hop was her favorite when she was
One of each. Oh
Kim
shoot,
drove
enough,
about
bro.
15 blocks to pick up her friend. As
Jesus.
she did this, she
How many
refused
calls
to
we
let
got, bro?
Psycho come into her head because that would ruin her night, and she didn't want that. And so after getting her friend, the two young women had a great night out. They ate dinner and then eventually ended up at a club where they danced all night until the place shut down at about 4 a.m. on March 1st. Kim drove her friend home, and even though Kim was extremely tired from being out all night, she was in a great mood. And then after dropping her friend off, a few minutes later,
Ooh,
Kim pulled
that's-
into her own garage.
That's
At
Surgeon
this point,
Sparks
Kim's
code.
contacts or blue contacts were starting
Thank
to
you,
burn
bro.
out.
I appreciate you, bro.
All she wanted to do
I
was just
appreciate
take
you.
them out and fall asleep in her bed. She actually had to work later that day.
Let's go
so
exit.
she
Let's see.
really
Let's go
needed
home to see
rest.
if like if he started match or
Kim
something.
stepped out of her car, but
I don't
immediately
think
she
that it
froze
works like that,
because
though.
She heard something in the darkness. She turned, but she couldn't see
Let's
anything.
see. Let's
Then
start the
she heard
game
a
again.
noise from the other side of her garage. Terrified, Kim just clutched her keys in her hand and rushed towards the open garage door.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate you.
Later that day at 4 p.m., Kim's father, Tommy Antonakis, knocked on the door of his daughter's apartment. Kim's friend, April, opened up the door, carrying her son in her arms, and she
Just
could
think
tell
that
right
they
away
hate.
that Tommy was upset. She asked him what was going on, and he said he hadn't heard from his daughter all day. Tommy stepped inside the apartment, and at the same
Let's see
time,
what we get on this
April's
pack.
boyfriend, Josh, came over to say hello, but he also could see how upset Tommy looked, and so Josh just stayed quiet.
Oh, I love this card.
Told what was going on. Tommy asked April and Josh if they had any idea where Kim was, and they would tell him that they actually
Ooh,
hadn't heard from
I want to
Kim,
get that
so she
box,
left
bro.
them
Let me know
before
what you
they
get.
were out, but they also didn't want to tell her father.
I
that
do
this
want to
was
get that
actually
box
pretty
so
normal
bad.
for Kim.
Let
Josh
me know
and
what you get
April
on that
figured
box.
Kim had either gone home with the guy she met, or maybe stayed out super late and crashed at her friend's house. But then Tommy told them that his daughter had not shown up for work that day. Kim actually worked for her father's girlfriend, and the girlfriend.
Wasn't it like on Black Friday? Wasn't it at like $92,
Yes,
something like
April
that?
and Josh both got
From
very
120
concerned
to
looks on
like
their faces. As much as Kim liked to
92,
go out and
95.
party and have a good time,
I
she
think.
was also very responsible when it came to school and work. She would never just not show up for work without calling. And on top of that, Kim did have a cell phone, which still wasn't very common at this time, but she hadn't answered any of her father's calls. And so Josh asked if maybe Kim had tried calling Tommy.
I'll be right
at his
back. Give me
house.
a second.
Tommy said
I'll
he
be
only
right
missed
back.
one call on his home phone that day, and when he checked the message on his answering machine, it was just static. So he had no idea if, that was his daughter or not. And so Josh asked Tommy if he wanted to go down to the garage to see if Kim's car was there. Tommy agreed this was a good idea, so the two men made their way out of the apartment and across the street and opened the garage door. But Kim's white Honda Civic was not inside. Now, both men didn't know how to react to this. However, Josh kind of threw out there that, hey, this could be a good thing. This might mean Kim is actually still with her friend. But now Josh also looked as worried as Tommy. A few minutes later, Tommy left the garage and the apartment and went straight to the nearest police station. And when he got there, two officers listened to his story, but they told him that even though of course he was concerned, that realistically, an adult woman who hadn't even been gone for 24 hours
I'm
at this
back.
point did not warrant
Oh, Justin with another code.
at least not yet. But Tommy
Let's see if
begged
it's still
him to
available.
please at least go to his daughter's apartment to see if maybe they could find anything out of the ordinary. And now at this point, Tommy was so distraught that the officers were actually worried that he might have a total mental breakdown right there in the station. And so they told him, okay, you swing by your daughter's apartment and have a quick look around. So a little later that afternoon, Tommy stood outside
Oh,
the
Paldi and
garage
Fates.
while the officers
Ooh.
searched inside the garage. And at some point, one of the
Justin
officers
with
knelt
the
down
heat,
and
my
moved his
brother.
over because he had found a gold earring.
Let's see. Let's just start the
around.
game again.
And when Tommy heard this, he lost it. He said this had to be proof something bad happened to his daughter. The officers tried to
Thank
calm
you,
him
Justin,
down,
bro.
telling him, hey,
Appreciate you.
could have just fallen out when she got into the car. That's not totally out of the realm of possibility. But they did tell Tommy they would now issue a search for her vehicle and let him know if they found anything. Tommy then gave the officers a photo of Kim and said she had
This thing
two
to go,
distinct
bro.
tattoos that
He
looked
dropping the
like noses,
codes.
depending on how she was dressed. There was a scorpion on her left thigh and an infinity symbol on her lower back. Cops said they'd keep Tommy informed and then headed out. Tommy immediately went back to Kim's apartment, and when he got inside, he said to April and Josh that he knew something was wrong here, and he didn't think the police were taking him seriously. And so he asked Josh if he would help him put up missing person flyers
There we
with
go.
his picture all around the city, and Josh said, yeah, whatever you need, I'll help you. And so while the two men laid out their plan for these missing person flyers, April contacted a friend that Kim had gone out with the night before. And the friend said that, her and Kim had stayed at the club until around 4 a.m. when they closed, and then afterward, Kim had dropped her off, and that was the last the friend had seen Kim. And so after April relayed this information to Tommy, Tommy became convinced that this,
I'm gonna build this
in
like
conjunction with
Shen
hearing
Pao,
his
kind
phone
of.
in the garage, meant something must have happened to Kim
Kind of like
in the
Shen Pao.
garage right when she got home after dropping off her friend. And so Tommy looked at
Right.
Josh,
I feel
totally
like we have to.
despondent, and said they were already running out of time if they wanted to find Kim alive. On March 3rd, so 2 days after Kim had gone missing, Kim's mother arrived in
I
town.
feel like we have to,
Over the
right?
last 2 days, her ex-husband, Tommy, had continued to put up flyers all around the city, and the police had really ramped up their search for Kim and her car, but nobody had any idea where Kim was. So that's why Kim's mom had come to New York to conduct a search for her daughter in her own way.
Okay,
Kim's
bet,
mother
bro.
walked through a small
Bet.
row house in
I'll try to
the
catch him.
neighborhood of Brooklyn, and the house was dark and smelled of incense and candles. She stepped through a curtain at the back of the house. and
Thank you,
entered
bro.
a room where a woman with long dark hair sat at a small wooden table. This was the psychic Kim's mother had come to see. The psychic told Kim's mom to take a seat and then asked her how could she help. Kim's mom fought back tears and said her daughter had not been seen in days. She put a photo of Kim and a few of Kim's personal belongings on the table, and she pulled out a small tape recorder from her purse and asked the psychic if she could record this session. The psychic nodded and then touched the objects that belonged to Kim. Then the psychic closed her eyes and took a deep breath. For a minute, the only sound in the room
Let's go. Let's start
was the
typing them
click
down.
of the spinning tape in the tape recorder. Then the psychic opened her eyes and began talking. She said to Kim's mother that Kim was alive. She was no longer in Brooklyn.
2
She
PL,
was tied up in some place cold and dark, maybe a basement.
JX7.
Then the psychic looked up like she was trying to see something in the room that was invisible to everyone
Party of
else.
Fates.
And she told Kim's
Thank you, bro.
mom that different letters had begun to appear in front of her, and one of them was a big letter T. A moment later, the psychic sort of came out of her trance, and at this point, Kim's mom had stopped on the tape recorder.
Where do we go here?
Later that day, Kim's mom met with April, Josh, and Kim's ex-boyfriend, Jane and Ron, at Kim's apartment. Kim's mom knew that her daughter had started sleeping with Jay again, even though Kim didn't really like him. Kim's mom didn't think this was a good idea, but she was happy to see that he was there and willing to help. Kim's mom took out a tape recorder and said she'd come from a meeting with the psychic. Jay stepped out and glanced over at Josh and April. They looked like they were taking this very seriously.
V6V.
The recording started, and Jake quickly stopped smoking. The psychic's voice on the recording sounded eerie, like it was coming from someplace far away. And when the psychic got to the part about seeing the letters in the room floating around, everybody got a deadly serious look on their face.
R7MG.
April didn't want to say anything in front of Kim's mom, but she thought the letter T that the psychic saw clearly pointed to a particular person.
H99.
Tommy. T for Tommy.
And threats. Ooh.
At 2 a.m. on March 4th, 3 days after Kim had gone missing, a man woke up at his house in Queens, New York, about 30 minutes from Kim's apartment. The man smelled smoke, so he rushed out of his bedroom, but he quickly realized the smoke was
Are
not
we gonna go
coming
this
from
way,
inside
right?
his house.
This route? I feel like
So the man
we
went
have to.
outside and looked down the street. And flames engulfed an old wooden 2-story house down the block, and smoke was pouring out of the windows.
Ooh.
The man ran back inside and called 911.
Let's see. Let's type that one
He told
down.
the operator that the house that was
T9R.
on fire had been abandoned for a long time, but there could be
2715.
squatters inside, so it was possible there were people in immediate danger right now. The
LJL.
operator said they would send fire and rescue right away.
KLM.
Soon after that, fire trucks roared down the street with their sirens
I
wailing.
probably did it
When
wrong.
they arrived in front of the abandoned burning house.
T9R.
Firefighters got right to work, and luckily, once they got inside, they could tell the house did seem to be empty, and they were able to put out the flames quickly. But then several firefighters
LJL.
walked through the now smoldering house to try to discover what the source of the fire had been.
KLM.
One of them led the way down the stairs into the basement of this building, and he quickly told the others to
Yeah,
stay back.
that one didn't work.
He had seen some terrible things on this
Yeah.
job. What he
Let's
saw in the
see.
basement was the worst he
Let's
had ever seen.
go.
The The others called down to him and asked if he was okay.
BR2.
Turned and shouted up that they needed to get the police down here right away.
MYYP.
Audible's best of
LXN.
2024 picks are here. Discover the year's top audiobooks,
XXM.
podcasts, and originals in all your favorite genres.
That one works.
From
Per the
memoirs and
drift.
sci-fi
Ooh.
to mysteries and thrillers, Audible's curated list in every category is the
Oh,
best
okay.
way to hear
It's 6, not 5.
2024's
Thank you, bro.
best in audio entertainment. Like stunning new full cast production of George Orwell's 1984, heartfelt memoirs like Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson's
Q7.
the year's best fiction like Woman by Kristen
Y6.
Hanna, and Percival
LJL.
Everett's brilliantly subversive James.
KLM.
Also, I personally really love the Australian murder mystery called The Drive
Deoxys.
by Jake
Ooh.
Harper. You should
I love Deoxys. One of my favorite Pokemon.
There's more to imagine when you listen. Go to audible.com/ballen and discover all the year's best waiting for you. Can you name every single subscription that you have? I know I can. And I'm not alone.
2P7
I just learned that over 74% of
M4ZB
people have subscriptions they've forgotten about. With Rocket Money, I don't have to remember every
VG2
subscription or worry about forgetting it because I can see them all laid out
692.
right in front of me. I can't tell you how many times I've signed up for a free trial or something
Scarlet
and then
Violet,
forgot to
Prodigy.
cancel, only to
Prodigy
figure it out a
Evolve.
year later
Ooh.
after it's cost me hundreds of dollars. But now I don't have to worry about that anymore.
Thank you, bro.
because Rocket
I
Money
appreciate
has
you.
my back. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps you find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps you lower your bills so you can grow your savings. They'll also try to negotiate lower bills for you. They automatically scan your bills to find opportunities
Then
to
I
save.
have to set
and you can
him
ask
up,
them to negotiate
put him
for
like
you.
to set up.
They'll even deal
But
with customer
do I get
service.
another one?
Rocket Money has
I
over
might as
5
well, right?
million users and has saved a total of 500 million in canceled
Yep, I might
subscriptions,
as well.
saving members up to $740 a year
Then we get,
using all of the app's premium features.
let's find Kendra.
Stop wasting money on things you don't use. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions by going to rocketmoney.com/ballen. That's rocketmoney.com/ballen. rocketmoney.com/ballen.
We're good like this.
Later that morning, detectives Louis Pia and Tom Shelvin of the NYPD arrived at the burned-out building in Queens. Other cops
Then we
thought that
go
Pia and Shelvin made
here.
the perfect team. Pia could talk to anyone and seemed like their
Rhode
best friend
Island.
right away, maybe their favorite uncle. He was known on the force for getting guilty people to quickly confess to their crimes because they suddenly just wanted to do the right thing and not let Pia down. On the other hand,
Oh, another code.
Shelvin was quiet and
Shoot.
methodical.
Oh,
Other cops
let's go
said
for
when
it.
he analyzed evidence at a scene, it was
W6P.
like he could transport himself to the moment of the crime and see exactly what
M74.
happened. Pia and Shelvin could still smell smoke as they walked through the burned-out house. They descended the
TCG.
stairs and stepped into the basement. Just like the
Y42.
firefighter, these two experienced New York homicide detectives
Obsidian
did not
Flames.
leave.
Ooh, I love Obsidian Flames.
In the basement, slumped over in a burned-out chair, they saw an obvious corpse that was charred from the waist up. This person's clothes and their facial features had been completely and utterly burned off. The detectives walked closer to the body, and they were able to identify that the victim was almost certainly a woman, and she still had pieces of burned duct tape on her wrists that had been used to bind her hands behind her back. Detective Pia stared at the body. He knew it was not much of a consolation, but he said he hoped this poor woman was already dead.
We
by the
need
time the
12,
body
right?
was
12?
recovered.
Because we
Detective
need what?
Sheldon crouched
We
down
don't need
to get a
that
better look
many.
at the body, and as he did, he leaned in close, and he saw something on her left thigh that caught his attention. He shouted to
With two
Pia,
energies, he's
Pia
doing
also crouched down
150,
next to him.
right?
Through the very badly burned skin on this
150,
woman's leg,
200,
the detective saw a
250, 300.
scorpion tattoo.
So we need 5.
Two detectives walked around the chair, which had actually mostly survived the blades
6
of
energies
impact,
to one shot,
and
like.
looked at the woman's back. Most of the skin was completely charred, but a small piece of skin on her lower back was not as badly burned as the
We'll go
rest of her.
15.
That's where the detectives saw
15,
infinity.
15, that's 30. It gives me room
Pia
to
called
work with.
into the station and was quickly put in touch with an officer who had been working a missing persons case in nearby Brooklyn. And the officer said those two tattoos that were found on the victim
Keep up,
inside
bro.
the basement matched
I'm keeping up, bro. I'm keeping up, bro.
a woman who'd been missing
keeping
for
up.
a few days in the area. Pia knew he would need to get dental records to actually confirm everything, but he knew deep down they had just discovered the body of Kim Antonuts. The following day, detectives Pia and Shelvin met with April and Josh at their own apartment. The couple had moved out of Kim's apartment, so
I'm waiting for you to tell me to restart, so
now
I,
Josh
so
and
you know,
April, who were very
so
shaken
you get
up,
to see
took
the
turns speaking to the police about what
the
happened
packs
to
and
their
stuff like
friend,
that.
while the other parent would stay with the son.
But I got them all already.
To know about any close relationships Kim had, particularly romantic or sexual relationships.
I hope we ain't forgetting nothing.
At the crime scene
we got
the detectives
2,
think that
3, 4, 5,
was the most likely culprit.
6. Do
April
we
and Josh,
need?
who again
Do we need
were
this?
shell-shocked by everything
I don't
that
think so.
happened, basically said the same thing to police. That Kim had
I don't
begun
think we need
seeing
it.
her ex-boyfriend Jay again, but honestly that did not seem very
So
serious.
we playing 2,
However, there was one
3,
person they felt like the
4,
cops
5,
needed to speak
6.
right away, and that was
Okay,
Kim's
another
other
code. Let's go.
whose nickname was Psycho. Now, the detectives couldn't believe this guy actually referred to himself as Psycho.
Y6YG.
It was like advertising yourself as a violent criminal. But then, after talking to April and
77C,
Josh about how
9WL.
Psycho really had been, after stalking him and being totally maniacal, after she'd
Party
broken
of
up with
Fates.
him,
Ooh.
well, the detectives were pretty sure they had the perfect suspect who, maybe his nickname was right on brand. And it didn't take them long to discover that Psycho had ties to the Russian mob in New York, and that he was out on bail from a statutory rape charge, and that he had a history of physically assaulting people who made him angry. So, later that day, the detectives tracked down Psycho and called him into the station for questioning. Psycho walked into the interview room with a level of confidence the detectives weren't used to seeing in suspects. Psycho was tall, pale, blonde, had blue eyes and a light beard, and when he sat down across from the two detectives, he grinned and actually laughed before either of the detectives had asked him anything. Detective Pia told Psycho that Kim Antonakis had been murdered. And after that, Psycho just stared at Pia, completely calm and unaffected. And so Pia eventually broke the silence by asking Psycho how he knew Kim. This, Psycho smiled and laughed again. Then he said, the name Kim rings a bell, but I can't really picture her. Pia smiled right back at Psycho and asked, hey, if you don't know who Kim is, then why do you have her name tattooed on your leg? Psycho leaned back in his chair and got a look at his face like this was the most ridiculous thing he'd ever heard. He said he did have the letters K-I-M tattooed on his leg, but it wasn't for this girl Kim. It stood for something that wouldn't make sense to these detectives. It was just a positive phrase that inspired him. The detectives looked at each other, and they almost started laughing. Psycho's act would be entertaining if he wasn't a murder suspect. So Pia leaned in and told Psycho to stop lying.
Codes to get some of these, right?
Psycho had been coming around Kim's apartment after she broke up with him, and also several people had told the detectives that they had seen Psycho physically on Kim's block the day she disappeared. At this, Psycho lowered his eyes and dropped the tough guy act.
Oh no, I think it's sleeves that it gets me, right?
But he still insisted his tattoo had nothing to do with her, and that their relationship wasn't actually all that serious.
I'm not sure.
And then he told the detectives
we'll see later.
That it really had nothing to do with
another code.
By the end of the interview, despite Psycho seeming like a totally psychotic and
4
very likely
TDD,
suspect, the detectives did not have enough information to actually hold Psycho, so they let him go.
6R2.
However, based on his criminal record and his connection to the victim, they were able
no,
to
that one didn't work.
Did
I do it wrong? CMN.
The detectives hoped that surveillance
4
would be quickly,
TDD,
but in the meantime, they
9
decided to move on to another
MN. Oh, it's MN.
Jay. A few days after Kim's murder, the detectives met with Jay at the station, and they had a much easier conversation than they'd had with Psycho. Jay told them that he and Kim had been dating for a while, and even though they split up for a time, they had been back together at the time
Shrouded
he
Fable.
disappeared and was ultimately killed. The
Thank
detectives both took note of this. April and Josh had made it sound like Kim was sort of back with Jay, but it wasn't
Because Ogre Pond is here. I already had that.
So maybe this upset Jay. Maybe
But I don't know. I don't know if the like
fully back together, and when Kim
the Kendra one gets you something. I'm not sure.
Killed her in a rage. But the detectives didn't let on what they were thinking. Instead, they just let Jay.
Oh, I need to restart the game. I forgot. I think no, I don't because I got Kendra already.
At this, Pia raised his
I guess they don't give
Jay
you.
and said, "Yep, they'd already spoken
Let's see if
to
they give you
Psycho."
a coin.
But Jay shook his head. He wasn't
Or
talking
something.
about Psycho. The cops needed to investigate Kim's own father, Tommy. The detectives looked at each other surprised. Tommy had rushed to the police first, and he had been trying to find his daughter even before the NYPD launched a full-scale search. And Tommy, by all accounts, had been devastated the second he found out his daughter could be in trouble. So Pia asked Jay, why on earth would he think Tommy had anything to do with what happened to his daughter? Now, Jay did not want to say the real reason that a psychic had told Kim's mother about seeing a letter T floating in the air, because he figured the detectives would laugh in his face if that was his reason for
Let me go
suspecting Tommy.
here.
So instead, Jay lowered his voice like he was afraid somebody could be listening to him. He told the detectives that he was pretty sure Kim's father, Tommy, had connections to the mafia. This seemed completely out of left field to the detectives, but Jay said he knew the family pretty well, and he really
Let me know
was
when we
not
start, bro.
making this up.
I'll be starting when you let me know.
All he needed to do to confirm this was just look into Tommy's businesses. The detectives chatted with Jay for a bit longer, and eventually they wrapped up the interview and thanked Jay for coming in and sent him home. After he was gone, the detectives struggled with what they had to do next. The idea of interrogating a father who had just lost his daughter in such a violent, horrific way made both detectives feel sick. But unless the cops surveilling Psycho found something basically right now, they had to keep digging if they were going to find out what happened to Kim.
Jeez, for something, bro? What? No.
And so later that day, Pia and Shelvin drove to Tommy's house, and Tommy came to the door and welcomed them inside, but looked horrible, like he hadn't slept in days. He was jittery, and he struggled to even put full sentences together. Then Pia told Tommy they were actually there to question him, and at this, Tommy lost it. He screamed that they were just wasting their time. His daughter's killer clearly was out there roaming the streets, and if they knew how to do their jobs, they would not be questioning him about the murder of his beloved daughter, the person who meant more to him than anybody else in the world. Pia told Tommy that it really was just routine.
Oh, there's no in the comments. I didn't see no two other codes. I got the BWC, BWQ, 67Y, and CMM. I got them all four of those.
Tommy shook his head. He couldn't believe where this investigation was going. He said they could look into his businesses or whatever they wanted, and they wouldn't find any links to organized crime. He said, yes, he did happen to have an office near the office of famous New York mobster John Gotti, and he had met some of Gotti's people in passing a couple of times, but that was it. There was no actual connection to the mafia. And then Tommy just began shouting for the detectives to do some real work and go find his daughter's killer. The detectives could tell Tommy was not willing to talk to them right now, so they quickly left the house and just headed back to the station. As a father, Ian knew how gut-wrenching it must be for Tommy to hear someone even suggest he might have done something to hurt his own child. But as the
I think it's this one, right?
Tommy owned several businesses, and one of them was a fire insurance company.
Okay,
Detective
yeah.
Shelvin said that, regardless of whether Tommy had mafia connections or not, as someone who dealt with fire insurance professionally, he would likely know how to burn a house down and leave nothing traceable behind.
Now, yeah, I've got to know the codes that you've put in the comments.
There was a chance firefighters
The BWC, BWQ, 67Y, and CMM.
Kim's body. Pia hated to even consider this theory, and he still hoped it was just a matter of time before Psycho or somebody
try to
else
refresh
made a
my
mistake
chat,
and
but I'm
proved
not
that
sure.
Tommy had not murdered his own daughter. But as the days went by, police didn't seem to be getting closer to pinning down Psycho or anyone else.
It's still the
case
same
was just
thing.
wide open. Police did, however, finally locate
Yeah.
Kim's abandoned car miles away from her apartment.
I got all the
But
codes.
it had been completely wiped down, so there were no prints to point the detectives in the right direction. And so soon, months went by with no new leads, and Pia and Shelvin felt like they were running out of ideas. So they engaged in what they called, quote, shoe leather work, end quote, literally walking the streets around Kim's apartment and the house in Queens where she had been found, knocking on doors.
I just put the last three all in one comment.
It felt like a very thankless job.
Oh no,
But then,
they ain't popping
June
up for me.
1995, so 3 months after Kim's murder,
Yeah, no.
the detectives
Like I see your
were
regular
called from
text,
police
but I do not
officers
see
in
like.
Queens neighborhood they'd been walking around in, and they would tell the detectives that another body had turned up, and this body was.
Yeah, no, I'm not seeing like the message with the codes.
Mafia execution style.
Yeah, no,
Pia
there's
and
no
Shelvin got the
comment
victim's
with no
details
slashes or
and
nothing.
sped to his house in Queens. When they got there, the victim's mother let them in and said they could look around to see if they could find anything.
Let me refresh again.
She told them that she had no idea.
Yeah,
until her
retype.
son.
Let's see.
However, she did tell them
I don't know.
her
Probably
son had begun
YouTube.
hanging
They didn't
around
let you
what she
put
considered
like
to be a bad crowd.
that message that
Pia
long. I
sat
don't
and
know.
spoke
I'm not
to
sure.
the very upset mother some more, while Shelvin searched the house. And at some point, Shelvin got to a room at the back of the house and he looked out the window. And just over the fence, he could see the backyard of the abandoned house where Kim's body had been found. Shelvin walked back through the house and asked the mother if she'd ever seen anybody going in or out of that abandoned home, or if she knew if her son had ever gone in there for any reason. The woman said, she hadn't seen anybody go in there for well over a month and really couldn't imagine why her son would have gone inside either. The detectives thanked her for her time, and then they headed back to their car. And once they got in there, they both agreed there was just no way this could be a big coincidence. That this young man who had been murdered mafia style just happened to live right behind the abandoned house where Kim had been murdered, and with all this talk about the mafia connection to Kim's murder, it just felt like this young man's murder had to be connected to Kim's in some way. They just didn't know what that way was. On September 3rd, 1995, so 6 months after Kim's murder, Detectives Pia and Sheldon sat at their desks and went over their notes like they had been doing almost every
We go
day
Buddy
since
Puffin,
the
right?
murder.
I think we do.
They had found
Buddy
a possible
Puffin.
connection
Yeah,
between
Buddy
Kim
Puffin
and
for
that
sure.
young man who was the
For
shooter
sure,
of
Buddy
Kim in
Puffin.
Queens, but nothing concrete had come out of that yet. On top of that, Psycho, despite being under surveillance, had not shown his hand in any way, and also the detectives had discovered that Kim's father, Tommy, really had absolutely no discernible ties to the mafia. So at this point, none of their leads had panned out. However, the detectives refused to say that Kim's case had gone cold, but they admitted it was, at the very least, lukewarm. But just then, the detectives heard shouting and crying down the hall. They looked up and saw an officer leading a blonde woman towards them. The officer had an apologetic look on his face, and he said, this woman claimed to have vital information regarding Kim's murder, and she kind of barged her way down here. Now, a lot of people had made similar claims over the past several months, so Pia and Sheldon understood why this officer was hesitant to let this woman come down and talk to them right away. But they stood up, and they could see how upset this woman was. Also, it looked like she had some serious bruising on her cheeks and around her eyes. So the detectives walked over to the woman and wanted to make sure she didn't need immediate medical attention. But the woman shook them off and said she needed cops, not doctors. Pia nodded and said, "Okay, well, what's your name?" She smiled through tears and pointed to her hair and said everyone just called her Blondie. Pia smiled back at her and asked her to tell him and his partner, what's going on here. Blondie took a deep breath and stopped crying. She said that morning she and her boyfriend had gotten into an argument. Blondie said she was sure he was cheating on her. So she got very upset and angry and began yelling at him, but instead of just yelling back at her, her boyfriend grabbed a shovel and hit her with it. Blondie fell to the floor and thought her boyfriend was going to literally kill her, but he ended up just running outside, stealing her motorcycle, and speeding off. Pia told Blondie, I'm so sorry, and then told her she really ought to go get some medical attention. Then he also asked her, what does this have to do with Kim's murder? Blondie glanced between Pia and Sheldon and took a deep breath. And then she said, while she was on the floor after being struck by the shovel and thinking she was about to be killed, her boyfriend, before running off, leaned down, got into her face, and told her he had already set one woman on fire and he would have no problem
so we're gonna go
again.
here.
The detectives asked Blondie who her boyfriend was, and when she gave them the name, they knew he had been telling Blondie the truth about previously burning someone.
Yeah, we're gonna go like this.
They knew her boyfriend had to be Kim's murderer. Based on the information
sent
Blondie
the last
provided,
three, they're not going
interviews,
through,
and
then
evidence
well,
found
let's see
crime
what we
scene.
got.
Following
Yeah,
the
no, they
reconstruction
didn't
of
go
what the
through.
detectives believe happened to Kim
I don't know if the
Marcus
text is too
beginning in the early
long.
morning
I don't know what it
March
is.
1st, 1995.
But let's see. We'll finish this in a minute. Let's go exits. Let's restart.
On March 1st, at about 4 a.m., the kidnappers sat crouched behind a parked car a few feet away from Kim's garage.
Thank you,
It was
bro.
getting colder outside.
Thank you,
Kidnappers
Justin.
were tired.
Justin, the MVP.
Finally, they saw a white Honda Civic coming down the street. They knew it had to be Kim's. So the kidnappers stood up, and after confirming it was hers, they ducked back down. They were wearing all black clothes, gloves, and face masks, so they remained hidden in the darkness. From their crouched position, they watched as Kim's car pulled into the garage, and they waited right outside. Once the overhead light inside of the garage went out, each of the kidnappers crept inside and
Let's see
crouched
what we
down
get. Let's see
on
what we
opposite
get.
sides of Kim's car. The hip-hop music from inside the car cut out, and then Kim turned off the engine. At this point, the kidnappers were totally still, fixated on the driver's side door. The door opened.
This helped
Kim
me a lot to
stepped out,
like
but
finish
immediately she
sets
stopped.
and be able to get
When she looked to one side of the
coins,
garage and
so-
the other, she saw something moving around, she heard something, it scared her, and so she began
Ooh.
rushing towards the open garage door. At this
Baby
point, one of
shiny
the kidnappers
Snorlax.
leapt out of the darkness and surprised Kim from behind. They wrapped their arms
Ooh.
around her, but Kim screamed and thrashed with her elbows
There
and
we
almost
go.
broke free.
There
She
we
scraped her
go.
long fingernails
That
down the
pack was good.
kidnapper's arm and thrust her keys at the kidnapper's face. And finally, the kidnapper's grip loosened and Kim got away. Kim made a break for it, but at this point, the other kidnapper leapt at her and brought her to the ground.
Mimikyu.
It was at this point one of her earrings fell out and landed on the ground. Kim kept on fighting, but the kidnapper now had her pinned. And then suddenly, Kim's head slammed against the ground,
Ooh,
and completely
baby
stunned.
shiny.
The kidnapper on top of Kim turned her over onto her stomach and pulled her arms behind her back.
Hurt those
At this
wrists.
point, the other one rushed over and unrolled a strip of duct tape and bound Kim's hands behind her back. Then both kidnappers flipped her back over. Kim would have felt a piece of duct tape being stretched across her mouth, and then would have felt her head slam against the
Audio
ground
evolve.
one time, at which point she lost consciousness. The kidnappers lifted Kim up and threw her
Draw
in the
2
trunk
cards
of
if
her
you
own
have a
car,
stadium in play.
then
Draw 2
sped
more
down
cards.
the street into a car and drove from Brooklyn to Queens. They made their way to that abandoned house and parked right out front. The street was pitch black and nobody was out that early.
Can't
in the
be
morning.
healed.
So
That would have been good,
kidnappers
like if we
put her
didn't
on
have
the
tour and
trunk,
stuff
dragged
like
her
that.
right into the abandoned
'Cause,
house,
like people
down the
barely.
steps into the
Oh,
basement.
Obsidian Flames. One of my favorite
Once
sets.
in the basement,
One of my favorite
Kim
sets.
began regaining consciousness. She screamed through the tape, but the kidnappers threw her onto a chair, crouched down, taped her feet, and then walked out of the basement, locking the door behind them. Kim would remain in that basement for about 36 hours without food or water, just sitting in that chair all tied up, until the cold sent her into the final stages of hypothermia. She
Chorus
drifted in and out of
tenacity.
consciousness and started hallucinating, so she could never really tell if she was
Joltic.
alone or if people were there with her. Then,
Cecilia.
in the morning of March 4th, 3 days after Kim was
One
kidnapped,
more, guys.
the basement door flew
Let's
open
go.
again. Kim's kidnappers remained at the top of
Ooh.
the stairs, but Kim's killers walked down the steps into the basement, and one of them held a gas can. The killer with the gas can walked
Ooh,
right
there
up
we
to Kim,
go.
and from the
That's
looks of
good.
it, Kim seemed dead.
That's good.
But the killer didn't care. The killer leaned down, kissed Kim on the forehead.
There
and
we
said,
go. Monkey
quote,
Dory
"Shit
eat
happens
X.
and life sucks," end quote. But the truth was, Kim was not dead. Hypothermia had simply slowed down
Thank you, bro.
multiple functions of her body, so she appeared dead, but certainly was not. Which means Kim was fully alive when the killer doused her with gasoline, took several steps back,
See,
lit a
by
match,
restarting, we got
flung
like
it at
anything
her,
here.
setting her on fire. Once the fire started, the killers and the kidnappers turned and fled the scene and watched from outside as the house went up in flames. Then the killer and the kidnappers got in 2 separate cars and drove away. Eventually, the killers made it back to Brooklyn and they split up. One just kind of walked the streets for a while the other went back to their apartment, checked in on their 2-year-old son before they went to bed.
I'll be right back.
It turned out the man who called himself Psycho, that police really believed must have had something to do with Kim's murder, had nothing to do with it. And as for Kim's father, Tommy, he loved his daughter more than he loved anyone, and he would never have done anything to hurt her, just like he said. The truth was, Kim's horrific murder had taken place simply because somebody wanted a new car. Josh Torres, the man who'd been staying at Kim's apartment with his girlfriend April and their 2-year-old son, really liked Kim's white Honda Civic. And he started thinking that he really wanted a car just like that, or one maybe even nicer. And Josh's good friend, Jay, just happened to be Kim's ex-boyfriend, and he knew firsthand that Kim's dad was rich and could easily hand over enough money for Josh to get whatever car he wanted. And Jay was willing to help Josh pull this off because deep down, Jay knew that Kim did not really love him the way he loved her, and so he knew this relationship was never really going to amount to much. And also Jay figured he wasn't really ripping Kim off, he was just ripping off her rich dad, who could easily afford giving up some money. And so Josh came up with a plan to kidnap Kim and get ransom money from her dad. And he reached out to 2 friends to pull off the kidnapping job, and one of them lived near an abandoned house that he said would be the perfect place to stash Kim until her dad forked over the ransom money. Jay, who knew Kim's schedule really well, helped the other guys, the kidnappers, work out the details of the plan and pick the perfect time to put it in motion. And in the early morning of March 4th, when Kim was kidnapped, everything seemed to be going the way it was supposed to. But
I'm
later
back.
that day,
How to go
things
get
began
water.
to fall apart. After the kidnapping, Josh called Kim's father, Tommy, and played him a pre-recorded ransom demand, telling Tommy
Let me know what
to
you
leave
get.
$75,000 at a specific location at a specific time.
Justin, if you stream or make content like on TikTok, like opening content, like when you open packs and stuff like that,
Tommy had no idea
put it down in the comments so I can follow you and stuff like that, bro.
And when Tommy showed up at the apartment asking Josh for help, Josh panicked. So he did everything.
Thank you a lot,
to
though,
make
for
it look
real.
like he was
Appreciate
desperately
you.
trying to find Kim, while he and Jay secretly figured out a different way to get Tommy the ransom message. But then everything changed again when Kim's mother came to town and visited the psychic and played that.
What could we
recording
use
for Josh
here?
and Jay. Because the psychic correctly said Kim was no longer in Brooklyn and that she was in a cold, dark basement. But more importantly, the psychic did not just mention the letter T floating around. She also said that she kept seeing one other letter, the letter J. When Josh and Jay heard that, they freaked out because their names begin with J. And so totally convinced the psychic knew exactly what was happening, Josh and Jay went to that abandoned house where Kim was with the two guys they had hired to kidnap Kim. Josh had picked up a gas can on the way over, claiming they would just move Kim to a different location and then burn the abandoned house down, kind of destroying evidence. But investigators would never know if that was actually Josh's intention, because when Josh saw Kim in the basement and thought she was dead, even though she wasn't, she was just hypothermic, Josh would say he felt like the only way to deal with the situation was to light her on fire and burn her body along with the house, destroying all evidence. Of course, Kim was actually alive.
I don't make content. I will be opening 18 packs. So hope I got something amazing.
When that dead young man turned
Good luck, bro.
The guy
Good
who
luck.
shot out in the street.
You should start making content though, Justin.
That young man, who would turn out
You
to
should.
be one of Kim's kidnappers, had connections to both Josh and Jay. But it was ultimately Blondie, the woman who had been attacked by her boyfriend, who broke the case wide open. Because Blondie's boyfriend at the time was Josh. Not long after Kim's murder, he had left April and their kid and started seeing Blondie. Police arrested both Josh and Jay, and Detective Pia very quickly got Jay to tell him absolutely everything that had happened. In fact, Jay cut a deal with the prosecution and would only serve 2 years in prison. As for Josh, he was not found guilty of the execution-style murder in Queens of that young man. However, he was found guilty of kidnapping and murdering Kim and was sentenced to 58 years to life in prison. Thank you for listening to the MrBallen podcast. If you enjoyed today's stories and you're looking for more strange, dark, and mysterious content, be sure to check out all of our studio's podcasts.
Let's
They
do
are
this.
one, of
Let's
course,
go.
MrBallen podcast, and we also have MrBallen's Medical Mysteries, we have Bedtime Stories, and also Run Forward. To
Right.
find those other podcasts, all you have
Here
to
you
do
go.
is search
Three
for
buddy
Ballen
puffins.
Studios
We go
wherever
here.
you listen to your podcasts. To watch hundreds more stories just like the ones you heard today, head over to our YouTube channel,
Should we go like
which
this?
is just called MrBallen.
This is better.
So that's gonna do it. I
No?
really appreciate your support. Until
Let's
next
see what we
time,
can add
see
here
you.
though.
Hey Prime members, you can binge 8
I
new
think we're
episodes
good
of the
right
Mr.
now.
Ballen podcast 1 month early and all episodes ad-free on Amazon
I think
Music.
we're good right
Download
now.
the Amazon Music app today. And before you go,
I don't know. I mean, when we play, we'll see what we have wrong and what we could fix with the deck. So let's hop on the game and see what we could fix.
This very moment, it could be if it was in a Wealthfront cash account. With Wealthfront, you can earn 4.25%
Let's go on the
APY
Terapagos.
until you're ready to
Terapagos,
invest.
Terapagos.
And you get free same-day withdrawals to eligible accounts
And then
every
what
day.
coin?
Yes,
Is that
even
Kindle
on
coin?
weekends and holidays.
Do I have a Kindle?
4.25%
Oh,
APY
we
is
got
not a
this
promotional
one.
rate. There's no
There
limit
we
to what
go.
you can deposit and earn.
The Deoxys.
Even
Where's
with
the
protection
Deoxys?
of up to $8 million in
We gotta
FDIC
find the
insurance
Deoxys.
through Wealthfront's partner banks. For same-day
Oh, we
withdrawals,
do have a
just start
Kindle
your withdrawal as late as
coin
9 p.m. Eastern to one of over
from
550
the ladder.
eligible banks and credit unions to get it the same day. And it takes just minutes to transfer your cash to any of Wealthfront's award-winning investing accounts when you're ready. Sign up is easy. Go to wealthfront.com to get
Here we
started.
go. We
earning
did get a
interest
coin.
and building your wealth today. Cash account
A
offered through
Deoxys
Wealthfront
coin. I love
Brokerage, member
Deoxys too.
FDIC. Wealthfront Brokerage
So we're
is a
gonna
bank
go
sponsored
back,
related to partner
look
banks
up
accepted.
Deoxys.
Interest rate and FDIC insurance. Rate is subject to change.
There we
Investment
go.
management accounts which are not FDIC insured are provided by Wealthfront Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
That's fire, bro. That's fire.
Hey Prime members, you can binge 8 new episodes of the MrBallen podcast 1 month early and all episodes ad-free on Amazon Music.
Is it
Download
active?
the Amazon Music app today.
Let's see.
Today's podcast will feature 2 stories about drivers who left their route, then bad things
Do we
happened.
risk it and play?
The audio from all 3 of these stories
Ranked?
has been pulled from our main YouTube
Nah, we're gonna
channel
play
and has
casual.
been remastered
I don't want to
for
risk
today's episode.
rank and then
The links
keep
to the
going
original
low,
YouTube
low, low.
videos are in the description.
So you're just gonna go
The
casual.
first story you'll hear is called Highway Crash, and it's about police officers who make a mind-blowing discovery along a forested highway in England. And the second and final story you'll hear is called Rumble, and it's about a strange series of events that started with an odd rumbling sound in the forest.
Do they have Hydreigon on deck?
But before we
Is
get
that
into
what
today's
this coin
stories,
means?
if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right podcast because that's all we do, and we upload twice a week, once on Monday and once on Thursday. So, if that's of interest to you, please replace the Amazon Music follow button's maple syrup with brake fluid. Okay, let's get into our first story called Highway Crash.
Oh, there we go. Good start. Good start. Good start. Who goes first, though? I'm not sure if he want to go first. I think he does play Hydreigon. Yeah, he does. That's what that coin meant. I'm gonna play Bidoof. Straight out the hand.
The show is brought to you by Progressive. Fiscally responsible, financial geniuses, monetary magicians. These are things people say about drivers who switch their car insurance to Progressive and save hundreds. Visit progressive.com to see if you can save. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary, not available in all states or situations. Audible's best of 2024 picks are here. Discover the year's top audiobooks, podcasts, originals, and all your favorite genres.
Let's see.
From memoirs and sci-fi to mysteries and thrillers, Audible's curated list in
Here we
every
go.
category is the best way to hear 2024's best in audio entertainment. Like a stunning new full-cast production of George Orwell's 1984, heartfelt memoirs like Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson's Lovely One, the year's best fiction like The Women by Kristen Hanna, and Percival Everett's brilliantly subversive James. Also, I personally really love
we can make it. We can make it happen.
Dry by Jane Harper. You should definitely check it out. Audible. There's more to imagine.
He can retreat next turn, so that should be good.
And discover all the
I'm not
year's
sure,
best waiting for you.
but we can make it happen. Okay, so we're gonna go.
Around 7:20 p.m. on the evening of
We're
December
gonna go
11,
here.
2002, a police department in a rural English county called Surrey started receiving all these frantic emergency calls.
I'm gonna get
Now, all of
switched.
these calls were coming from
We do wanna
drivers
get switched,
on a
right?
heavily trafficked highway called the A3, and they all were saying the same things. They had seen this totally reckless driver with super bright headlights that was weaving in and out of traffic and going at high speeds
Switch
and
here?
nearly crashing into people.
Because
And
we don't
a
have
couple of the
Greninja,
callers said
so
they actually saw
you know.
this car go down the embankment
So we're
off
gonna
the
go
side of the
here.
highway, and so it looked like
We
they
hold
had
this.
crashed.
Then we
And so,
go
of course, this police department, after getting all these
energy,
calls, decided to send out a couple of
switch.
officers to see what was going on. When the two officers
down the
got
stadium.
out to the A3 and began patrolling the area on the A3, where all these
Yeah.
calls were saying they had seen this reckless driver, they didn't see the driver. They didn't see a wreck on
I don't
the
think
side of
they'll
the road.
try
They didn't
to
see any signs of
retreat
accident.
here, but
I mean, there was
here we go
nothing
20,
there.
20, 20. I
Now,
mean,
had only one person
kind of
called in
guarantees
about
us
this
the
wild, reckless
knockout.
driver,
Oh, thank you.
at this
He
point,
just
the
helped me
officers
out.
could chalk this up to a mistake or even a prank. But so
I'm sure he
many
had a
people
bad
called
hand as
in
well.
about this one
But he just helped us out a little bit.
particular reckless driver on the A3 that these two officers decided to just keep on
Because
looking
now
to
here,
really see if
I
they
don't
could
need
figure
an
out
attack.
where this
I could
driver
just
went.
roll down,
And so
draw.
to this point, the two police officers had been just driving
Yeah,
on the
he can
A3
just
to try to
switch
find this
forward.
driver, and so they
This
decided they would
guy,
park
this
their
guy
vehicle
from your
and
fun
get
attack the
out and
Pokemon.
walk on foot on the edge of the highway because there were these huge forests that lined either
We're
side
gonna go
of the
here.
A3. In fact, Surrey, the county in England where this was,
Oh, he conceded.
was one of the most
There we go.
heavily
Good game.
forested areas in all of England. And so these forests on either
We
side
need
of the
another
A3 were very
game
dense.
to
You could not
like,
see very
because we
clearly
need someone to
so
play
these
out the whole
officers
game
were
to see
thinking
like
that it
what
might be
flaws we
possible
have with our
this
deck.
driver, if they were driving as recklessly as all the callers made it seem like, they could have veered off the highway, gone down the embankment, and then because
What
they
if
were
we
going at
edit the
such a
deck?
high speed,
What?
they could have crashed their way into one of these forests and basically disappeared from view from the road. That in order to see this crash in the forest, you have to be basically in the forest. And so these two officers, they pulled over, they got out, and they began walking along the edge of the highway, staring into the forest, looking for a sign of a car wreck. And sure enough, after walking for a while, one of the officers spotted something deep in
Okay,
the
we're gonna go.
woods that
We're gonna
looked
go again.
like
And we're just gonna play the deck how it is.
Whatever it wasn't supposed to be in the forest.
I hope you're getting
So
good
the
stuff in your
officers,
packs,
they were
Justin.
tree line and began
What you got in so
walking
far,
through
bro? What you got in so
trees,
far?
And as they got closer, they realized very clearly there was a
No big
car
chase?
with a wreck in the forest. And so the two officers, they began running towards the wreck. They're calling for backup on the radio.
Ah, nah,
They
Hurlage
get to this wreck
again,
in
bro.
the forest,
Holy
and they're on the driver's
smokes.
side, and they look inside the car, and there's no driver in the driver's seat, but they looked through the car to the passenger side, and they saw the front passenger door was wide open, and on the ground on the other side of the car was very clearly a body. And so the two police
I do
officers
hate
rushed
playing
around
against
the car
Hurlage.
to get a better
I
look
do.
at the body, and when they did, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. It didn't make any sense. Like, what was this? Now, to understand why these police officers were so caught off guard by what they were seeing, we We need to go back 5 months to July 16th, 2002.
I did forget to get the freaking
On
force
that
seal.
night, a 21-year-old man named Christopher Brian Chandler
Force
finished up
seal
a
something.
beer at a pub in West
I think force seal
London.
stone.
And for reference, where this pub was located,
Yeah, I think it does that name. Force seal stone. For Rotom, I forgot to get it. Jakes. It happens. It happens.
This night, Christopher had gone to this pub with a close friend of his. This was meant to be a fun night out. But, as Chris is finishing up this beer, he began to feel really antsy because it turned out Christopher was actually wanted by police in London for robbery, and so he hated staying in one place for too long. And so the only people who even knew where Christopher was the friend he was with at the bar, and then also Christopher's brother, who knew he was at this particular pub. And so finally, Christopher got so anxious about being in this pub for too long that he told the friend he was with that he just wanted to leave, and so he said goodnight to his friend. The friend stayed at the pub, and Christopher left, got in his car, and began driving south.
So you're gonna go, buddy.
But Christopher never arrived at the place he was trying to go. He just sort of disappeared, and nobody heard from him.
Let's see if we can make that happen.
Christopher's brother eventually would report Christopher missing, but remember,
Yeah, we're good.
the brother knows Christopher is wanted for robbery, and so Christopher's suddenly going on the lam. And
We gotta
just
get
disappearing
Greninja.
for a while.
We
It's
do.
kind of par for the course, and so the brother really didn't think this was a big deal.
So you go
And
here.
also, the police felt the same way because they know Christopher is trying to elude them, and so it makes sense he would be missing. And so as a result, nobody really followed up on Christopher's missing person report. Everybody just kind of moved on. That is, until 5 months later, when all those drivers began calling into the police in Surrey about seeing this totally reckless driver careening down the A3, who eventually crashed into a ditch, and then those two officers, they went out to that stretch of A3, and sure enough, it was Christopher's car, and the body on the ground was Christopher. However, there was a problem. When the two police officers walked up on Christopher's car and saw it for the first time, they were struck by how old it looked. But it didn't really register with them why that would matter. It just stood out to them that this is a really, really old and rusted up car. But when they went around to look at the body on the ground, Christopher's body, they saw that his body was actually mostly a skeleton, which meant Christopher did not crash and die on this night, December 11th, 2002. Very likely, he crashed and died 5 months earlier, right around the time he disappeared. Now, the Surrey police, they say
Okay,
that this was
let's
all
go like
just
this.
one big
Yeah, that
coincidence,
kind of
that the
works,
reckless
but
driver and all these drivers
it's a
reporting that night
hand me.
on the
I mean, we
A3
get
must have
Greninja.
not crashed and actually just kind of got away,
Greninja
and then just
discard
by
energy,
coincidence, when
but
the police were searching that area of the
didn't
A3
help us at
for
all.
this driver, they happened upon Chris and his car. But remember, several of the drivers who called in that night about seeing this reckless driver on the A3, they specifically said they saw the car veer off the embankment and crash down.
Okay, so
below
now he's getting to like
this is
discarding
a
energy,
serious
which
crash.
is
Someone
scary
needs
as
to get out here with an
freak
ambulance
right now.
because probably someone's
What you
hurt.
got, bro? What you got, Justin?
When the police
What do you
got
pull?
out and searched the exact area where this crash supposedly happened, they find Chris's car that had all the hallmarks of a car that was driving recklessly on the A3 that veered off
There we
and
go.
crashed into the woods.
Now he got
Chris
started.
and his
Now
car
we're done.
because of these calls.
Now we're
But it
cooked,
could
bro.
not
Now
have
we're
been
cooked.
Chris. But
Now
what
we
other
are
car could it
cooked,
have been?
bro. That's the
As of
word,
today,
bro.
we
Cooked.
do not
We
have
are
a good
cooked, bro.
explanation for how this
We're
happened,
cooked.
and so it's been dubbed the A3
Yeah, he
ghost
retreats.
crash.
He retreats up dead. No, 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 no. That is horrible.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. I still get excited when the holiday months roll around. Seeing my kids' faces when they notice that first snowfall.
Let me know what's your
never
pool, bro.
gets old. And there's no better feeling than the warmth you get when you're sitting by the fire.
Okay,
How
let's
do you
go
stay cozy
here.
during the winter months? For some, wrapping up in a blanket with a mug of hot chocolate or watching a movie with family.
That is
the
not
best
what
way
we
to spend the month of
wanted.
December. But also,
So we're
therapy
gonna
is a
go
great way
here.
to bring yourself some comfort that never goes away, even when the season changes. Having a designated time,
There
place,
we
and a
go.
qualified, objective
Let's
person
go,
to
honey.
focus on
Let's
what you're
go,
going through
honey.
every week is an absolute game changer.
So
And
we
if you're thinking of starting
go.
therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist, and you can switch therapists at any time for no
Yikes.
additional charge. Find comfort this December with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/MrBallenPod today to get 10% off your first month.
Yeah, let's get this one because we can play Air Zero.
Hey, I'm Ryan Reynolds. Recently, I asked Mint Mobile's legal team if big wireless companies are allowed to raise prices due to inflation. They said yes. And then when I asked if raising prices technically violates those onerous 2-year contracts, they said, what the are you talking about? Insane Hollywood ass. So to recap, we're cutting the price of Mint Unlimited from $30 a month to just $15.
Yeah, that's KO right there. We don't need that much with this deck, like that many energy, because he does get KO'd, like one shot KO'd.
The next and final story
With
of today's
anything.
episode is called Rumble.
He does have 10 energies in there. Shoot.
Late on the night of May 27th,
Kendra is good now. Like right now, Kendra is good. Just because like there's so many Serlich around, bro. It makes it good. It makes it playable.
Devin reached over and grabbed the sleeping bag off the passenger seat.
Are we one shot here? Can you get one shot? Yikes. I don't know. I'm not sure.
But this night,
I want to know if we do get one shot here.
Going in, he just unfurled that sleeping bag and then climbed behind the front 2 seats of his truck.
It'll be 30 and 20 every single part. So
Behind the front 2 seats in the cab where drivers can lay down and rest.
yikes. I think he's doing like 280 right now. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think he's doing about like 280. I think he's doing about 280. If he's doing about 280, we're
Devin hated being away from his family for long periods of time, which unfortunately was part of his job, being a long-haul truck driver. But they needed the money because he and his wife.
I don't know. I think he's doing 280. That's why he used that. I think he is doing about 280, 290. Oh my God, no, he's on point. Jesus, Jesus. We got cooked, bro. We got cooked. We got absolutely cooked.
As Devin knew, if he didn't sleep this night, then he would have to take another break later on this route to rest because he couldn't just continue to drive with absolutely no sleep. And so taking an additional break.
Oh God, we could use this right now. We could have used this right now, bro.
It was Saturday night, and the strawberries and lettuce that Devin was hauling inside his truck were due in Kansas City.
That's game, isn't it?
1,300 miles away one Monday morning. So Devin began doing the math in his head. If he stopped a little while later to take another
go
sleep break,
Bidoof.
he'd still be able to cover those 1,300 miles by Monday, and he just wasn't sure. Everybody at the trucking company where Devin worked knew the 29-year-old was being
Energy
very
to make it,
knowing
you know.
and good-natured. Trucking was very hard. People drove insanely long hours, very little sleep, and some people even took drugs to stay awake even longer to make sure they hit their deadlines. And so truckers have kind of earned the reputation of being very rough and tough people. And Devin certainly looked rough and tough. He was this big guy who wore cowboy hats, he had a big Fu Manchu mustache, he had tattoos. But in reality, despite how he looked, he was actually like a gentle giant. And really all he talked about were his
Yeah, we get KO'd. That's game here.
The only time anyone at this company saw Devin get mad was when his work interfered with his ability to see his family.
If he has a balls, then we are cooked. Cooked.
He was getting mad because he was
Let's
thinking
see.
this stupid route and his inability to sleep during this particular break was very likely going to interfere.
Oh, wait, I could have played Bidoof. I'm slow. Bro, yeah. I misplayed it. I didn't know that could have been done. I didn't know that could have been done. Hold on. I'm slow. I'm so slow. I could have played Bibero. I could have put Bibero on top of the deck, then being able to draw 5 cards. Okay, I didn't know that was like that. I didn't read that card. He puts it on the bottom of the deck and draws from the top. So yeah, I misread that card. Ooh, that was my fault. That was a misplay on my end. That was a misplay on my end.
Devin's boss was a guy named Tom Wilson, and he didn't find anything unusual about this phone call he got from Devin. Maybe it was a little unusual that Devin was unable to sleep, and that he called his boss to say he was unable to sleep, but Devin sounded totally normal. And So that night, Tom was not worried at all that Devin would not make it.
Those are
to
misplays
Kansas
we
City
can
on
learn
Monday
from.
morning. Devin was like one of his most reliable guys, and so if Devin said he was going to be there on Monday morning, even if he needed extra breaks along the way, then he would be there on Monday morning. But on Monday
Oh my
morning,
God, go
the
Dingo!
distribution center in Kansas City, Missouri, where Devin was supposed to go and drop off the lettuce and strawberries.
That was a misplay I
called Tom
made.
Wilson, and they said, "Hey, your driver's not here yet. What's going on?" Now, at first, Tom was actually really annoyed with the distribution center because he felt like, okay, the clock has just struck the deadline. Devin will likely arrive in the next few minutes, and they're prematurely calling to complain. And so Tom communicated that to the
Goldengo
distribution
with
center,
ropes.
and they said, "Okay,
I've
fine,
never,
we'll wait a
I don't know,
little
I've never
longer."
seen that
But when almost an hour
play.
passed and still Devin had not shown up, the distribution center called Tom
We
back
just
and said,
got
"Hey,
the
he's not here."
worst
Now,
hit
after the
ever.
second
I
call,
mean, I
Tom
could have
totally
attached
changed
energy
his
there
mindset,
though.
and he was actually now worried about Devin. And so he
I could have
apologized
attached
to the
energy there. I'm
distribution
slow.
center and said he would get in touch with Devin as soon as he could and figure
Yeah,
out
because I don't think he'll get the KO here.
But Tom couldn't just
It
call
would be
Devin
very,
and
very,
ask where
very,
he
very
was
hard
and
for him to get a
what's going
KO
on,
here.
because this was back in 1995.
Which I
It
doubt
was
he'll do.
And so Tom basically just had to wait for Devin, who's out on the road somewhere, to stop.
Bro, it's
somewhere,
only 11.
call
It's so
Tom, to
early.
Tell Tom what's going on. And so all day Monday, Tom sat at his desk waiting for a call from Devin. And when he didn't get a call from Devin, Tom began calling his other
I could have put that
drivers all over
energy
the country,
on
asking
Horsey
them if maybe they had some sort of
just in
interaction
case
with Devin
I got
and
to
knew where he
evolve
was
next
and why he
turn
had not made it
somehow
to Kansas City on time. But
with
none of the drivers
Irida.
had any idea
Yeah, if I
what
get
was going
Irida,
on with Devin.
I
No one
could
had spoken to him.
evolve.
Then that evening, Tom got a call, but it was not
But
from Devin.
yikes, and
it
I
was
would have
from
been able to
Devin's wife,
attack.
Mary Lou.
It's
She was
150.
calling to say, "Where's
150 is
Devin?
150.
He was supposed to
Yeah,
call
I was
by now.
dumb. I was
He's not.
dumb.
I
I
haven't
was
heard from
dumb.
him in days. What's going on?"
It was
This,
my
Tom
fault.
suddenly thought, okay, we have a real problem here. And so when Tom explained to Mary Lou what was going on with Devin, how he had missed this deadline, Mary Lou panicked and immediately called the police. A little
Now
while
he
later,
could
a police
kill me,
officer
right?
in
Kind
Marcus,
of. He
Kansas,
could.
arrived at Mary Lou's house to take down the missing person report.
That's why I
After they did
misplayed
that,
heavy,
the
but I
deputy
could get him
assured Mary Lou that
horrible
very
hands.
likely her husband would be
I
found and
mean,
he
like
was fine.
horrible top
And so
decks.
they
I
explained
mean,
to Mary Lou that what they would do
my
is
top
put
decks
out an
ain't
alert
top
to
decking,
all
bro.
the different police
Pause.
departments that fell kind of roughly along the route that
Pause.
Devin's truck
He has
was
energy.
on,
He attaches
to see
energy.
if
Yeah,
any of them
he attaches
had
energy.
some sort of
Retreats.
interaction
Kills.
with Devin.
Right?
You know, maybe he
Yeah,
got
that's
into
game.
an accident, maybe his truck broke down and he was stranded somewhere, you know, maybe he was hospitalized, who knows? But very likely one of these police departments would know where Devin was. And sure enough, after this alert went out, the officer got a call back very quickly from the sheriff's
Let's
department
see,
in a place
edits,
called Coconino County, Arizona. Coconino County was located 200 miles to the east of Kingman, Arizona, which was where Devin had been on Saturday night but couldn't sleep and then called his boss to say he was going to hit the road again. But interestingly, the sheriff's department in Coconino County made it very clear to the police officer in Americus, Kansas, that they had no idea where Devin was, but they definitely knew where his truck was. In fact, basically everybody in Coconino County knew where Devin's truck was. It was all anybody in that county was talking about. Because on Sunday, so the day before Devin was reported missing, somebody driving Devin's truck spent the entire day terrorizing hikers and
Okay, so
campers
we go here.
inside of the Tonto National Forest.
Yikes! I
in
mean,
Coconino County.
I'll go. I don't want to, but I'm gonna have to, bro.
The Tonto National Forest, which is 600,000 acres of just rugged
No, I don't wanna
wilderness
make that
preserve,
play.
was
I don't
nowhere
wanna do
near
that.
Devin's trucking route. In fact, it wasn't near any trucking route ever. It's like 20 miles off of the highway, and the roads in the forest are barely wide enough to support small cars going through, let alone a 48-foot long, massive 10-ton semi-truck like Devin was driving.
Okay, so we're gonna go
But
here.
on Sunday morning, so roughly 8 hours
Here, maybe?
after Devin had called his
Right?
lost Tom, two hikers named Lynn and Jack Arrington were in their tent inside of Tonto National Forest, just having a nice time. It's peaceful, it's quiet, and they're right near this dirt road that kind of bent around a corner. And suddenly, they began to hear a rumbling sound coming from one end of this road. And so they were in their tent, they unzipped it, they looked out, and at first,
Oh no,
all
let's
they
go
saw
force
on
seal.
the road coming in their direction was this huge cloud of dust and smoke. And then through the dust and smoke came Devin's humongous truck blazing down this road at practically full speed. And at first, Jack
Yes,
and
look
Lynn
it
were
up.
like, how is this truck even in the forest? How did it
There we
get
go.
here? How did it actually manage to drive to this point?
Let's
And
try.
after Devin's truck whizzed past them and blazed off in the other direction out of sight, Lynn and Jack weren't scared or worried. They were just totally confused. And so they began speculating.
Let's just
you know,
play Reggie Drago, bro.
maybe the driver
What?
got lost.
It's not
They're
even.
trying to
This
find
is.
a place
This
to
isn't
get
even
around.
ranked, bro.
And sure enough, a couple of
They're
minutes
playing
later,
ranked
they heard
decks
a rumbling sound
on
and they saw another cloud of
freaking-
dust, and it was Devin's truck now
On
coming
ranked,
back
bro.
in
On
the other
casuals,
direction
bro.
on
Like,
the same road.
what?
And so Jack and
I
Lynn
don't understand
headed
people,
back
bro.
to
Just
the
play
main
ranked.
tent, and they watched as this
If you want to
truck
play ranked
blazed
decks,
past
bro,
them
play
again,
ranked.
flying out the
Like,
other
I don't
direction.
understand,
And
bro.
so in some
I
ways,
don't
that
understand.
Kind of confirmed to Lynn and Jack
Play
that,
ranked.
yes, you know, this driver who's definitely
So
driving
easy.
recklessly at this point has likely gotten lost. They've managed to turn around, and now they're heading back out to the highway, and that's all this was.
Oh my
And then
goodness,
all of
bro.
a sudden, as they're kind of chatting about it and laughing about it, they hear the sound of the truck coming back again. Look up, sure enough, there's Devin's truck barreling down the road again. Except this time,
It's just
Jack
playing.
and Lynn,
They're
looked
playing Reggie Drago.
where
Oh no,
Devin's
Charizard.
truck was
They playing
going, and
Charizard.
they
Okay.
saw there was
I
a
thought they were gonna
small
be
sedan
playing Reggie Drago. I'm
coming
like,
off
bro,
the
if you're
road
playing
in
Drago,
opposite directions.
go play
Devin
ranked.
and the sedan
I
were
mean,
collide,
shoot, I'm
and
playing
because
on
this
ranked
road was
because
actually on a
I
turn,
don't.
the
It's
driver
not
of
like
the
I have
sedan
the best
couldn't actually see the truck, and the
deck
driver
right
of
now
the
in my
truck,
hand, right?
which
Like, it's
Devin
not like I
somebody
have
else, couldn't see the sedan. And so both drivers are
freaking.
sliding towards each other without realizing it. And so Jack and
Like,
Lynn
if I had Chen
jump up
Pao,
and
maybe I would play
scream,
ranked.
yelling at the
But
driver of the
this
truck
deck is just a
to
deck I
slow
made
down,
up.
but the
Oh,
truck
they
didn't
got
slow
rid
down.
of
It
Arvin and
continued coming down the
Switch.
road, and the sedan driver, he saw
Ain't
Jack and
nothing
Lynn
worth
flailing their
getting
arms
rid of
trying
Arvin
to
and
get
Switch this
somebody to
early.
stop on the road. And so
Not at
sensing
all.
there was another car, the
Because in your
sedan
next turn you
came
could
to
have
a full
played.
stop, and then right in front of them, they saw this truck
I don't know, bro.
barreling
I don't
around
know.
the road, and so the
That
sedan
didn't
began
seem like
backing
the
up wildly,
the
trying to get
smartest
out of the way of
choice.
this huge truck, and then finally the driver of the sedan just cut the wheel and peeled off the side of the road into the brush. And right as they
Gonna
did,
go
the
here.
truck, which had not slowed down
Here,
at
here.
all, even though the driver could have clearly seen the sedan, just whizzed right past the sedan and would have smashed into it if the sedan had not jumped
Yeah,
off
we
the
need
road.
we need to make that play.
The driver of the sedan got
Yep.
out of the car, and when Jack and Lynn ran up to him to make sure he was okay, he would tell them that he got a good look at the driver of the truck as he drove past him, and he told them that the driver was just gripping the wheel, looking totally straight ahead, no expression whatsoever, just barreling past him. It was like he didn't even look at the sedan. He was just going.
Ooh wee.
A little later that day, and not far from where this incident had just happened on this road with Jack and Lynn and the sedan, there was this family that was hiking through Tonto National Forest, and they had arrived at this big, beautiful open field in the middle of the forest, and they planned to have a picnic in this field. But as they came out of the tree line and walked into this beautiful, open, high grass meadow area, they
We
looked
got red
out and they saw
candy.
kind of in the middle of the field
Irida,
was
maybe?
this huge truck
Right?
that made no
Red
sense.
candy Irida?
How in the world could this truck
Yep.
have gotten to this meadow? They didn't know.
And then we
But
go
they clearly
energy
saw this
attack.
truck, and the father of the
Let's go.
family, he saw there was a
Then I
man
was trying to
standing
open the
next to this
promos
truck, just kind of looking away from them, off at the
without
furthest
damaging them.
distance.
I feel you, bro.
And so this
I feel
family
you.
kind of assumed
I'll be right back.
that the driver of this truck had somehow gotten into this meadow, and maybe their truck was stuck, and so now they need help. And so the father told his family to stay put for a second, and then he, on his own, walked across the meadow towards this truck. And as the father got closer, he did see that very clearly the truck was stuck in the mud. And so this driver very likely is stranded. And so as he got close enough, the father yelled out to this guy and said, "Hey, do you need some help? You know, we can go back and call someone. You know, what can we do for you?" But the man who was standing outside of the truck didn't even turn around to talk to this father. He just kept standing there motionless, looking off into the distance. And so the father made it about 5 or 6 feet away from this guy, and the father just stopped and very clearly said, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Do you need help?" And at this point, the man who was standing next to the truck, he turned around and he looked at the father, and immediately the father kind of backed up
Because
for a second.
those, right? Those promos are the ones that come in
The guy
the
was just kind of standing
in the
there,
little
staring
cardboard,
at the
right?
father, and he
Inside of the
opened his
cardboard?
mouth like he was
Yeah,
about to
right?
speak, but instead of speaking, he
Yeah, so you have to be careful. And sometimes those cardboards, like, they damage the corners of the cards, which I don't know why they still use cardboard, like those cardboard things, to do that.
And so the father just began backing up, like there was something wrong with this guy. And right as the father was about to just turn around and leave and go protect his family from this guy, the guy stopped with his mouth, and then he just stared directly at the father and said very calmly, "I didn't do it. They did." Now, when the father heard this, he was already so weirded out by this guy that he didn't even have any questions to follow up with. Instead, he just turned and began running back towards his family. And so feeling
So
very
we're gonna go like
unsettled,
this.
his family, they ran back to their car.
We're good
drove back
now.
home, and they called the police about this guy and his truck. It would take a deputy from the Coconino County Sheriff's Department a little while to finally navigate their way all the way out to this meadow where this truck and this guy apparently were. And when the deputy got there, they walked out into this meadow, and sure enough, just like the father had said, there was the truck stuck in the mud. And so the deputy began walking out to the truck, expecting to see the driver, this guy who the father had said was acting totally weird. But when the deputy went up there, he found the truck was totally...
Like, if I would have put energy on this one, it would have been... He would have been knocked already.
But it was still running.
And this one would have been knocked too.
But it was locked. He did look inside, and
So that would have been game. I just stretched it. I don't know why. I don't know why. Like, I really don't know why. I stretched it that long.
And inside of this truck was lots and lots of strawberries and lettuce. So the deputy really didn't know what to make of this truck in the middle of the field, combined with this...
Oh, he has balls. Ooh.
About this guy who was standing near
I don't know why he added so much energy on Sword. You don't need it. There's no need for all that energy.
To see if there were any matching reports of missing
Is he gonna make it so I don't know. Is he gonna make it like he's trying to get the... I don't know. I don't know what he did there.
Until the next day, Monday, that Devin was reported missing,
But
and his truck was added to
you
a
go,
list
brother.
of missing trucks and missing truck drivers. And so the Coconino County deputy just called a towing company who came out and hauled Devin's truck out of the forest. And then 24 hours
We're gonna go
later,
here.
when Devin was reported missing, the Coconino County Sheriff's Department put it all together and contacted the officer.
Yeah, because I can do V2. I don't have the barrel.
But we don't have any
Like,
other answers for it.
right? So, yeah, I'm gonna go here.
The
Gonna
behavior
go
of the man who was driving Devin's truck through Tonto National Forest was so
Here.
insanely out of character for someone like
Then
Devin
let's see
that it
what we
seemed
can
totally
do.
impossible that Devin could have done this. But both Lynn and Jack Yarrington and the other people who saw this truck flying through the forest on that Sunday, they all insisted that the
We
man
can go
they saw
here.
in the cab driving this truck matched the picture
Here,
of
here,
Devin
maybe?
Williams. But there was absolutely no reason for why Devin would want to
Right?
go to the Tonto
Yeah.
National Forest. And even if he did
And then we
want to go
go,
to this forest for some reason, he should have known
here.
that his massive semi-trailer truck was
Oh
not
no!
a
I
choice
forgot.
to be driving
I can
around
make the
these
play either
narrow
way.
dirt roads
Holy,
in
I'm
the middle
dumb.
of this wilderness preserve.
I'm dumb.
All we know about
I am
Devin
dumb,
is that
brother.
At the time he went missing, all he likely wanted to do was just get home to Americus, Kansas, to be with his wife and 3 kids.
Yikes.
That's really all
I'm
he
dumb
cared about.
for that play.
The police did consider
It's
that
okay though, next
maybe
turn I
Devin
can
just ran away.
I
But
can
that
switch.
theory didn't add up.
I can
Devin
switch.
had no criminal record. He had a great relationship.
Do I want to
with
switch?
his wife.
I could get rid of that
She was
switch
there,
though.
And there were no other kind of outstanding relationship issues with friends or family.
Right? Yeah, I could
And
get
financially, even
rid
though
of the
they were
switch.
tight, they were doing
Attach
just fine.
energy.
They just wanted some
Retreats.
extra money to fix up this house and make it really nice. It wasn't like they were struggling to put food on the table. Also, the police considered
Oh,
that,
thank you.
maybe Devin was kidnapped or something. But
We do
Devin
get that
was this
switch,
big,
so we're good.
imposing,
That I
tattooed
don't help.
cowboy hat, big mustache,
Yeah,
tough truck
I
driver
didn't
who
have
was
a way to
gonna
attack
kidnap
next
that
turn,
guy.
bro. I didn't.
Devin also had no medical issues. He wasn't struggling with his mental health.
So we're gonna
He had
go-
no neurological
we're gonna go
abnormalities. He
switch
also never used drugs and always
up.
passed every single drug test that he
Um,
got while working for this trucking company. Devin was basically just
gonna
this
go-
totally normal, nice, well-adjusted guy with nothing.
Let's see if we get boss, right?
So none of this made any sense.
We could just try, bro. We could just try to see if we get boss. Here, now we didn't. Okay. So the play has to be
who had seen the
okay.
truck barreling up and down the road and nearly collide with that sedan, they would tell searchers that they actually thought they saw Devin Williams, not in his truck, but out on foot, walking around on Monday morning.
Okay, so we're gonna go like this.
Before he would have been reported missing. They said they
then we
just
go
saw this guy
vessel
wandering barefoot down the road
here,
as they were
here.
driving out of the forest, and they slowed down to ask him if he was okay. This guy,
we bench horsey just so we get air to play next turn.
And throwing it at their car. And so Jack and Lynn just drove past him, not realizing that this was the guy.
Right, and we
who
just
very likely
go
was driving that truck.
04 on here.
Now, the police, when they began this search, were pretty confident they would find Devin, especially after hearing from Jack and Lynn that he was pretty likely on foot and without shoes walking around the forest. It seemed like he did not get very far. But despite this huge search, they could not find Devin. There was absolutely no trace of him. And so,
there we go. That's the one I needed this whole time. Put up to 5 water Pokemon from Discord pile onto your bench. Oh, could we get like? That's fire. Wait, hold on. Cause if I discarded this one, wouldn't I be able to bring it from the discard pile to the bench? It doesn't say basic. It says water Pokemon. So I could. Oh, hold on. We can make that play happen, bro. Next game we'll try it. Next game we'll try to Kendra play this one in the discard pile, and then we try making that play happen. Yeah, that would be fire, cause that way we open up space. You know, we open up space, and we don't need to like have that many rare candy and stuff like that.
So they would end up calling the police. Police would come out, they'd gather up the skull, it would be sent in for testing, and sure enough, DNA
so we go
testing would reveal
here to play.
The skull belonged to Devin Williams. No one has ever been able to explain
rare candy.
what actually happened to
Do I
Devin
need it?
Williams. But the discovery of his
Do I go rare candy or do I go Cedra?
Nearly guarantees that the driver of the truck 2 years earlier really was Devin, and the guy standing outside of the truck that was stuck in the mud in the road was likely Devin, and the guy throwing rocks at Jack and Lynn's car.
Yeah, I could go that route, and then I go Super Rod. I go Super Rod.
Ranging from he had some sort of medical event where he kind of lost his mind.
Yeah,
that's what caused
and then we
all
go
this behavior, or maybe
here.
Devin was on drugs despite not having a history of drug use, and maybe he took a really strong drug, and that's what caused.
Do I go Rotom? We don't need Rotom this late in the game.
Maybe there's a paranormal element to this whole story.
Yeah, I don't think we need Rotom this late in the game.
By aliens, and that's what induced all the bizarre behavior, and then ultimately he was abducted by said aliens, and then somehow his skull wound up back on this trail in the middle of Tonto National Forest. And as crazy as that sounds, still to this day, no one has any idea what happened to him. So that theory.
I will need this to, power up Kendra next turn. So, and we do get the KO here. He does get the KO with.
Thank you for listening to the MrBallen
with
podcast.
PGI.
If you enjoyed today's stories and you're looking for more strange, dark, and mysterious content, be sure to check out.
Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We evolve, attach Neo.
Also have MrBallen
Yeah, we evolve, attach Neo,
bedtime stories,
and then we get rid of whatever card we get, with whatever card we top deck, right? Yeah, whatever card we top deck and be barrel. I think that's a play. Because he KO'd this one right here.
So that's gonna do it. I really
As long as we don't get a Yono, we're chilling. Like we're chilling. Okay, we're good. We won't get a Yono. Yikes, bro! Like, how can you get rid of those 4 cards? Like, how can you get rid of these 4? I don't know. What does he have in hand, though? I mean, his deck. I think he still has. Wait, hold on. We're gonna go with trainers. He still has 2, 1. I think he has 2, 1. This is easy. It should be easy, right? It should be easy.
Temperature drops, gear up the whole family in area jackets and vests available now at Caboters. From work to play,
He did discard my
wherever your
stadium too.
adventure
What
takes you, Harriet has you
son of a gun.
covered with styles, quality, and comfort you can count
So
on.
we go up.
Head to your nearest Cavenders shop or visit Cavenders.com to check out our exclusive assortment of new
Okay,
area
then we can get rid
outerwear
of
for
this.
men, women, and kids. You'll find the perfect styles to see you warmly through the
Let's see how we
season.
do this. We're gonna go. Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing we said we would do. I mean,
Hey, Prime members,
doing
you can
100.
binge 8 new episodes of the MrBallen podcast.
So we're gonna go like
1 month
that,
early,
then we go
and all
here.
episodes ad-free on Amazon Music. Download the Amazon Music app today.
here.
On a winter morning in 2014, a woman walked through her friend's massive 2-story house in the beautiful ski town of Aspen, Colorado. She was there to see her friend, who had been away on a long vacation. But so far anyways, her friend did not appear to be home, which was strange. After walking around her first floor and calling out
Okay.
for her friend and not getting a response, this woman made her way upstairs to the second floor where her friend's bedroom was, thinking maybe she was asleep. This woman was about to leave the bedroom when she noticed her friend's big walk-in closet was closed. Since it was normally open, this suggested that maybe her friend was inside
Both
the closet.
barrels and
So
Rodan
walked
being
over and opened up the door, and at first,
priced
the only thing she
was
noticed
horrible
was
for
that her
us.
friend was not
It
in
was
the room
horrible.
either. However, before she turned
Because
to leave, she noticed something
we didn't get to
brown
draw
inside
that many
the closet.
cards and get through our deck how we wanted to. And I think this is a
But
kill
before we
here.
get into that
It's
story,
180.
If you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious
90.
delivered in story format,
Shoot,
then
I think
come
this is
to the
one
right
shot. I think he one
podcast,
shots us
because
here.
that's all we
I'm not
do.
sure. I think
We
he does
upload
one
twice a
shot
week,
here.
Once on Monday and once on Thursday.
Which
So,
I
if
didn't
that's of
think
interest to you,
about, right?
please
I
offer
didn't
to
think
post
about
the follow button when they visit from
this.
out of town. But as soon as they arrive, immediately call the police.
I
and
really
say
didn't
there's
think
an
about
intruder in your home.
getting one shot here.
Okay, let's get into today's story.
But I mean, I didn't get a balls. I didn't get nothing. I ain't getting nothing. So, happens to the best of us. I don't know why he keeps adding 3 energy here when he can just keep an energy there. And then be able to draw into an energy later on and
The show is brought
make
to you
it
by
play.
Progressive. Fiscally responsible, financial geniuses, monetary magicians. These are things people say about drivers who switch their car insurance to Progressive and save hundreds.
I think he does
Visit
one shot though.
Progressive.com to see if you can save.
Yeah, he
Progressive
does one
Casualty
shot.
Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary, not available in all states or situations. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. I still get excited when the holiday months roll around. Seeing my kids' faces when they notice that first snowfall never gets old. And there's no better feeling than the warmth you get when you're sitting by the fire.
Let's try this. Oh Lord. Oh
So,
Lord.
wrapping up in a blanket with a mug of hot chocolate
We
or
thought we
watching a
had
movie with family
game,
is the
and
best
we
way to spend
did
the month in
not
December.
have game.
But also, therapy is a great way to bring yourself some comfort that never goes away, even when the season changes. Having a designated time, place, and a qualified, objective person to focus on what you're going through every week is an absolute game changer. And if you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist, and you can switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Find comfort this December with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/MrBallenPod today.
Yikes.
10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.
Oh my God. I wish it was an energy,
HELP.com/MrBallenPod.
but shoot, we have 6 water energies in our. So that means we have 7. We have 3 left in the deck. I think we have, yeah. There's supposed to be 3
On the
here.
evening of November 16th, 2013,
I should have
57-year-old
checked. I
Nancy
mean,
Pfister
that was
stood in
bad.
front of
When
a
I
crowded
when I
room
played the
of
Buddy
party
Puffin, I
guests
could have
inside of her
checked how
house in
many
Aspen,
energy I had.
Colorado.
I think I have 3.
Nancy held
I
up a
was
bottle
I
of
was
expensive
hoping I
champagne
got
and called out to get everyone's attention.
I was
Her
hoping to
guests
get
turned and watched their
an
host
energy
like she was a
now,
queen holding
and the
court.
next turn another
Nancy
energy,
had blonde
and
hair
then
and blue eyes and
this
looked
would
like she could
be
have been a model. She told the crowd
not
that she was going
games.
to
It's
skip
not.
winter in the mountains
It's
of Colorado
damage, not
and head to the warm beaches
counters.
of Australia.
So still,
She
we
could
will
not
still
think of a
lose.
better way to
We will
spend her
still
last
lose
night in
unless I got a
town than
boss
hanging out
or
with
something
all
like
the
that.
people she loved. Nancy
If we
thanked
got a
everyone
boss,
for coming,
I would
popped
get
open the
Menifee.
champagne and told her guests to
Menifee
have
play,
fun.
maybe.
Music began to play and the guests cheered, and then they all kind of began circulating through Nancy's massive house that sat on over 35 acres of land. And they could look out through these huge floor-to-ceiling windows to get an incredible view of Nancy's property that was covered in aspen trees and surrounded by the snow-capped Rocky Mountains. A lot of Nancy's friends were some of the wealthiest
Yikes,
people in
bro,
Aspen, which
yikes.
was known as one of the wealthiest cities in America, so this was saying something. But the view from Nancy's house was so spectacular, it still made all of her friends a bit jealous.
This
Nancy
is
poured herself
game.
a glass of champagne, took a sip,
What did
looked
we
out at
mess up
everyone with a
on?
huge grin
I
on her
do not
face.
know.
Hosting parties was one of her favorite things to do. In fact, over the decades, Nancy's parties had become sort of legendary. Nancy had inherited millions of dollars and part of the
Oh my
successful
God,
ski resort
nothing. We
her
got
parents had
nothing.
owned. So Nancy
We
had
got
always had money,
nothing.
and she had
That's
always
game.
played hostess to the rich and famous.
Okay,
who
we're gonna do
vacationed
that
in Aspen.
to see if that works.
She had also been briefly
Like
engaged
what we
to
said.
the actor Michael Douglas. She was still
'Cause
good
that-
friends
that could
with
work,
the very
right?
famous actor
And then
Jack
we get
Nicholson,
Kendra
and she
quicker.
even hung out with the Dalai Lama. She was also known to have regularly gotten
And more
drunk
water
with
energy. I
Hunter
feel
S.
like we need
Thompson,
more water
very
energy in the
famous
deck
author of
in
Fear and
general.
Loathing in Las Vegas, who had unfortunately taken his
So
own
we're gonna
life
go
not far from Aspen back in
Here,
2005.
here.
Nancy walked through the large open front room of her house and began to mingle with some of her guests. But she had her eye on a particular
Then
couple
we
that was sitting on
go.
the couch. Nancy waved to them, and their faces lit up. Dr. Trey Styler and his wife were in their 60s, but Trey had been dealing with some pretty serious health issues, so he
Then we
actually
go.
looked 10 years
We are
older
done
than
this
he was.
game. I have.
He often had trouble standing, and walking
Oh.
for long periods of time was a big challenge. But he
Oh, what's
still
up,
had a
Justin?
sharp mind and an
Oh,
amazing
we
sense
have
of
5
humor,
people watching,
which is
bro.
actually why Nancy liked him so much. She thought he was really funny.
Make sure to follow,
Nancy
guys.
walked over to Trey and his
Give us
wife,
a give
who
us a
also happened
sub.
to be named Nancy. She sat
Subscribe
down next
to the
them on
channel.
couch, and then she asked them how they were enjoying the party. They said they were having a great time, but admittedly, they were already plotting how to clean up the house afterwards.
I'm ready,
Nancy
bro.
smiled and laughed. When Nancy had made her plans to travel to Australia, the Stylers had been looking for a new home in the area. And when Nancy found out about it, she suggested they put that off and just rent her place while she was gone. And she actually said they could just move in right away if they wanted to. That way the house would feel more like a home when they were actually on their own. The Stylers had jumped at the chance. They loved Nancy's house, like everybody did, and they always had a great time with Nancy. So the three of them had basically been roommates for the last several weeks, and as much as Nancy was looking forward to traveling in Australia, she was going to miss spending time with the Stylers. And Trey and his wife felt the same way. Trey had been a very successful anesthesiologist before his health forced him to retire, but like Nancy, he had inherited a lot of money, so the two of them shared similar backgrounds and seemed to really connect with each other. Nancy was still talking to the Stylers when she heard someone calling her name.
Let's
She
see.
glanced up and saw her friend, Kathy
NBC.
Carpenter, was standing there.
9PWX.
Kathy told Nancy that she really needed to talk to
7WK.
her right now. Nancy told Trey and his wife she'd catch up with her later,
K27.
and then she stood up and walked with Kathy to a secluded
Trevor
corner
goes
of the room.
EX Ultra Premium
Other
Code.
guests watched
Thank you,
as
bro.
Nancy and Kathy huddled
I
together
appreciate you.
and talked. It was something they were all used to seeing, but most of them didn't understand why Nancy even bothered with Kathy. Nancy and the majority of her friends were part of a group that others called Aspen Royalty. Basically, they were people who seemed to have enough money to do whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted. And a lot of them were self-proclaimed snobs who wanted nothing to do with people outside of their own social class. But Nancy was different. She made friends everywhere she went and didn't care if people had money or not. Kathy was a bank teller in town, and every time Nancy had gone to the bank, she thought Kathy seemed like a very nice person. So one day, Nancy had asked Kathy if she'd like to go to lunch, and Kathy said she'd love to. And the two women hit it off and had become close friends ever since. Now, even though Nancy didn't seem to care about their very different social classes, Kathy couldn't ignore it. And so quickly after becoming friends, Kathy began doing things like picking up Nancy's prescriptions at the pharmacy for her and going to the grocery store to make sure Nancy
What
had
do you
her
get though?
food.
What do you pull?
She even helped keep track of how much money Nancy spent, even if Nancy didn't seem to care. And so whether Kathy or Nancy realized this, basically Kathy had become Nancy's personal assistant, even though obviously Kathy was not getting paid to do this and still had to have a job at the bank to make ends meet. And so back at the party in the corner of the room, Nancy asked Kathy what was so urgent that it couldn't wait until after the party. And Kathy said she was just worried that not everything in Nancy's life had been settled before her Australia trip. And also Kathy wanted to know if Nancy wanted Kathy to look after her house while she was gone. This was something that Kathy kind of automatically did for Nancy anytime Nancy was out of town. Again, sort of acting like her assistant, even though she wasn't. Nancy was sort of annoyed by this. She didn't feel like talking about this right in the middle of the party, and so she tried to just kind of softly end the conversation with Kathy, but Kathy was persistent and really wanted to know what Nancy needed while she was going to be gone. So finally, Nancy told Kathy that yes, it would be great if you stopped by the house once in a while and made sure her dog was okay, and also
You
if
play
Trey and his wife
2-2
were gonna
just because
stay
you
at
gotta
Nancy's
be
house,
discarding.
needed
I
anything,
mean,
well, it would be
shoot.
great if Kathy could help them with that too. So Kathy nodded, understanding her assignments, and then Nancy took a swig of her champagne, flashed a smile, and then rejoined the party and left Kathy standing all alone in the corner.
I'm gonna go play 1-1. We don't need 2-2. I'm just gonna play 1-1. So this
3 months
is
later, On the morning of February 22nd, 2014, Kathy opened up Nancy's front door with her own key.
6,
She walked
7,
into the front
maybe
room.
6.
She found Dr. Trey Styler and his
So we
wife
won't
waiting
need
for her.
this. Let's look for
Trey
this
sat in a
data.
wheelchair
Then
with a
basically
couple
ordering
suitcases at his side,
food,
and Nancy's dog was laying at his
opening
feet.
up stuff other than
Over the
that.
past few
I'm about to
months,
start.
Trey's health problems
Alright,
have
bro.
gotten worse.
Let me know
and
what
he
you
was
get, bro.
struggling to walk a lot of the time. Kathy looked frazzled.
And enjoy
but she
your meal,
opted in.
brother.
She asked the Stylers if they had
What you
everything,
getting? What
if
you
they
getting
were
to
ready
eat?
go. A few days earlier, Nancy had emailed Kathy to say she was coming home from Australia. When Nancy had left, she actually had not set a return date, at least not officially, but now this email served as letting people know she was coming back home. And so Kathy wanted to make sure everything in the house was perfect for Nancy when she got home, and that meant making sure Nancy had the house to herself. So Kathy had informed the Stylers that they needed to get out of the house.
We're gonna get this just in case we gotta bring back a Kendra back into the game.
Got there. In the front room, Trey leaned down,
So,
grabbed
super
one of the
rod.
suitcases, and put it on his lap. Trey's wife grabbed the other suitcase and told Kathy
It's a
they
super
were ready
rod.
to go.
Do we need anything
But she
else?
said they were
I
leaving a few
mean, I
things
don't think so,
behind
right?
that they would want to come back to get. Kathy suddenly was panicked and said they really needed to make sure everything was out of the house. But in
Yeah, so
a calm, steady
here-
voice, Trey told her that everything was
We
fine.
go like this.
He reminded Kathy that they had been paying rent on the house. They were not just guests here. They didn't want to cause any problems, but they were sure Nancy would be okay with having some of their things still in the house just for a few more days. Then Trey pushed himself through the room towards the front door, and his wife and Kathy followed. They made it outside, and right away Trey began to shiver. The sun was shining, but there was snow on the ground, and it was only about 25 degrees Fahrenheit, so right below freezing. Trey had also lost quite a bit of weight recently, which contributed to him feeling cold. His wife helped him into Kathy's car,
So let's hope this
put
works.
his wheelchair and their suitcases in the trunk. Then Kathy hopped in the driver's seat and drove the couple a few miles away to the hotel.
Oh, hold on.
where they were going to
Let's
stay
cancel.
until the new
Let's
house
restart the
was ready.
game. Hold on.
Then after dropping the couple off, Kathy
Justin
headed back
did
to
give us a
Nancy's.
code.
That evening, Kathy drove to the airport with Nancy's dog in the back seat. She knew Nancy would be thrilled to see him as soon as she landed. A little later, after flying for almost 24 hours and experiencing a massive 16-hour time change, Nancy finally stepped off the plane in Colorado. She somehow felt exhausted, but also completely wired, and she really had no idea what day it was. Kathy met Nancy at the baggage claim and helped her get everything over to the car. Nancy climbed into the back seat, and her dog jumped on her, licked her face. Nancy was glad to be back. When they got back to Nancy's house that evening, even though Nancy was dealing with major jet lag and felt totally exhausted, no matter what she tried, she couldn't fall asleep. So Kathy just stayed with her that night to make sure she really was okay, and that if she needed anything, she would go get it. And then for the next 36 hours, Nancy just really couldn't quite fall asleep, and so she was just totally exhausted and miserable. But then finally, on the morning of February 24th, so a
Let's
day and a
see
half
what we
after
got
Nancy
here.
got
I
home,
think
she just
the
totally crashed.
customization. I
Kathy
don't know
stayed
if they
in bed
gave
with
us
Nancy for a
anything
bit, but when it was clear
here,
Nancy
but
really had
we'll
fallen
just check
asleep
to
and
make
was not
sure.
gonna wake up anytime soon. Kathy went down to the kitchen and she
We
made sure
do.
Nancy's dog had
There we
plenty of
go.
food and water.
We
And then
do.
she found a piece of paper and marker. And
Thank
she
you,
made a do
Justin.
not disturb sign.
Appreciate
Kathy
you, brother.
knew that secretly, Nancy hated being woken up before she was ready, and so she did not want anybody to disturb Nancy. And so Kathy walked outside and she taped the sign to the front door. Then she got into her own car and drove back to her own apartment. On the morning of February 26th, so 2 days after Kathy left Nancy's
Oh,
house,
we do get a
when
coin as
Nancy had
well,
finally
too.
fallen asleep,
That's fire.
Trey and his wife came back to Nancy's house to get the rest of their stuff. They
That
saw the
is
do not
fire.
disturb sign that was on the door, and they assumed Nancy had been sleeping, but they still wanted
Let's
to get
see,
the
I think
things,
it's
and also really wanted to talk
Terrapagos.
with Nancy to make sure everything was okay with the house. So Trey's wife used her key and they opened the door.
Justin, which
The second they
which
went
one are
inside, they hit
the
this horrible smell. Trey covered his
the-
mouth and nose and wanted to go back
the
outside,
promos? I know
but
it's
his wife said
Terrapagos.
she heard something and she rushed to the kitchen. There, she saw Nancy's
I know it's
dog
this
pacing
one.
back and
I
forth
think,
and
right?
squealing.
Yeah, it's
His food
this
and water bowls
one.
were empty, and he had used the kitchen floor like a bathroom.
Let's go.
Trey's wife looked at the scene, completely
Still a
confused.
crown.
Nancy could be flighty sometimes and
Still
leave
a
town almost on a
crown.
whim, but
EX.
she loved her dog and always made sure he was well taken care of anytime she was
Still
gone.
Crown EX.
But
I
Trey's wife
think
told herself that maybe
is
Nancy hadn't heard the dog squealing.
it's
because she was
Terrapagos,
in a really
Cinderace.
deep sleep,
Yeah.
still worn out
So it's
from the
this
trip.
one, this
So
one,
she
it's
went
this one,
upstairs,
this one.
walked down the hall to Nancy's bedroom,
And
opened
which
the
one is
door,
the
and
other
went
one?
inside. When she
Here?
did,
Maybe?
she felt even more confused
No?
about the
No.
whole situation because Nancy wasn't in there.
Is it two
And it looked like
Terrapagos?
her bed had been totally stripped. Like
I'm not
Nancy
sure.
had gone
I
to
think
a
it's
load
one
of laundry
Terrapagos.
and
I know
never
it's
came
one
back or something.
Terrapagos. One
Trey's wife
Cinderace.
immediately headed right back downstairs and found her husband still waiting by the door. She told
But
him
I
what
know
she
the third
saw.
one.
So Trey's wife called Kathy.
It's a Lapras? I think it is Lapras.
When Kathy heard what
So
was
it's
going
Lapras.
on, she said this all sounded really strange.
Lapras, Tropical, Cinderace.
She left the house.
Okay.
Kathy had made sure the dog had plenty
There we
of
go.
food and water.
Thank you, bro.
So did this mean
Yeah.
check on the dog in
Lapras,
over
go.
2 days? Trey's wife said she'd clean it all up, take the dog out, and make sure he was okay and fed before she left.
Thank you, brother.
But she was worried about Nancy. Kathy said she felt the same way. So she hung up and called Nancy, but it went straight to voicemail. So she sent Nancy several text messages and also an email.
I could play Lapras in this deck, right?
Work,
Yeah.
She still hadn't heard anything from
Let's
Nancy.
go here.
So she drove
Let me
straight to
play
Nancy's
2
house.
Lapras. Just for the funs of it,
A few minutes
right?
later, Kathy
Because
arrived at Nancy's.
This
First
attack
checked on the dog,
does
then went
40 damage
upstairs
for
to
each
Nancy's
energy
bedroom.
attached to these
And when she went
Pokemon.
inside, she saw the bed was stripped, just like Trey's
Look at the
wife
top 20
had
cards of
said.
your deck. Attach an
Kathy walked
energy,
about 15
blah blah
feet
blah. But we
across
don't need
Nancy's
this attack. We
bedroom
just need it
to a
for
large
this,
walk-in closet.
right?
Now, this closet was bigger than a lot of people's bedrooms.
Because if
and
we
Nancy
set
had
up
actually converted it into a
this
meditation
dude
room.
quick
She had
enough,
hung Tibetan prayer flags on the wall and filled
if
it
we
with
set up this
candles
dude
and
quick
personal
enough,
keepsakes.
we can
Kathy knew that Nancy did not
fill
like
up
anyone
Lapras
going in that
instead of
closet. She knew she had to
Kendra.
go in because she had to find Nancy. And so Kathy first knocked on the door of this meditation room, but it was silent inside. So she eventually reached down and grabbed the doorknob, but when she turned it, she felt that it was lost.
Let's go Lapras.
Nancy's key to the closet
There we
was
go
nowhere to be
gold.
found. So Kathy
This
ultimately
one.
walked back
Those two.
downstairs, went outside, got in her car, and sped back to her apartment. There, she grabbed her duplicate key to Nancy's walk-in closet that Kathy kept on its own keychain, and then with the key in hand, she drove back to Nancy's house. At about 5:45 p.m., Kathy walked into Nancy's bedroom again. This time, she saw something she'd overlooked. There was a small splash of blood on the headboard of the bed. When she saw this,
Okay, so we
Kathy
gotta
began to
go.
shake. Then
We gotta
Kathy
get
slowly
Kendra either
turned
way.
towards the
Kendra,
meditation room, the walk-in closet. She
bring
began
this
walking in that
one
direction.
back in the game.
When she got there with shaking hands,
So we can get
she
rid
used the
of,
key and opened the door. And when she looked inside, at first it looked like the way it always
At
did.
least
There were all the different
right?
keepsakes, the flags, the
Maybe?
candles.
Yep.
But right as Kathy was about to leave, she noticed something on the ground. And when she looked more closely, she began to scream. Kathy immediately grabbed her phone and dialed 911. And when the operator answered, Kathy could barely speak. She was basically hyperventilating. But finally, she did manage to shout that her friend, Nancy Pfister, was dead inside of her closet. And she was sure Nancy had been murdered.
There's an Ultra Ball.
Audible's Best of 2024 picks are here. Discover the year's top audiobooks, podcasts, and
So we got
originals
Ultra
from all your
Ball.
favorite genres.
Then we
From memoirs and
go.
sci-fi
What
to
stadium
mysteries and
could we
thrillers,
play?
Audible's
Because we
curated
need to play a
list of
stadium.
every category is the best way to hear 2024's best in audio entertainment. Like a stunning new full cast production of George Orwell's 1984, heartfelt memoirs like Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson's Lovely One, the year's
play
best
Art of
fiction
Fun.
like The Women by Kristen Hanna,
Right?
and Percival Everett's brilliantly subversive.
Yeah, we could.
Also,
play-
I personally really love the Australian murder mystery called The Dry by Jane Harper. You should definitely check it out. Audible.
Jesus,
There's more to
2000,
imagine.
bro.
Go to
Yikes.
audible.com/Ballen
So we go
to
to-
discover all the year's best waiting for you.
Then we can get rid of
Whether you're in your running era,
one.
Pilates era, or
We
yoga era,
go
dive into Peloton workouts that work with you. From
here.
meditating your kids' game to mastering a strength program, they've got everything you need to keep knocking down your goals. No pressure to be who you're not. Just workouts and classes to strengthen who you are. So no matter your era, make it your best with Peloton.
So we go
Find
there.
your push, find your power. Peloton.
So we're gonna go
Visit
there, and then we
onepeloton.com.
go and then we go. What else could we
Kathy's
use?
911 call took the Pitkin County Sheriff's Department by complete surprise. Crime was rare in Aspen, Colorado, and there hadn't been a murder in town.
Right? Like
in
what
over
else
a
could we
decade.
use?
And on top of that, almost everybody in the area knew who Nancy Pfister was. She was basically a celebrity in Aspen. If Nancy really had been murdered, the county police knew this would be their highest profile case in a very long time.
We go another one of
So they
these just to
immediately
like,
reached out to the
in
state
case we
police
gotta get
and the
rid of,
district attorney's office for help.
right?
Not long after that, an
Because
investigator
with
the DA's
superior
office,
energy
Lisa
retrieval,
Miller,
we gotta
parked
bring
her car in a
stuff
long
back in.
driveway in front of Nancy's house and stepped outside.
We could
Investigator Miller was
go.
tall with light brown hair, and she was wearing a gray wool overcoat and dark sunglasses. Miller had a
We could go either
reputation for being a
way.
staunch advocate for victims and for being very straightforward when dealing with suspects. From where she was standing, Miller looked around and saw
what
huge
can we do
aspen
here?
trees spreading out across Nancy's huge property, and she was
We
also
could
able to look inside of
go-
Nancy's house through her large front windows, and it was beautiful inside. And so Miller thought, you know, this is like one of the most beautiful places she'd ever seen, if it wasn't for
go
the fact
here.
that county police officers were stretching crime scene tape all across the yard. Miller saw a couple of deputies talking with Kathy a few feet from Nancy's
Here,
front door.
maybe?
and
Right?
She also saw Sheriff
for
Joe
Lapras.
DeSalvo standing nearby with
Right?
Nancy's dog.
Yeah.
Miller
Okay.
waved to DeSalvo and walked over to him. She asked him if he had seen the body yet, but DeSalvo just shook his head. Miller could tell he was on the verge of tears. DeSalvo said Nancy was a good friend of his. Before he was sheriff, he'd had a bit of a wild side, and actually he and Nancy used to party together. He also said that he was the one who'd been called in to deal with Hunter S. Thompson's body after the writer had killed himself, and seeing someone he knew covered in blood like that had haunted DeSalvo for years, so he couldn't bring
Let's
himself
go- we
to
go
look at
second.
Nancy's body. Miller said she
We go
understood
second.
and just told
Yep.
him that he would need to tell her everything he knew. DeSalvo nodded and said that Kathy, the friend of Nancy's who had found the body and called 911, had told him that when she went into the bedroom closet, she had found her friend's body on the floor. Nancy's body was wrapped up in some sheets and a carpet, and her hair was matted with blood. That's about all he knew as far as the body was concerned. But there was one more thing that Kathy had told him. Kathy said that she had noticed some of Nancy's pill bottles were missing from her bathroom. Miller thanked DeSalvo, slipped on a pair of gloves, and then walked inside the house with one of the sheriff's deputies. Miller and the deputy headed upstairs and walked directly into Nancy's bedroom. They noticed the bed was stripped, and they saw blood on the headboard. Then they stepped into the closet that had been turned into a meditation room and looked down at the floor. But for a second, they both just stood there confused, because it just looked like there was a blanket and a pile of sheets laying there. And so Miller crouched down, and it wasn't until she was right over the blanket and sheets that she could tell they were actually wrapped around something. Miller kept staring at the pile for a second, and then she asked the deputy if Kathy had mentioned moving the blanket.
We are back.
or
We are
touching
back.
it
We
in
are
some way.
back. Okay,
The
so we're gonna
deputy said,
go.
according to Kathy, she had not touched anything in the
We
closet.
go
This made no sense to Miller, because at this moment,
Here.
it was really impossible to tell if what was wrapped up inside of these sheets and this carpet was actually Nancy Pfister's body. And Miller definitely couldn't see any blonde hair matted with blood nearby like Kathy claimed to have seen inside of this closet. Miller nodded to the deputy, so he crouched down, and together they began to unwrap the blanket and sheets. And as they did, they heard a strange sound, like the sheets were rubbing against something plastic. And then finally, once they had unspooled the bedding, they tossed it aside,
there.
and what they were left with
Then we
was
go
bloodstained trash
here,
bags
here.
wrapped
We
around
discard
Nancy's body.
that one.
Miller began to remove the trash bag covering the victim's
There we
head.
go here.
And this is when she
Discard
saw blonde hair
here.
matted with blood, just like Kathy had
Grab
said.
two. Let me go
Miller
here.
finally pulled the trash bag all the way
Roll
away,
down.
revealing the victim's
Forces
face.
down.
Immediately, the deputy lowered his head
Here.
and told
Here.
Miller that that was definitely Nancy Pfister. Miller wanted to wait for the state forensics team to arrive before handling the body anymore, so she and the deputy stepped out of the closet and began to search the rest of the house. But during the search, Miller didn't find any signs of forced entry or of a robbery. I mean, expensive paintings still hung on the wall, and Nancy's electronics and computer were plainly visible but looked untouched. And so Miller headed back outside into the cold winter air.
We go
She
here.
saw Kathy, so she walked over
feel
to
like
her and introduced herself.
we have
She
to.
told Kathy they would need to talk at length at some point.
He does kill
But
me
for now,
quick
Miller said she only had one question.
with just
Had
like
Kathy
energy.
touched the
Just
blanket
putting
or the
energy.
sheets on the floor inside of that
Yeah,
closet?
this is
Kathy shook her head and said no.
So
She
I
said she
do
really
get
had not touched
hurt
anything in
here
the closet.
quite a
As soon as she
bit.
saw her friend's body on the floor, she called 911. So Miller thanked her and went back inside of Nancy's house.
We go there and then we go.
Not long after Miller's initial sweep of the house, state forensics officers arrived on the scene. They followed Miller to Nancy's bedroom and began searching for
Then we
prints.
go
They also
here.
took a sample from the blood spatter on the
Draw.
headboard. Then they flipped over the mattress.
I was gonna attach
and found
energy, but I don't know
several
if
bloodstains
I don't think he'll get the
After that,
KO.
the
If I
officers
like if I
went into the
attach
closet
energy, I
and
think
began to do a thorough search
I
of
don't
the
get
body.
KO'd. I
All
don't
the
know. I'm not
while,
sure.
Miller kept looking back and forth between the closet and the bed. The
but,
bloodstains on the headboard and the mattress made it seem like Nancy had been attacked
now,
in bed and then
I can
dragged
make
15 feet or so across
another
the room
Greninja
to the
play
closet.
going
The killer had
boom,
also
red
flipped the
candy,
mattress over
attach
to try to hide
energy,
bloodstains, and then
bring
clearly
him
wrapped the
back.
body up in bedding and trash bags. And this was not an easy task. Just
I could
moving
go- yeah, I
Nancy's
could go
body
red
around would have been
candy.
heavy and cumbersome, and there were so many steps the killer had to complete before leaving the house. And so as a result, Miller knew the killer would have needed a lot of time after killing Nancy, and
Yeah, I could
also a
go
lot
here.
of strength to pull this off. Or the killer would have needed a partner. And And so Miller thanked the forensics officers and headed back
I get
downstairs.
red candy.
She was still taking in everything she'd seen and heard, but at this point, she was sure about one thing. Kathy had lied to the police because Nancy's body was not visible inside of the closet.
And then we go
Kathy
discard
said
energy.
she'd seen her friend's blonde hair matted with blood. That meant either
Boom.
she
There we
did
go.
remove the
Here.
blankets and the carpet, and that's how
Here.
she saw it, and then covered it
We
back
attach
up,
just the water.
or Kathy just
We don't
knew
want to risk
Nancy's hair was
losing
matted
this
with
one
blood
already.
because Kathy had killed
So we
her
attach
or had
just the
assisted in
water.
killing her.
Right? And then we go bring in Lapras.
Investigator Miller
Attach
knew
here.
the murder of a wealthy socialite would send shockwaves through Aspen.
That's
and
it.
would quickly lead to
And then we
gossip
bring.
and panic among locals and vacationers.
There we go.
So she didn't waste any time.
That wasn't so bad.
Not long after Miller searched Nancy's house, she told Kathy to come down to the sheriff's station to meet with her and county and state police investigators. That day, Kathy stepped into the small interview room at the station. Kathy was average height with long brown hair, and she wore jeans and a red sweatshirt. And she looked very upset from the moment she sat down directly across from Miller. Miller spoke calmly and quietly.
If he has a
She
switch, he
thanked
can
Kathy for coming
retreat.
in, and then asked her to walk them through all the details of what happened when she went inside of Nancy's house, all the way through to calling 911. Kathy said when she'd gone to Nancy's the first time, she noticed some of Nancy's pill bottles were missing, and she also noticed the closet door, the meditation room, was locked. And then when she went looking for the key to that closet that she knew Nancy always kept in her bedroom, she found it was gone. And so this was all very strange. And so that's what led Kathy to go back to her place, get her own key to the closet, and rush back to Nancy's house. Then suddenly, Kathy's voice trailed off, and she began wailing and heaving and struggling to breathe.
I put this one up for no reason because I could have two Kendras at the same time, which is my fault, right? Like, it's my fault. It is my fault because I could have discarded the other Kendra as well.
Miller couldn't see any tears. Miller did not like to judge how people grieved, but she had seen suspects act like this before.
So we're
And they
gonna
often
go
used these huge displays of emotion to try
here,
to cover up
here.
their guilt, or to at least avoid answering questions. Finally, when Kathy calmed down, Miller immediately began asking questions.
Oh,
She
so we're
asked
gonna go
Kathy
here,
again
here.
if she had touched the bedding or Nancy's body when she went into the closet. Miller wanted to give Kathy a chance to change the story that she told her in the house. But Kathy said she had not touched Nancy. When she was in the
gonna go
closet,
here,
she
here,
just looked
here.
at the floor, saw her friend's bloody hair, and immediately knew Nancy was dead. At this point, Miller sat up straight in her chair. Her height could make her intimidating, but her demeanor always remained totally calm. Miller thought there was a good chance Kathy was lying. But there was also a chance Kathy had been so
Let's see what we
upset that she
have
really
here.
didn't remember everything that
We have
happened.
A
People in
energy.
shock can forget things, so
We
maybe
can still
Kathy
make it
had
work. It's
partially
just,
uncovered
you know,
Nancy's
we're
body,
having a little
covered it back
issue
up,
here.
and sort of blocked it out of her mind. Another deputy in the room pushed the interview forward and asked Kathy if she resented Nancy for her money. Was she angry that she had to run around doing errands for Nancy while never getting paid a dime for it? But Kathy shook her head. She said it wasn't like that. She and Nancy were extremely close, and they loved each other. And something about the way Kathy said that struck Miller as strange. She
What you
couldn't
gonna
be
eat though,
sure,
Justin?
but this woman seemed
What you
like
got?
more
What you
than just
got
a
to
broken-hearted
eat, bro?
friend.
What's the eats?
So Miller leaned in and asked Kathy if she and Nancy were actually lovers. Kathy looked very surprised by this question, but she took a deep breath and looked very calm for the first time in the interview, and then she said that she and Nancy had been intimate, but only one time, and that it didn't matter. They were
Oh, all
just
he has to
friends
do
who
is
cared about each
retreat,
other.
retreat
Kathy
attack,
insisted
right?
that she was
Yeah,
not some
retreat
kind of
attack.
jealous
That's all he has to
girlfriend,
do.
and that she had nothing to do with Nancy's
Yikes.
murder. Miller didn't show any sort of
Oh my
reaction
God, I
on her
died here.
face. She had no idea if Kathy was
Because
actually
the
telling
energy,
the truth
yeah.
about
What a
being
fucking
intimate with
dumbass
Nancy.
play. I'm dumb.
But she thought
I'm
that
dumb,
if
I'm
it was
dumb, I'm
true,
dumb.
certainly once could have been
I
enough
am
to
dumb.
complicate the relationship. And so after a tense silence, Miller asked if Kathy could think of anyone who might have wanted to hurt her friend. Kathy sat there silent.
I am dumb.
An angry look came
I
across her
am
face,
dumb.
and she nodded.
We do
She
get
said
the
she had a
KO
pretty good
here.
idea of who wanted to kill
No, we
Nancy.
don't.
It was
We don't
Dr.
get
Styler
shit
and
here.
his wife.
Shit. We get shit. Nothing.
After the interview with Kathy,
We're gonna go
Investigator Miller
pause
thought that Kathy was either
here.
directly involved with the murder or just knew more than she was letting on.
Just draw.
Kathy
So
had
we don't
easy
get
access
shit.
to Nancy's house and
Nothing.
the key
We
to
get
the
nothing.
walk-in closet where Nancy had been found. Kathy also had a sexual relationship with Nancy at least one time, and she seemed to know details about the body that only the killer would know. But all the evidence pointing at Kathy was still circumstantial, so for the time, police let her go home. Soon after Kathy left, county officers located Trey and his wife at the hotel where they were staying, and they asked them to come to the station. When Trey walked into the interview room for his interview, Miller was taken aback by how frail this man looked. He clearly struggled to walk. He was extremely
If we were
underweight for
able
his
to
height.
attach
This
energy
just was
to
not a guy
Greninja
with
right now,
physical
bro,
strength
like
to murder
we could
Nancy,
go
then wrap her up, drag
boss,
her to the closet, and then flip over a mattress.
save a
This was not
life.
possible. But
We could get
Kathy,
three.
according
We
to
could get
Drew,
three.
Really seemed to
No,
think
no, no, no.
that
We
Trey
gotta
and
go
his wife
boss.
were capable of killing Nancy and had wanted to kill
Boss who,
Nancy.
bro?
So Miller began by asking
We
Trey
gotta
about
go
his relationship
open it
with
up.
Nancy and his time living
So yeah, I
alone
can get a
inside
strike.
her
I'm
house.
about to get a big
Trey would
sense.
admit that Nancy
Ooh,
could be
that's
very
not
difficult
good,
to
my
deal
boy.
with as a landlord. She was terrible at keeping
Opening up.
records.
Alright, bro,
and
let me know.
often
Oh,
thought
he
she
gets
was
KO
so money
here.
that she
Okay.
had already been paid.
Horrible.
But Trey
Okay.
had said that
Because
working with Kathy
I messed
and
up there.
Nancy's
I could have
attorney had made
discarded.
things a lot easier. So any issues
I could have
they might
discarded
had renting the house
Kendra
always got worked
and
out.
made
When
it.
Trey's wife had
made a
her
better play.
interview, she basically
That was
said the
my
same
fault.
thing as her
That's
husband.
on me.
And even though she was not frail like her husband, investigators did not think this slight woman in her mid-60s could have physically carried out the murder on her own either. So by the time Trey and his wife left the station, investigators still believed that Kathy was the most likely suspect. And Miller thought there were two key pieces of evidence they needed to find to directly link Kathy to the murder. There were Nancy's missing pills and Nancy's missing key to the closet. On February 28, 2014, 2 days after Nancy's body was discovered, a county sanitation worker walked along a street checking the public trash cans. A lot of mountain towns in Colorado have strict rules about what can and can't be deposited in public trash cans in an effort to keep bears away. And so
So we go
sanitation
there,
workers literally check the
here.
trash cans to make sure these rules are being followed.
I guess.
And so this worker opened a trash can out in front of some shops, and right away something caught his eye. In an open bag, he saw several pill bottles. This type of personal trash was not going to attract bears, but it was still not allowed in public trash cans. So he leaned in to grab the bag, and when he got closer, he saw the name on the bottles, Nancy Pfister. Like everybody in the area, the worker knew about Nancy's murder, so he immediately contacted the sheriff's department. Investigator Miller got word that the missing pills had been found, and she couldn't believe her luck. It was like a prayer had been answered. Then, the following day, a man was walking down the sidewalk not far from where the pills had been found.
Let me know what you
He
get
saw
though, bro.
something on the ground, glinting in the sunlight. He bent down
Let me know
and
what you
saw it was
pull.
a key, and there was a tag on the keychain that said owner's closet. He picked it up and handed it over to a county police officer who was parked nearby. Back at the sheriff's department, it did not take long for officers to realize that this key was the missing key to Nancy's meditation room. And so investigators started to feel like they must have a guardian angel or something. In the span of 2 days, 2 random people had located key pieces of evidence that helped break the case wide open. Because the locations where the key and the pill bottles had been found made it pretty clear who had gotten rid of them. So, over the next couple of weeks, investigators followed up on the evidence, shored up their case, and then made an arrest. Then, about 3 months later, in June, investigator Miller, along with officers from the county and state police, sat in an interview room and listened to the killer's full confession. Based on that confession, the following is a reconstruction of what investigators were told happened to Nancy Pfister on the night of February 24th, 2014. That night, the killer stood at the bottom of Nancy's stairs inside of her house, holding several trash bags and an electrical cord in one gloved hand and a hammer in the other. They walked up the stairs slowly, trying not to make any
Let's
noise.
see here.
Once they reached the second floor, they headed down the hall and walked into Nancy's bedroom.
Hopefully
The
this
killer
helps
saw Nancy
us.
asleep in her bed. She had her headphones in, and she was wearing an eye mask to block out any light. This put the killer at ease. It didn't look like Nancy was going to wake up and fight back. So, the killer walked over to the bed, put down the trash bags and the cord, but kept the hammer in their hand. Then they just stood there, staring at Nancy as she slept. After taking a breath, the killer slowly raised that hammer up into the air and then smashed it down into Nancy's head. The killer felt Nancy's skull crack, but they immediately raised the hammer again and kept swinging it down at her head and face. As they did, blood splashed against the headboard and ran down into the mattress.
There
Eventually,
we
the killer stopped their
go.
frenzied attack and lowered the hammer, and then stared down at Nancy's now dead body. Then they dropped
What
the
do we
hammer
get,
onto
though?
the trash bags.
What do we
and
get
then
from
took
here?
the top blanket off the bed and placed it on the floor.
What
Then the
ace
killer
pick is
quickly
good. I
pulled
mean,
the
I
bloody
could go
sheets
here
off the bed
escape.
and threw those on top of Nancy's Nancy's body.
It'll make
Then they grabbed
Soto
pieces
Arc
of the blanket and began to
310.
drag the blanket with Nancy on
Nah,
top of it over to
370,
the
not
walk-in
270, but
closet.
370.
When
Which
they
will make
reached
him
the
harder
closet, the killer
to
noticed
one
Nancy's
shot,
key
right?
was sticking out of the lock on the
I
closet
could do
door.
that.
So they dropped the blanket, used the key to open the door,
Then
and
we
then
use
dragged Nancy
this
inside
to
the closet.
get rid of like what we don't
Then they
need.
ran back into the bedroom, grabbed the trash
But
bag, and
we
went
will
back into the
need
closet. There, the killer crouched down and wrapped Nancy's head in one of the bags. They cinched it tight around her
we need
neck
super
using an
rod.
electrical cord. Then they also wrapped up her torso and her legs with the other trash bags. Once they were satisfied, the killer also wrapped
We need
Nancy with
super
her bed
rod.
sheets as well as her own blanket, and then left her right in the middle of the closet. The killer stood up and looked down at the floor where Nancy was, and to them, it was barely even noticeable that a body was under all those layers. So they stepped out of the closet, closed and locked the door, and pocketed Nancy's key. Then they went back to Nancy's bed and flipped
Yeah,
it
we're gonna
over
go like
so the
this.
blood wouldn't show. Then the killer went into the bathroom and took a few pill bottles from the counter. They figured this might make it
Yep,
look like
we're
Nancy
gonna go
had
like
just
this.
taken off for a few days. Finally, the killer headed
Let's see how
downstairs
that
carrying the
goes.
hammer and the pills in their hands. And as they exited the house, they could hear the sound of Nancy's dog barking in the kitchen. But they didn't care. They just rushed out to their car.
Because if we
hopped
get
inside,
one that we can
drove
discard
a
at
few
least
miles away
2
to
or
the hotel
3,
where
we're chilling. We don't need to use it anymore.
in the days
But we
following
do
Nancy's
need-
murder, investigators came to believe that Kathy was involved because it looked like she had lied and because she
So we're
knew
gonna go
details that she
here.
could not have seen without handling the body. But then, police received those two key pieces
So we're gonna
of
go
missing
there.
evidence, Nancy's pill bottles and her closet key, and they were both found right near the hotel where
Go
Trey and his
there.
wife were staying.
And then we
When
get
investigators
what's
followed
a
up with
porter?
them, they discovered that Trey and his wife's relationship with Nancy had actually totally fallen apart while Nancy was in Australia. Nancy was not just absent-minded when it came to getting her rent.
What's a porter
like Trey had suggested.
can help us
Instead,
get?
she was aggressive and kind of a bully. She wanted the Stylers to pay several months' rent, which was over $13,000, in cash all at once. But Trey insisted that was not what they had agreed to, and his medical bills were draining his savings, so paying that all at once really was not an option. Over the course of Nancy's trip, both parties got their attorneys involved and started accusing the others of trying to rip them off. So
Look
by
at
the time
Professor,
Nancy
right?
finally flew back to Colorado, Trey and his wife had made it clear they were very, very
Yeah, we played
angry at her.
Professor.
In fact, they had told Kathy on several occasions that they wished Nancy was dead.
Let's
And
see,
it would
let's
turn
see if
out
that works.
Kathy had basically said the same thing to the Stylers. She also seemed fed up with Nancy, specifically the demands Nancy kept putting on her. And she said there was a dark and cruel side to Nancy that really only people close to her saw. Her public perception is she was not this snobby, awful person, but, behind closed doors, at least to Kathy and to the Stylers, she was. When investigators learned all of this, they no longer believed Trey and his wife were innocent. But they also didn't believe that this couple was physically capable of committing this
How
murder.
many
with
subs
assault.
are we at?
So
43
investigators became
still.
convinced that the
Jesus.
Stylers and Kathy had killed Nancy together. And in March of 2014,
No, we do not
police
wanna go
arrested
first.
Trey, his wife, and Kathy. But then in June, when all three suspects were behind bars, investigator Miller sat and listened to a full confession. But that confession only came from Trey. He claimed he had planned and carried out the murder all by himself. His wife and Kathy had nothing to do with it. In fact, Trey explained that he'd experienced this insane jolt of adrenaline on the night of the murder, something he had never felt before that made it feel like he had no health problems. And so he said that was how he was able to kill Nancy with a hammer, drag her body to the closet, wrap her up in blankets, sheets, and trash bags. And so based on Trey's confession, his wife and Kathy were eventually released from jail. Trey was ultimately sentenced to 20 years in prison, but in 2015, he hanged himself in his cell. After Trey's death, his wife received a $1 million life insurance payout, and she would go on to write a book about Nancy Pfister's murder. To this day, some people involved in this investigation do not believe Trey Styler acted alone, that basically he confessed in order to protect Kathy and his wife.
That's sad though. He confessed to the murders to cover up another woman
Thank you for listening to
and
the
his
Mr.
wife.
Ballen podcast. If you enjoyed today's stories and you're
That's
looking
sad.
for
Imagine he didn't
Screen
even have
Star's
nothing to do with it.
content, be sure to check out all of our studio
That's sad.
podcasts.
That
They
is
are this
sad,
one, of
brother.
course, Mr. Ballen podcast, and we also have Mr. Ballen's Mental Mysteries, we have bedtime stories, and
That
also
is
Run
sad, bro.
To find those other podcasts,
Poor
all you have
guy.
to do is search for Ballen Studios wherever you listen to your podcasts. To watch
So we're gonna go
original
here.
stories just like the ones you heard today, head over to our YouTube channel,
Here.
which is just called MrBallen. So that's gonna do it. I really appreciate your support.
I
Until
cannot
next
attack,
time,
but like I'm trying to see what I can get to like help me do this quick. So we go here, here. Yeah, I can bring it back.
Hey Prime members, you can binge 8 new episodes of the MrBallen podcast 1 month early.
Hold on.
And
There we
all
go.
episodes ad-free on Amazon Music. Download the Amazon Music app today. And before you go,
That was
please tell us about
needed, my
yourself by
brother.
completing a short
Needed.
survey
No,
at
fuck no. That was not
laundry.com/survey.
needed.
So,
Fuck is
you got a
this?
business, but what about a brand?
Like, what is
The
this, bro?
difference
What
in
is
your
these
view.
draws,
Wix
bro?
gives you the freedom to
We have
create your
we only have
website,
6
own your
energies.
brand, and do it on
We
your
have
own.
one here,
Exactly how
2
you
here.
envision.
That's 3.
Experience
Mini.
limitless customization. Boost your creativity
Out of
and
all the
efficiency
cards,
with AI tools.
we draw
in
into
every part of your
energy
business.
and energy lotto,
Scale
which
up
we don't need.
with
We don't need
built-in
energy
SEO,
lotto at all.
e-com, and scheduling features. Put more of you in your
At all.
business.
We don't need energy
Go to
lotto at
Wix.com
all.
and do it all yourself.
Hey Prime members, you can binge
Oh,
8 new
Lord.
episodes of the MrBallen podcast 1 month early.
We
And
need to use
all
the energy
episodes
lotto
ad-free
just to,
on Amazon Music.
you know,
Download the Amazon Music app today.
yeah.
Today's podcast will feature 2 camping horror stories. The audio from both of these stories has been pulled from our main YouTube channel.
Okay, so we
and has
have
been
that.
remastered for
Okay,
today's
we're good.
episode.
So we have
The
good
links
game
to the
in our
original
hands.
YouTube videos are in the description. The first story you'll hear is called Pelican Valley, and it's about a very famous park that holds a dark secret. And the second and final story you'll hear is called Blood on the Mountain.
No, that
It's
isn't
about 2
worth doing that.
campers who stumble
So okay,
upon
let's get some
a
good. Oh
years-long
my
mystery.
God, nothing good,
But before we
bro.
get into
Nothing
those
good.
stories, if you're a fan of the strange,
Nothing
dark, and
good,
mysterious
bro.
delivered in story
What is
format, you've come
this?
to the right podcast because that's all we do, and we upload twice
What
a week.
is this,
once on
bro?
Monday and once on Thursday. So if that's of interest to you, the next time the follow button is asleep, go to their front yard and use gasoline to spell
He does
the words in
250
their
next
grass,
turn.
I hate
He
my
does
neighbors,
250
and then go
next
ahead and
turn,
light
and I
that
don't
on
have
fire.
nothing.
Okay, let's get into our first story called Pelican
So we
Valley.
put down. We boss. Yes, because you know we kind of have to. And then we go. Do we kill it? Nah, cause he could evolve, hit us with the. Right? Yeah, we don't kill it.
The show is brought to you by Progressive. Fiscally responsible, financial geniuses, monetary magicians. These are things people say about drivers who switch their car insurance to Progressive.
So we're gonna
and save
go
hundreds.
here,
Visit progressive.com
switch
to
up.
see if you can save. Progressive
Go to the
Casualty
active,
Insurance
okay, because we don't need
Company.
to attack.
Potential savings will vary,
But
not
by
available
doing
in all
that,
states or
we
situations.
get some damage counters down here we
Audible's
can
best of 2024 picks
put around.
Discover the
on the
year's top
board.
audiobooks, podcasts, and originals in all your favorite genres.
Jesus, bro, what is these
Memoirs,
hands we getting, bro?
sci-fi,
Like
mysteries,
nothing
and
good,
thrillers,
nothing good. I mean, we got the
Audible's
trio,
curated
but
list of every
big bro, we don't
category.
get nothing.
The best way to hear
Nothing.
2024's best in
That
audio
boss did
entertainment.
help us.
Like the stunning new full cast production of George Orwell's 1984.
So we're gonna go
Heartfelt
here,
memoirs like Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson's
here,
Lovely One, the year's best
here,
fiction like The Women by Kristen
here,
Hanna, and Percival Everett's brilliantly
there.
subversive James. Also, I personally really
Then we
love the Australian
go
murder mystery
here,
called Dry
here.
by Jane Harper. You should definitely check it out. Audible. There's more to imagine when you listen. Go to audible.com/Ballen to discover all the year's best.
Okay,
waiting for
let's
you.
hope.
Pelican Valley is a beautiful, remote section of backcountry in Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming. Its meandering meadows and creeks and 360-degree view of the mountains make it appear like the perfect place to camp out under the stars. But unlike other areas of the park, Pelican Valley requires a special permit if you intend to stay the night. And before Yellowstone Park rangers give you this permit, they remind you that Pelican Valley is a very dangerous place. And in general, you should only be out there with groups of at least 4 people. On July 28, 1984, 25-year-old Brigitte Fredenhagen, along with her brother Andreas and her sister-in-law Junko, arrived at Yellowstone National Park. That night, they stayed in one of the park's more established campgrounds called Grant Village. The following day, they headed out to one of the park's famous hot springs called the Norris Geyser. That afternoon, before heading back to their campsite, they made a pit stop at the park ranger's office.
Do we go here or do we go damage, move damage around?
Her plan was to spend
Right.
the following night in the valley. When they went in the office, the rangers believed all three of them were applying for a permit. So they weren't asking any questions, they were just kind of going through the routine. And then when Brigitte said, no, it's just going to be me applying for a permit, they actually immediately tried to dissuade her and said, this is a really bad idea. Nobody goes to the Pelican Valley on their own. But Brigitte assured them that she was an experienced camper, she understood the risks, and she still wanted to go on her own. And Andreas and Jonko, who were standing behind her, kind of echoed that sentiment and said, no, she's really good. She knows what she's doing.
Okay, I guess.
The
I mean,
Rangers
shoot.
were not thrilled with her plan, but they ultimately decided, you know what, if she wants to go, she can go. They just asked her to show them on the map where she intended to camp, so if they needed to, they could come and check on her and make sure she was okay. And so she pointed to a section of the map, and they handed her a permit, and then she, along with Andreas and
We got rid of the switch, right? Yeah. Do we have two switches? I think we do have two switches. I'm not sure.
Pelican Valley Trail. They parked the car, they got out, and they began walking into Pelican Valley as a group. After a few miles, as planned, the group stopped, at which point Andreas told Brigitte that they were going to head back now and that they would meet her tomorrow at the trailhead where they parked the car. They said their goodbyes, and then Andreas and Jonko turned around and started walking back towards the car, and Brigitte carried on.
We're gonna go here.
The following day,
Here,
Andreas and Jonko
here.
arrived at the trailhead to meet Brigitte,
Go
but she
here.
didn't show up. And after a couple of hours, they grew very concerned, so they called the park rangers and asked them if they had seen Brigitte. And they said no, but we'll go take a look. The area Brigitte had told park rangers she was going to be camping was inside of a densely forested area right next to a large meadow, which meant as park rangers came up to check on her, they would not actually be able to see her until they were practically.
Let's see if we get another Gengar.
So the park rangers made their way through the meadow and into
Nope.
the forest.
We
before
did
they
not
started
get another
yelling for
Gengar.
Brigitte, but she didn't yell back, and at some point they reached the area where she had said she was camping. And sure
Let's
enough,
try to
they
go
found the tent. It was a very odd scene.
here.
When they came up to the tent, they could see there was a big tear in one side.
We go be barrel
Put their heads
Gengar.
down and looked
Wait,
inside.
wait.
All the belongings in
Yeah,
the
we
tent
have
were
to
on the
now.
side.
We're too
There
late.
was a foam sleeping mat right in the middle, and then to the right of the mat was a flashlight that had been turned off. On the left side of the pad was a tape player with headphones that she must have been listening to before bed. It had been left on until the batteries ran out. At the foot of the pad was her backpack, inside of which were all of her clothes that had been neatly packed inside of Ziploc bags to mask her scent. Also in the pack was a wilderness survival guide with a page flipped down that was a diagram of how to string your food up into the trees so no animals could get it. The rangers
Yikes,
looked
and we
around
go
the backside
here.
of the tent about 2 meters away, and they found her sleeping bag perfectly flat on the ground as if it had been laid out to dry in the sun. But upon closer inspection,
That-
they found it had 2 puncture marks.
That's a good turn,
One that
right?
was up near the neck of the bag, and the other that was
Right?
near the torso.
Because we go
There was no blood
here.
on the bag.
And then we have,
At
we
this
have
point,
3 of
rangers
them.
started to speculate that this could have been an animal attack, but they
We
were
can only use
confused
2,
at the
but
general tidiness
yikes.
of the scene.
That is
Typically,
good.
when an
You
animal
can yell
attacks a
anything.
person, it looks like a bomb went off in the area where the attack occurred, and this campsite was very, very neat.
We go here.
As the rangers
Here.
continued to walk around the campsite
Here.
looking for clues and yelling out for Brigitte, they found a barely discernible drag tail a couple of meters away from the sleeping bag that was leading west.
we go?
into
What
the
we gonna
forest
bring
and up the
back?
hill. And so the rangers started following this trail, and they got about 20 meters
Gonna
away
bring
from the
Bidoof.
camp when they discovered Brigitte's
Bidoof the
cooler
barrel.
lying on the ground on its side, and whatever food had been in there was now
Because we're
gone.
low.
There was
So we're
a
gonna go
string laying next
Bidoof
to
the
it, so it
barrel.
looked like it had been strung up in the trees, but someone or something
Then we
had
go
knocked it down.
switch.
From the cooler, the rangers continue walking along this drag trail another 20 meters or so up a hill where they discover a woman's sweater on the ground that's been torn up and there's blood on it. So at this point, the rangers get their rifles up and they keep walking another 40 meters up and over the hill down into this clearing in the woods to they find Brigitte, or what was left of her. No one knows exactly what happened to Brigitte,
I think
but the
it's
theory
our
based on
game,
physical evidence
like,
is this.
Right
After
now,
setting up her
it is our
campsite,
game
she'd
until
climb
like
inside of her tent,
until we
outside of her
fuck
sleeping
up.
bag, and then put her headphones on to listen to music. A little while later, a male grizzly bear discovered Brigitte's cooler strung up in the trees about 20 meters
Right?
away. And apparently,
Like, unless I
Brigitte did not
mess
string
up.
it high enough because the bear was able to reach up and pull it down. After the bear ate the food inside the
'Cause I
cooler,
one-shot
it was
anything.
still hungry, so it began looking around the area.
Like I
for
really one-shot
it's
anything.
believed this bear was
We're
so
gonna go
accustomed to
here,
human
and then we
trafficking
were
area
able
that
to-
when he stumbled across Brigitte's tent, he wasn't scared. In fact, he thought
There we
food
go.
inside
So we
There's
won't
people.
die.
So this bear quietly lumbers over to the side of the tent and reaches up and cuts the nylon with its paw, then it puts its head inside and bites down on Vegeta's skull and begins dragging her away. There was no sign of a struggle in or near the tent, indicating that Vegeta was most likely asleep, or maybe she just could not hear the bear because she still had her headphones in. She was dragged 80 meters by her skull to that clearing where she was consumed. An attack like this is exactly the reason why Pelican Bay is considered so dangerous, because it's full of grizzly bears. And even though grizzly attacks on humans are incredibly rare, most people do not understand just how horrific they are when they do occur. Grizzly bears don't really try to kill their prey before they eat them. Instead, they focus on pinning them down and then getting them under their body weight so they can't go anywhere, at which point they can eat them at a leisurely pace. Some say grizzlies actually prefer to eat their prey while they're still living, which is why so often in grizzly attacks you see the arms and legs eat first and then the head and torso. This is a method that keeps the victim alive a little bit longer. Unfortunately, there was so little left of Brigida that investigators could not pinpoint a time of death. However, because this bear broke normal behavior and intentionally targeted a human, there's a good chance he savored that meal.
Whether you're in your running era, Pilates era, or yoga era, dive into Peloton workouts that work with you. From meditating at your kid's game to mastering a strength program, they've got everything you need to keep knocking down your goals. No pressure to be who you're not, just workouts and classes to strengthen who you are. So no matter your era, make it your best with Peloton. Find your push, find your power, Peloton. Visit onepeloton.com. Can you name every single